Today I'm going to be fulfilling a promise I wasn't sure I was planning on keeping, and that promise is to rank and review.
You know who else makes promises that he can't keep? Nobody, bro, just you. It's about time you did this.
Okay, somebody sounds a little bit hurt there, but I get where you're coming from, Succubus. I completely understand it. It has been a long time since I made a video on Regular Show, but that comes with good reason. One, I covered every single aspect of that show. Everything you could talk about, I talked about the characters, every funny moment, every shit moment, every single aspect of that show was discussed, to the point where if I wanted to keep on making videos about Regular Show, it would be, okay guys, are you ready? Top 10 moments Muscle Man's asshole was on screen. It just gets a little bit redundant and you're talking about things that don't even matter to a certain point, which is why once I was able to make videos about other shows and they were doing well, I never looked back and never went back to Regular Show. But with Regular Show The Lost Tapes on the horizon, I figured why not fulfill my final promise to Regular Show, the show that gave me my start, and that is to rank and review every single episode of Regular Show from worst to best. If you like content like this, please make sure to like and subscribe. I upload every single day. You don't want to miss it. And let's finally fulfill that promise to Regular Show and review every last episode. Just a warning before I get a little million comments about it. In the video, I start saying the wrong episode number, and I do this all the way up until number 47, so just trust the transition slides that say what episode I'm actually on, and you'll be in good shape. Don't listen to me being a dumbass and getting my counting wrong. Coming in at number 244 is the episode Dumped at the Altar. This episode ultimately serves no purpose other than to make you cringe because Mordecai doesn't actually have a character arc. They like to pretend throughout all of season 6 that he has an awesome character arc, you know, cheating on his girlfriend, being a dick to them, you know, just working so hard to get back with her, ultimately for it to all culminate in him giving a big old speech like, who's the right person for me? Is it Benson? Is it that old woman over there?
You! Maybe it's that really old lady, I don't know.
Why are you talking?
Right.
Is it my loving girlfriend that I fought to try to be with the entire season? No, it's nobody. Nobody's the right person for me. Mordecai ultimately learns nothing from this entire situation and his character remains stagnant after this, so you beg the question as to why would they make one of their main characters go through the cringiest situation possible just for his character to remain stagnant and ultimately not change at all, and all of this stuff, all of this relationship nonsense for the past 5 seasons before this was ultimately for nothing, just for one big cringe moment at his friend's wedding. I don't know why Muscle Man didn't just, you know who else is about to murder you? Like, I don't know why he was so unbelievably chill with it. I guess that shows great lengths of Muscle Man's character, but ultimately, this is just Mordecai's worst episode, and therefore one of the worst episodes in the entire series. It serves no purpose other than to make you go, Coming in at number 243 is the episode Sad Sacks, and again, this is one of those episodes where you watch it the first time and you're really interested. You never want to watch it again because of its story implications. That's really what holds it back, and that's what makes it one of the worst episodes in the series. It just completely ruins CJ's character. CJ is perceived as a very cool person, a very well thought out character, until these moments within the show where she decides to get back with Mordecai after Mordecai pretends to get hit by a bus, after Mordecai climbs up onto construction equipment and builds this big LED show, and then Mordecai's all like, please take me back, please, oh please, I'm not just a little simp chud who cheated on you, it was a mistake, you know, I totally didn't mean to passionately kiss my ex-girlfriend at a Christmas party when you went to the bathroom for 3 minutes, oh, it was so hard, and CJ decides to take him back, which obviously leads to some very bad things for her character later on, and I just ultimately don't find this episode interesting in the first place. Sad Sacks guy is very annoying unless he's going which is his entire purpose, but ultimately I don't really give a shit when it's in an episode that just is destroying so many characters that is ultimately pointless again because Mordecai doesn't have a real arc. At 242, we have the episode Merry Christmas Mordecai. Now, my biggest problem with this episode is obviously Mordecai cheating on CJ. Again, and I'm gonna reiterate this, it's because Mordecai does not have a arc. There's never a moment where he reflects on his actions. There's never a moment where he truly feels sorry. There's never a moment beyond just saying I'm sorry where I could truly look at his character and say, wow, he's changed. Wow, I watched all these episodes for a reason. And a lot of people like to highlight, well, dude, it's realistic. Like, I could go through this, dude. Like, that's what makes it so good. Like, they're not writing it to be good writing. Like, you know, dude, like, it's supposed to be relatable. And I don't really give a shit. I personally don't like watching one of my main characters become an asshole, never learn from it, and just remain ultimately the same. Just be like, dude, cheese these nachos, bro. Like, it's just ruining Mordecai's character for no reason, especially because in this entire episode, he's acting like a Discord mod who's about to meet their girlfriend online for the very first time, like in VR chat. That's genuinely his reactions. Margaret? I have to see Margaret, even though I'm going to a party with my girlfriend at the time, and my best friend's gonna be there, and I literally don't even actually have to talk to her. I'm 26 years old. It's so hard being me. It's stupid, and it's not relatable at all, and CJ goes to the bathroom for fucking 2 minutes, man. Just a little tinkle, just to release the tank, and Mordecai is like, oh, Margaret, the passion, the thoughts of our past relationship, I have to just lay one on you, girl. Mwah. Like, you're so fucking dumb, dude. Like, this episode pisses me off so unbelievably much. It would be the worst if Sad Sacks wasn't just the episode that I wish didn't exist, and Dumped at the Altar didn't have that one wedding scene and crashing the wedding and being cringe. Merry Christmas Mordecai is just completely and utterly awful for Mordecai's character, especially because his character doesn't change at all. It is just a blemish on everything that Mordecai was. At 2:41, we have the episode 1000 Chopper Flight Party, and I hate this one for one specific reason. It destroys CJ's character. CJ was a nice girl throughout the majority of the series, just constantly getting screwed over mainly by Mordecai. She gets invited to the movie and then doesn't get to go with the guy because he wanted Margaret. She gets cheated on by Mordecai and Margaret, and then shows up to this party that is supposed to be pretty cool, you know, everybody just hanging out, having a good time, and she takes one look into the sky, and Mordecai is in a helicopter laughing and smiling with Margaret. I beg you the question, how would you feel if your significant other just cheated on you with this person, and then the first thing you see is them alone in a helicopter smiling, staring into each other's eyes, having a good time? Wouldn't you feel some anger? Especially because Mordecai's already on thin ice here. He already lost all the trust and just did everything he possibly could to get it back, and that's the first thing you see. This, and then CJ, of course, becomes a raging hormonal monster and almost kills people, and that just didn't need to happen at all. This episode could not exist, and everything would remain the same, but the fan base would still be on CJ's side. There was no need to turn everybody against CJ in this episode, because a lot of people don't like CJ because of this episode, when it just didn't need to happen. Mordecai and Margaret already did a really bad thing. We did not need to put CJ on that level for no reason. It's just stupid, and I don't understand why it would be necessary. It's just love triangle bullshit that didn't need to happen for a already decently written character that we got to see for the majority of the season. Just constantly get the short end of the stick. Let's turn her into a monster for literally no reason. It just pisses me off. At 2:40, I have the episode It's Time, and this episode honestly is just so divisive and just pisses me off at this point. Who was the villain, Mordecai or Rigby? Who did it worse? Who was more of an asshole in this episode? This is the episode where Rigby steals Margaret because he's just such a rizzler. He's just like, oh, sorry, Margaret. Mordecai has a hard time espressoing himself as he holds up some coffee. Wow, that's a knee slapper right there, Rigby. You know just what you're doing to get with the ladies. And then he spends the rest of the episode just being like, ugh, I'm gonna tongue her, Mordecai. I'm gonna tongue her real good. Mordecai gets jealous. He hides all the clocks so Rigby doesn't know what time his date is going to be, and they eventually put them in the microwave and are sent to Father Time. On this journey, Rigby says, I just want to hang out with my bro, and shoves Mordecai, like pushes him a decent amount. And if Rigby was a 6-foot-tall blue jay as well, what just happened would have also happened to fucking Mordecai. Mordecai says, I'll kill you, and shoves Rigby off the microwave. Now, a lot of people hate Mordecai for this. They view him as the villain of this episode and usually highlight, dude, Mordecai literally killed Rigby over a girl. Again, Rigby was being a dick for the entire first 8 minutes of this episode, and then Rigby, also, if he was as big as Mordecai, he pushed Mordecai first, and he would have killed Mordecai 100% if he weighed more than Mordecai. If the weight differential was there, Rigby pushed him hard and would have also killed Mordecai. Like, we can't forget that. That is a very important aspect of this episode.
Me? For some girl who doesn't even know he exists!
I'll kill you!
But either way, Mordecai eventually does redeem himself, go back in time, and the entire idea of, oh man, I had this entire plan to ask out Margaret, but because Rigby was being a inconsiderate bitch the entire time, I have to get rid of my plan, and I have to go back in time and give in to Rigby and go do what he wants to do. It's just stupid, and a lot of people will be all like, but then you should have hung out with your friend in the first place. No, because there was no point of this entire interaction happening. It could have just been Rigby being like, oh man, I bought these tickets to the show without asking you. Maybe I should have taken into consideration that you had your own plans and we can reschedule. It's just stupid. It's dumb, especially when they're both 23 at this point. I hate it so unbelievably much. It is just an awful episode for both Mordecai and for Rigby. At 2:39, I have the episode The Longest Weekend, and this is just one of the most boring episodes in the entire series. Half of it is just talking the majority of the time. There's only really one scene I like in this episode. Muscleman and Starla have to stay apart to prove that they love each other because Starla's like,
Oh, Mitch, how can we love each other if we can't be apart for even a weekend?
you know, it's a real romantical struggle. The only part of this episode is that I like is when Muscleman is initially having to stay away from Starla, and he starts imagining her, like, in his chicken wing saying,
I miss you, Mitch.
I miss you, Mitch.
I like that aspect, but the rest of it is just Muscleman being tied up, and then he breaks free and starts howling at the moon, going, Starla! Starla! You know, just howling it up, and then they both fly to each other at the speed of light, colliding and passionately making out, proving their love. It's just really boring. I don't care about it. That's really the only fault that it has. It just isn't that entertaining. At 2:38, I have the episode Do Me a Solid, and this episode is really bad because of the way Rigby acts within the episode. I think he's just so unbelievably annoying. The best part of this episode is the beginning of it where they're doing solids for each other, and Rigby's like, do me a solid, and cheese these nachos. Yeah, I like that part, and then they chuck it at a tree. Everything else sucks. It's just Rigby being an insufferable douchebag the entire time, like making Mordecai rip ass in front of Margaret, making Mordecai spit all over Margaret, and then eventually making Mordecai take a shit on the floor in front of Margaret. Yes, we don't get to see the big ol' lumpy stinkiness come out of his ass, but we know for sure that's what he's doing. And no, male birds do not lay eggs. That is not a thing. He took a big old mean stinky one right on the floor in front of his boss, the girl he likes, just everybody in his life, and Rigby recorded it. Okay, Margaret probably went back to her house that night and was like, Mordecai, Mordecai, I can still see it. I can see it coming out on the floor. I can see it. You know, that's probably what she was thinking. And Rigby, he decides to destroy the recording that he took of Mordecai doing that on the floor, and Mordecai forgives him? Like, why didn't Rigby get like the 1-2? Why didn't he get his balls crushed in or ripped off, castrated? I don't know why that didn't happen. Rigby definitely deserved some karma within this episode because he was just being an insufferable dick. So yeah, I just hate Rigby in this episode and he ruins it for me. The only people who like it are 12-year-old boy frat boy like humor. It's just ass. At 2:37, I have the episode Laundry Woes, and I don't really have a whole lot to say about this one. Mordecai, he just got broken up with Margaret, and he just got over her, and then he sees her sweater and is just like, oh my god. Oh, Margaret, oh, yeah. And then he just basically goes manic and has to deliver the sweater. He's just a insufferable asshole to Rigby throughout this entire episode, eventually pushing him out of the car when Rigby is just trying to be a good friend, ultimately for Mordecai to just have a hallucinogenic nightmare, imagine Margaret talking to him, and just to not go through with giving the sweater back to Margaret. And again, Mordecai's character is always stagnant, nothing ever changes, so these episodes are always really pointless to me. It's not even very entertaining, it's just Mordecai being an asshole to Rigby, ultimately for nothing, a very bad episode. At 2:36, I have the episode Wall Buddy, and this episode just sucks for Rigby's character. He is a dirty, stinky trash panda. Nobody likes him because he's just got a room full of garbage. He's probably sitting there watching something like, I don't know, Andrew Tate. Rigby seems like an Andrew Tate kind of guy. Just as he spits up his food all over, saying that he is the alpha, he is the big man, and he's just basically taking a big old shit on the floor. That's just what Rigby's doing. Mordecai's side of the room, it's spick and span, and Rigby expects Mordecai to help him clean all of his mess because they're in it together. He even gets Wall Buddy, shoves all the trash over to Mordecai's side, the machine malfunctions, and spreads across the entire park, wreaking chaos. And you would think at the end of this episode, the big conflict resolution is Rigby realizing, oh my god, it's all my mess. Mordecai didn't drop a single bit of this on the floor. I'll clean it. No. Mordecai is all like, yeah, buddy, we're in this together. Yes, right. Your trash, my trash. Yippee. And they both clean it. And it's just so stupid. It makes no sense for Rigby's character. It's even worse that this takes place in season 5 when Rigby had started to become a better person. If Rigby just owned up to the mess, this episode would be way better. At 2:35, I have the episode Not Great Double Date. This episode is just really boring. First place, it's mainly about Margaret. I don't really care for Margaret's character, especially because this is after the whole cheating scandal. It's just an episode revolving around Margaret's lies, where they go out to a bar with Mordecai and CJ, and eventually Margaret is revealed to be lying. She never had a boyfriend, and she just wanted to secretly hang out with Mordecai this entire time, and everything to be okay between them. It's really boring, serves no purpose. I don't recommend ever watching it. It's just a waste of time in its entirety. At 2:34, I have the episode Cat Videos. This episode has always been really unsettling to me. Just the idea of a cat villain kidnapping people off the street and making them act like cats, so much that Benson enters a delirious nightmare in which he genuinely thinks that he is little Benny acting like a cat. It's just really weird, and I don't really care for the big climax where Mordecai and Rigby also get turned into cats and help Benson escape, breaking into the window, and it's revealed that the guy making them act like cats is also a cat, which has some strange, like, pornographic undertones to it, that he's making them act like a cat. I know I'm looking too much into it, but saying things like, I think we got a diva on our hands, bat the mouse, when they're trying to get Benson to act like a cat, it all has really weird undertones to it, and I feel like that's intentional for adults to, like, pinpoint, and I don't like it. It's a very unsettling episode, definitely one of my least favorites in the show. At 2:33, I have the episode Dodge This, and this episode will never not piss me off because they took away my goddamn dodgeball episode for a Mordecai and CJ plotline. It's so stupid. Regular show is so good with sports episodes. Like, look at Skip Strikes, a bowling episode, which is amazing, mainly focused on the bowling, but has great undertones for the story and Skip's lore being revealed. We could have focused on the dodgeball here, but instead, they spend half of the episode giving us really good dodgeball scenes. It's a lot of fun, and the other half being like, oh, CJ, I can't hit you with the ball. Like, we have a relationship past stuff. Like, I can't throw a ball at you. It's too difficult. And then they spend like another 2 minutes talking to the dodgeball gods, and the dodgeball gods are like, oh yeah, you guys can play. You guys can play. And it just exists solely to fix their entire relationship so they can be friends again, so that they can eventually become romantically invested in each other once again. And again, it just pisses me off. It took away my dodgeball episode. I don't care. A regular show dodgeball episode sounds like it would be one of the best in the series, a potential top 20, and instead it's just wasted on romantical slop that ultimately goes nowhere. At 2:32, I have the episode The Return of Party Horse, and don't get me wrong, I completely understand that Party Horse is the greatest character in all of fiction, probably better written than Arthur Morgan himself. I guess my only downside with this episode is, I guess I'm afraid of a really entertaining time watching all the characters, walk around. That's pretty much it, act like they're gonna go to a party and then don't go to a party. That's pretty much all they do. They go out into space because Party Horse is having romance trouble, and then they keep going to different house saying, wow, it's a colonial party. Wow, it's a jork off my cock party. Yeah, woo! And we don't get to see any of the partying happening. We get to see none of this, and then the episode ends with Party Horse being like, I'm gonna take it down a notch and be a little less of a party monster so he can be with his girlfriend. And my only response to that is, who the hell cares? Because I know I don't. At 2:31, I have the episode Lame Lockdown. This episode is just really boring. There's really not a whole lot to it. Mordecai and Rigby want to go and see a rock band, so they sneak out, interview the rock band. Benson gets angry a couple of times, kicks a rock, so I guess that's kind of funny. And then Mordecai and Rigby skydive back in, and Benson gets yelled at by his boss because this is during the dome arc, and then Benson stands up for himself, and that's the entire episode. It's just, I guess, to advance the story and make Benson seem like a better leader, but it's ultimately pointless and a waste of time. At 2:30, I have the episode The Brain of Evil, which is just one of the biggest wastes of a guest actor. Wallace Shawn is here. He's in The Princess Bride. He's Dr. Sturgis and Young Sheldon. He's got that silly laugh to him. I like Wallace Shawn a lot, but him being the brain is just complete and utterly a waste, and it's in the space arc, so it's just not that memorable to a lot of people in the first place. The Mordecai and Rigby walk into the shop, they find a brain, they release the brain starts running away, we watch them chase the brain, and then they have the most boring game of chess to end the episode. And I don't know, it would be a lot better if maybe the chess game was a little bit more fun. And don't get me wrong, I love chess, I love watching people play chess, but watching Mordecai and Rigby just sit there while Mordecai's eating a salad and Wallace Silas Shawn is just describing chess moves and the history of chess is not that fun for a regular show episode and not what I crave, especially because the way they defeat him is just to put him in a salad bowl and throw him into space. It's just a waste of a final episode, really, in my opinion. At 229, I have the episode Can You Hear Me Now? And I understand wanting to sprinkle in some classic feeling regular show episodes into season 8, but it really just kind of takes away from everything else that's going on that feels way more important, and especially when you get just flat out mediocre episodes like this. Mordecai and Rigby and a bunch of other people go to this planet where they're all made of ears, and Mordecai and Rigby, they make a loud noise, so they have to go to court, and we've already had court episodes before, so this is nothing new, this is nothing special. The best part of it is that we get to see a bunch of villains just coming to the podium, not saying anything funny, just saying that Mordecai and Rigby are extremely loud. That's all they do. And then they manage to spray water at the Grand Ear Chancellor, and he's like, "Oh, I can hear again." And that's pretty much the entire episode. It just, again, feels like a waste of a season 8 episode, some of your final episodes, just doing like a very similar plot line to something you've already done. I'd rather watch the Cool Bikes episode. That's a way better core episode than this one. At 228, I have the episode Lost and Found, and again, we got a lot of Season 8 space episodes here that are just not good. Season 8 does have some bangers, but again, this is just a really pointless plotline. They go to this planet to look for Sure Shot's wallet, and they have to eat dinner with some Mantis people, so they're eating dinner with Mantis people for like 3 minutes, and nothing really that funny happens, and then Mordecai accidentally proposes to the princess, so they get mad, they run away from the Mantis people. The robot friend that they have is revealed to be a robot and scares all the Mantises, and then they escape. Again, nothing special, nothing really that funny, just a very mediocre space episode that is just a waste of one of regular show's last episodes. At 227, I have the episode The Unicorns Have Got to Go, and again, it just has that frat boy douchebag humor like, "Oh, dude, you want to drink some semen, bro? It'll help you get the ladies." And that actually does happen in this episode. Mordecai sprays some cologne on him, hoping that it'll just attract voluptuous boobs and thick ass, and instead he gets unicorns who are just really insufferable characters. And I understand they're supposed to be that, but it doesn't make the episode more enjoyable, at least for me. A lot of people probably will defend this episode and say it's really funny. I just don't really see that. They give Mordecai this wonderful drink that is unicorn slump, and I know what it is. It is semen. They did a little bit of squirting in there. Didn't like that aspect of the episode at all. Mordecai's just made to look like an idiot. Rigby becomes an asshole and is being an asshole to Mordecai the entire episode, and then Rigby gets betrayed by the unicorns and they fart all over him. They eat Benson's balls, literally.
What's the matter, Rigbone? You like that nerd or something?
And then Mordecai forgives Rigby and they get rid of the unicorns. That's the entire episode. The best part of this episode is Benson hosing them off at the end, just spraying them down with the hose.
The unicorn one?
That was actually really funny. Everything else is just really ass. At 235, I have the episode Meet the Seer, and a lot of people will probably disagree with this one. I just don't like it. I think it has the least rewatch value in the entire series, and I wasn't even that impressed upon it when I was first watching regular show all the way through. I just don't like this entire idea that, oh my god, she said shit about the show, that's bloody hilarious! I just don't get the meta comedy here. Like, they meet the Seer, and then the Seer is all like, "Oh, come on, Muscle Man, you know what you say, you know who else is always so brash, my mom." Wow, it's so funny that she said Muscle Man's line, and then she starts commenting on how, like, there was a decrease in watch time when Mordecai and Margaret were doing all their shenanigans in season 6. Like, wow, so meta, so funny, haha. I just think it's boring, in all honesty. I don't care for it at all. Like, it's cool the first time you watch it, like, it's cool, but it's not like mesmerizing. It's not like I was glued to my screen like thinking, wow, this is one of the best things they've ever produced. It was just fine, and now if I rewatch this episode, I just think it's completely and utterly mediocre and ultimately a waste of time in its entirety. At 234, we have the episode Local News Legend, a Margaret episode that takes place in Season 7. That is the most pointless thing I've said so far in this video. How are you going to make a Margaret episode this late into the series? You could have had a Margaret episode in Season 4 and Season 3, something to do with to give her a little bit more character, a little bit more interest, but instead you pick Season 7, a episode that revolves completely around Margaret getting a news segment and fighting Jackie Carmichael, a robot from the future, which sounds fun, but not when you don't care about Margaret. You just watch Margaret Margaret in all of season 6 kiss Mordecai. Okay, well, he was dating CJ, and she knew that. Okay, so we have to get through all that. And then Margaret, for the entire rest of the season, lies about having a boyfriend, tries to get close to Mordecai at every single turn, tries to get with Mordecai, and is just doing everything she can to get in between that relationship. And then they give us an episode about her, and we're supposed to be like, yes! Margaret! It's just so weird. It's such a weird placement in the series, and I think the episode is really boring for the majority of the time either way. It's just Margaret going around getting tricked by the Jackie Carmichael, and then she drives a car for a little bit, and then Jackie Carmichael gets hit with a rocket launcher and dies. That's pretty much all there is to it. It's nothing really special. At 2:33, I have the episode Quips, and Quips has kind of become a better character than me. It's Skip's cousin. He comes into town, and he just tells really awful jokes. I just think his first episode is really boring and doesn't necessarily matter a lot. Quips shows up and makes beautiful jokes like, what does a sheep do when he needs a haircut? He goes to the barber shop. Oh, Quips, you got me laughing. Man, I'm losing it right now. It's just whatever. I don't care. His jokes are fine. They just exist. But really what gets me into not liking this episode is the climax. It's just Reginald getting made fun of, so he puts Quips and Skips in a box, and then Skips just has to punch his way out of there after saying Quips isn't funny, and I just think it's boring. That's the only reason it's so low. At 2:32, I have the episode Replaced, and this episode is even hated by J.G. Quintel himself because it's just downright awful in terms of a regular show episode. What do you expect from a regular show episode? You expect something completely normal to turn into absolute chaos, and that doesn't really ever happen within this episode. It just feels completely regular except for one thing, and it's boring. Benson hires 2 new guys to take Mordecai's place, so Mordecai and Rigby, they try to sabotage them, and that's what they do for like 8 minutes, and then they throw a pizza party, some underwater monsters show up and do absolutely nothing and add no value to the episode at all. Benson shows up, fires Mordecai and Rigby in an actually pretty funny scene where he's just raging out. That was funny. And then he rehires Mordecai and Rigby because the 2 guys decide to quit. That's it. Nothing special about it. At 2:31, I have the episode Butt Dial, a notorious boring episode. The best part of it is Mordecai's song when he's singing about Margaret and he accidentally butt dials her. Hanging with Margaret just to feel so good, like I knew it would. Laughing together and having a blast, and I hope it lasts forever. I can't believe how hot she is. Makes my insides feel like naughty twists. Those pretty faces, those long legs, and I hope someday we are more than just friends. God, sometimes I feel like I'm really fucking stupid and I have a hyperfixation on this because why do I remember every single aspect of this? And by the way, I haven't had to rewatch a single episode for this video. I just know everything that happens at every single minute of every single episode. So what does that say about me? I really don't know. But either way, it's boring other than the song. The song is fun. I like it. It's cool. Everything else is just really boring. Mordecai gets sucked into Margaret's phone, has a conversation with the phone gods. The message gods, and then Margaret listens to it, thinks it's really cute. That's the end of the episode. It's boring. It's fine. Nothing special. At 2:30, I have the episode Stuck in an Elevator, where Mordecai and Rigby are in space. They get stuck in an elevator, have a nice chat for like 2 minutes about where their heads are, climb up an elevator shaft, meet this bat, who I think is really funny. He says shit like, oh, it's been forever since I've been to my last rock concert. Now I'm 1,000 miles away from the nearest rock concert and only 2 miles away from the in-laws. Oh, I think the bat's funny. He's cool. Everything else is whatever. They befriend the bat, and then they go and see Fist Bump, let's do it! And that's pretty much the entire episode. It's alright. You know, nothing special. It's alright. I think we're finally crossing that threshold to episodes being better, but still not very good. At 2:29, I have the episode The Button, and honestly, this episode is just complete another foreshadowing for what's to happen. It deals with Benson and kind of his trauma from the dome experiment a lot, which is cool. They place a button in the park, and Benson struggles on whether or not he should push the button because he is the boss, and then he has this big moment where he wants to push it, and he starts hallucinating and imagining them going into space. We get to see the space dome and Pops. It's just one big foreshadowing episode that is a lot of fun upon rewatch, because you're like, oh my gosh, like, whoa, that like foreshadows all the space season and stuff. It's cool, but when it's actually happening, it's just kind of whatever. Like, visually it's cool, but that's pretty much all it's got going for it. At 228, I have the episode Pops' Favorite Planet, and it's just, again, nothing really too special. The entire episode is to foreshadow Pops' powers and introduce us to Pops having powers right before they go into space. Pops is very angry that he can't see a sexy, voluptuous, thick planet, so he's like, "Oh, bad show! Very bad show! I need to see my planet! Oh, I need to! Please!" And then at the end of the episode, he starts freaking out because he gets pinned to a wall because of this machine. He unleashes his powers, and he's able to see his planet. That's all there is to it. It's a fine episode. It's just foreshadowing. At 227, I have the episode Space Creds, and this is a slightly better space episode. I think it's a good use of our time, where Mordecai and Rigby really want some moonwalking boots so that they could float around, and they eventually make a deal with this one lady to go inside of this plant and rescue this guy, or get this necklace back, one of those two things, and they go inside, and I think everything's really fun in there. They eventually find this big, meaty man, and he's all like, "Oh man, she betrayed me and got me fed to this thing because I'd wanted money or to kill it or some dumb shit like that." And so they eventually get the guy out, and then the two fall in love again and decide to go and live inside the plant together and have, I don't know, steamy, ingestive plant sex. I don't know, that's the only thing I could assume they're doing. It's overall a fine episode. Everything inside the plant was really fun, pretty cool visually. It's just average to me though. There's really nothing special about it, but nothing necessarily too bad about it. At 226 is the episode Cube Bros, and I feel like this episode is just a wasted Muscle Man episode. We don't get that many Muscle Man focused episodes in the series, but this one was just bland and boring. Muscle Man, he does a lot of work, you know.
You know who else is doing all the work in the park and doesn't really feel appreciated for his big old brain? His intellect, bro. Me, Mitch.
So he gets very angry and he gets a job at a business where he becomes super smart, which I guess is fun, and eventually starts hanging out with the Cube Bros, and it turns out the Cube Bros are robots, and the fight scene doesn't even really work. They just blow up the building, and everybody jumps out in a fiery explosion. Nothing too special about this one. It's just a very average episode of Regular Show. 225 is Mortaby and Rigby Kai, and this episode is just, I don't know, like, it's cool to see Rigby get to be tall, but that's pretty much all it has going for it. They're playing with some teleporters, and they end up playing a little bit too hard, and Rigby becomes tall, and Mordecai becomes short. It's really fun to see Rigby get some revenge on Mordecai always being a dick, and, like, punching him. Rigby goes around and, like, dunks baskets. That's pretty cool, and then they eventually, like, get stuck in a machine with Muscle Man, and Rigby becomes a Muscle Man Mordecai and Rigby hybrid and runs around, and they have to outsmart him and get him to fall down into this trap. I think it's a fun episode. That's pretty much all it is. It doesn't do anything special, and it's definitely not better than anything else above it, so it's just pretty average. At 224, I have the episode I Like You High, and this is once again a Mordecai episode where he accidentally texts CJ, "I like you high," and this just makes him, what do I do with my hands? She can't know I might like her, I'm 25, yeah, it's okay. Like visual-wise and entertainment-wise, it's fine. I do like Mordecai's speech towards the end of the episode, where he's like, "Is it fair for me to want to date CJ if I still think about Margaret sometimes?" It's cool to see that Mordecai still has all this stuff going on in his head, and he had the right idea, but because everybody pushes him to go for CJ, he decides to do it when he's not really ready, and I think that's a good insight when you try to understand Mordecai's character arc, him not being ready for the relationship. But overall, I just think this episode is pretty lackluster. It's cute, it's wholesome, it's fun. I'm glad that they got to start dating in a very nice way. I like Yuji, the guy, the coffee barista in the episode. He's a cool addition, but everything within the episode is just whatever. It's just basically like Butt Dial, but with more characterization, so I like it more. At 223, I have the episode Cheer Up Pops, and this is just another really wholesome episode. It takes place in Season 8 before the big final battle, and Pops is really sad because everything is resting on his shoulders, the entire fate of the universe, and he doesn't know what to do, so everybody just spends the entire episode trying to cheer him up, just doing a bunch of different things for him, and eventually putting all of their memories onto a Blu-ray cassette tape to save them forever, and we get some shenanigans with that. Nothing really worth talking about in a big review like this, but it's just a wholesome, fun episode, which is why it's ranking a little bit higher. 222 is going to be the episode Alpha Dome, another one from space, getting up a little bit higher. I just really like the concept of this one. Them going to find Alpha Dome, a dome that is supposed to have really important information for them when it comes to the final battle and where they're supposed to go to next. They go there and they find a guy named Silas the Wise, and everybody is dressed like pilgrims, and they're all praising and loving Silas. And I hate to see what Silas probably did to these poor people who think he's a god off camera. It's just an entirely weird situation, but it's cool. He's a cool villain. He works well, just basically like a Redditor just being like, everybody beckon to my every need. Your pig's in my stable. Here, have some hay. And Mordecai, Rigby, and Skips, they come there and they have to stop this. Mordecai and Rigby do eventually get captured, but Skips is able to save them, and they all manage to push the entire Alpha Dome through a black hole, making everybody in there except Mordecai, Rigby, Skips, and Silas into ultimate super beings. And I really like that Silas becomes what he was initially before, which is just a little farm animal. Basically, they'd like to feed him hay. It's a good like full circle episode, and I like it. It's a good progression episode for season 8. I was all for it. Mixing that regular show vibe with actual story progression was a really good choice, and a pretty decent episode. Not the best though. At 221, I have the episode The Key to the Universe, and really nothing too special to say about this episode. It focuses on Pop's first time training with Earl. It follows the ice tape, and he just gets a master to train him for the big final battle, and he doesn't really want to do it. He's struggling to want to train with Earl, and Mordecai and Rigby question Earl and his capabilities of training. Earl beats the shit out of Mordecai and Rigby, which is fun. Really nothing too special, just some good characterization for Pops about how he's feeling about having to train him all this, and just getting Pop set up. We get to see him crush a lemon at the end, you know, just getting ready for his ultimate training episode. Pretty much it's just a precursor to that, and we get to learn more about Earl and whatnot, and we do get to see some cool stuff about what will happen if Pops loses against the Anti-Pops, which is the destruction of the universe. It has some cool stuff, but compared to a lot of like classic regular show episodes, it's just gonna come lower on the list. At 220 is the episode Cool Brobots. This follows up the cliffhanger from Mordecai and Rigby in the episode One Space Day at a Time, where it said trust no one, and some Reaper bots show up to the park and start helping around. And I think we get some fun scenes in this episode where like Mordecai and Rigby don't trust them, and we keep getting scenes where like it looks like one of the Reaper bots is gonna like strangle Eileen to death, and actually he's just like fluffing her pillow or something, or tying off a trash bag. Those scenes are fun, and the final battle is fine, I guess, where Sure Shot, the woman, I don't even remember her name, those characters are just so forgettable, they show up and actually help the park guys to defeat the Reaper bots and get them to go to Space Tree. It's just a progression episode, and it's definitely fine, not the worst that the space arc has to offer. At 219, I have One Space Day at a Time, and this follows Rigby's graduation day special as they got shot into space, and it's a fine episode. I think it's a great job in keeping the ball rolling, keeping the hype and anticipation up, immediately following such a crazy season 7 cliffhanger, with everybody in space freaking panicking out, but buckling down to try to figure out a way out of this. Mordecai and Rigby eventually go in space carts to try to get a signal, and they get the message trust no one before they get hit by the satellite, and Muscle Man and High Five Ghost have to defy all logic and go in space and save them, and they manage to barely make it back in time. It's just a fun, fine episode. I like how they kept the ball rolling. Nothing too special about it. It's not really a very rewatchable episode, but it's fine for the most part. At 218, I have the episode Maillard's Package, and there's really nothing special about this episode. It focuses on Mordecai's headspace and how he feels indifferent about still working at the park, and he's leaning towards wanting to do something else. He imagines his life as an airline pilot, and him and Rigby have to sit at Maillard's house and wait for a package. That's pretty much all they do. They do some fun shenanigans where they mess around in Maillard's house. They go to get a Vietnamese sandwich and miss the delivery, and then have to wait for the delivery again. It's just cool, I guess, to see that Mordecai hates his life and wish he was doing something else. But again, with Mordecai's character, he never actually makes a move or a change to become something better until the literal finale of the show. So I don't really care for this episode. At the end of the day, it's just forgettable, but while you're watching it, it is still fun. So I'm not gonna rank it really low and say it's bad. It's just ultimately a forgettable experience. At 217 is the episode Just Friends, a notoriously boring episode. I mean, it's just Mordecai and Margaret going on a bunch of dates, and everything that happens keeps trying to push them like universally to be in a relationship, to be together, and it's just really boring. And it's supposed to be the big climax of Mordecai's arc. All of the romance stuff has been building to this episode, where Mordecai has the realization that he wants to take it easy on relationships, focus on himself right now, and not be with Margaret. Margaret has the same realization, and it's all big whoop, happy, happy, happy. I just don't don't care about it. I don't think it's a great point for Mordecai. Again, Mordecai with his character arc was always missing that big moment where he reflected on himself and realized his mistakes and was able to become a better person, and you can notice that change. It's unlike Muscle Man or Rigby or Benson, where you notice them becoming better people and they stay that way at that point in the series. Mordecai just always remains stagnant, so this again just feels like saying that Mordecai is a changed better person but not actually showing me that, and this episode just tries way too hard to feel like a complete arc for his character when it just feels like more of a nothing burger. I don't really care about it. It wasn't that great. I was not really a big fan. It's just kind of a waste of an episode, but I will say I'm only ranking it I because it's really cool to have this like hibachi chef like show them their future and them react to it like very terrified. I think it's fun. I think it's a fine episode. It's just the reason it's ranking so low is its implications for Mordecai's character and pretending like it's completing his arc when it's really not doing anything. At 216 is the episode Spacey McSpacetree, and the biggest problem with this episode is its placement in the series. This could have been a really cool like season 6 or season 7 episode. I feel like it would have been a lot better if they were grounded and down on Earth, and I don't know, Rigby like committed arson and then Smokey the Bear was like, well, gee, Rigby, there's something we gotta do to fix your attitude, and you gotta do a little bit of safety training. But having this happen in season 8, it again just kind of feels like a waste of space compared to everything else going on. Spacey McSpacetree comes to help Rigby when Rigby causes a lot of problems for the space tree, and Rigby has to do all these lessons, and it's really fun to watch Rigby become like really manic and watch Spacey McSpacetree hurt a lot of people trying to teach Rigby about safety, and then that big test that Rigby has to take at the end where he has to literally fight the test in order to survive while also answering the questions is a lot of fun. But really, did we need this in season 8? Did we need another episode focusing on how Rigby is a fuck up after all of season 7 was telling us that Rigby is a better person now? It just feels really out of place, at least to me, and it feels like they could have focused on something way better that would have included, I don't know, different characters, the entire park crew, because at this point we're focusing on a plot that we have seen a million times. Instead, we could be getting some more time with some characters that we're not going to see ever again. It just feels weird. At 2:15, I have the episode Welcome to Space, and in this episode, it's their introduction to the space tree, and Benson is not happy about this. He wants to go back to Earth. The reason I'm ranking this episode so much higher than a lot of other episodes is because of the wholesome ending where Benson goes into this pod and has like a hallucinogenic nightmare where he imagines what would happen if he went back to Earth and abandoned everybody at the park. And it's actually a very sad yet wholesome tape where everybody says how much they'll miss him, how much they love Benson, and how much they don't want him to leave. And Benson is like this homeless man on Earth, really sad, and has to run away from aliens and is all like, I should have never left space, and then comes back out and realizes that he didn't, and he's still with his friends. It has a very wholesome end to it and some good undertones, and I love that everybody wants him to stay so bad, which is why I'm ranking it so high. It's a fine, enjoyable episode, nothing too special. At 2:14, I have the episode Dumptown USA, and this episode always kind of boggled my mind. Mordecai breaks up with CJ, basically, breaks up with Margaret, breaks up with everything in his life, and goes to Dumptown USA. It never really made sense why he was the one who would go there, because he was basically the one who said, hey, CJ, I don't really love you anymore, you know, or he did love her, I don't know, it's very unclear what he was going to say. I'm pretty sure Mordecai was going to say that he did love CJ in that moment, but he made it sound like the most breakup speech of all time, so he ends up cutting it off with CJ cuts it off with him, whatever you want to say. I just don't think Mordecai really deserved to go to Dumptown USA and be a chud, be a bum for 2 weeks on end. Rigby has to break up with Eileen in order to go there, and he goes there, and it's just Mordecai, like, living the chud life, dishes everywhere, it's disgusting, it's fine, I don't really care about it. Rigby eventually helps Mordecai to realize that this is awful, this is horrible, this is a horrible way to live, and they both escape on a little segue. It's a fun end to a otherwise simple and just kind of whatever episode. At 2:13, I have the episode Do or Diaper, and in this episode, Mordecai, thanks to the power of potentially wearing a stinky diaper, he asks out Margaret, and they go on a date, and that's pretty much it. They go on a date, they go to the movies, they eat some food, they go to the park, and they're about to have a big old smooch, and then Mordecai just starts horking down everything minty you could ever imagine, just like, you know, no, just like a million things, breath, mince, everything, and it gets so cold in his mouth that he freezes the entire park, and then he gets frozen, and then Margaret almost kisses him, but doesn't kiss him, and says, have a nice week, diaper boy, and then Mordecai's in a diaper. It's a fine episode. It's just whatever. It's just more romance nonsense, and it's not the best, it's not the worst, it just kind of exists. I guess it's a good progression for them potentially having a romance. At 212 is the episode Meteor Moves. This is the episode where Mordecai and Margaret finally get together, and it's fine for the most part. It's really a lot of Mordecai just being like, I can't do this. That's pretty much what he does the entire time. The best part of the episode is where Rigby is watching them, and he's sick of Mordecai not making a move and starts going, friend zone, friend zone, friend zone. I think that's a really funny aspect of the episode. Everything else is just kind of whatever. I don't really care. Eventually, they get put into the literal friend zone, and then Mordecai asks the guy who's in charge of the friend zone to release him, and then he kisses Margaret, and it's a good, wholesome moment. Progresses their relationship. It's fine. It's whatever. Nothing special. It just exists. It's okay. At 211, I have the episode Happy Birthday Song Contest, and this one is fun. It's just mainly a bunch of teasers to what Mordecai and Rigby's birthday song is going to be. Today's going to be A-okay, because we're celebrating your birthday. You know, they just do that a lot, and they go around and keep, like, having ways of making it not allow us to hear what the song is going to be, and then at the end they're about to sing it. Happy Birthday himself shows up, puts them all in like a paralysis nightmare, and then Mordecai and Rigby take them out of the paralysis nightmare by singing their song, and it's a happy, wholesome ending. There's a brand new birthday song. It's a fine episode. It's wholesome. It's fun. Nothing else to say about it. Coming in at 210 is the episode New Year's Kiss, and this one is decent. I've hated on it a lot in the past, but it's definitely just fine. I kind of just hate it because I'm sick of all the romance stories in regular show that lead nowhere. This episode, Mordecai decides to get some balls. He sees a hot-looking woman, and he's like, ooh, I need that. So he goes after her, gets her phone number, and it turns out the girl is just using him, and Rigby, he's talking to him to his past self in the bathroom in this episode a lot, which actually is some pretty funny and comedic scenes. I like watching Rigby talk to himself in the bathroom. That's fun. And Rigby, he eventually has to try to stop Margaret or Mordecai from having this kiss, and Rigby is able to do it, but it turns out it was with the wrong girl, and Mordecai kisses CJ once again, adding a little bit of awkward drama to their potential will they, won't they. That's really the only reason this episode exists, and it's fine, it's fun. The Rigby side of the story is really what makes it decent. At 209 is the episode Stake Me Amadeus, and this episode is definitely alright. It's kind of just all shock value. Mordecai wants to ask Margaret to be his girlfriend in this episode, except he has fake Stake Me Amadeus dollars, and Pops is all like, it was me! I gave them the funny money! And so this causes immense problems, and where Mordecai has to go undercover and try to meet with the dealer who gave him the fake Stake Me Amadeus dollars, which is the restaurant they're trying to eat at, and it turns out to be the Capicola gang, the Freddy Fazbear before Freddy Fazbear ever existed, and we get a big shootout at the end, and Margaret's all like, I'm sorry, Mordecai, I'm going to college, I can't be your boyfriend. No! Oh, I'm crying for Mordo. I sure hope in 2 seasons he doesn't have a brand new girlfriend who's way more relatable and way more cool, who he ends up cheating on with this girl who's just leaving him after only 2 weeks of dating. I sure hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, it's a fine episode. The shootout's cool at the end, a little bit quick, a little bit fast, but it's ultimately decent. Just made for like shock value drama. It's okay. At 208 is the episode See You There, and some people might heavily disagree with this one, as to some people it's definitely a classic, but I really think this episode only has one thing going for it, and it's Muscle Man freaking out when he gets soda splashed in his face. They splash soda into Muscle Man's face, and he just goes, starts freaking out, squealing, and then they splash it in his face again, and he like lifts up a table and starts squealing like a big old fat piggy even more.
Here's another soda, you big baby.
And it's really funny. I like it. I love watching Muscle Man crash out. It's fun. Everything else is just really boring to me. Muscle Man is just like teasing Mordecai and Rigby to come to his party. They become ghosts, come to his party, scare Muscle Man. Muscle Man reveals he's pranking them, and then oh my god, they're allowed to stay at the party because Mordecai saves them. It's fine. It's okay. Just not my favorite episode personally. At 207 is the episode Paint Job, and the main problem with this episode is once again the placement of it in the series. Rigby is going through character changes, character progression, and here we have another episode where he feels like he's back in season 1. Rigby doesn't want to paint the house. I will say the beginning of this episode is unbelievably funny, with them throwing pizza pouches all over the house and just causing immense mayhem. So much mayhem that Benson runs over, sprints over, and he's just angrier than you've ever seen him before.
Did you put pizza right, I saw you. I saw you put pizza all over this house. And you're...
which is really funny.
Did you put pizza all over this house? I know you put pizza all over this house. I saw you. Don't lie to me.
It's really funny. I like Benson's reaction. And then Rigby says that he could use a power washer. He clearly can't. And he destroys the house, so they have to paint it all over again. And Rigby just avoids this at all cost and paints it invisible. And then they have to fight over this like landmine that is going to have a jet come and strike the house. Yeah, it's very silly. It's very fun. And Benson's car ends up getting destroyed. The main crutch for this episode that makes me want to rank it so high is Benson's reactions to everything, like his car exploding, like the pizza pouches all over the house scene. It was really great, but all the stuff between Mordecai and Rigby just being a fuck up and painting the house is just kind of whatever. It's very boring. It's just stuff we've already seen a million times, but it's a fine episode.
Kind of like the checks I'll be paying you with for the next 6 months. And what happened to the house?
206 is the episode Journey to the Bottom of the Crash Pit, and I feel like from here on, we're really starting to get into the much better episodes. I feel like I'm not going to have as many critiques. This episode just doesn't really compare to a lot of the episodes above it. That's really the only problem. In this episode, Benson orders that they destroy the crash pit. They fill it up all the way so that they can't crash anything into it anymore. So they decide to do one more crash in the crash pit, and they do it, and Rigby has a really funny reaction. He freaks out before he jumps out of the car and bails.
Don't bail!
So they all love that and they crash it, but they forgot that they left the video camera that they just rented in the car, so they have to go back down there and they have to fight against the car locks, who think Rigby just losing his mind is really funny. They barely manage to escape. It's a really fun escape scene, and it's ultimately a fun episode nonetheless. Nothing really too wrong with it. There's just so much better stuff ahead of this one that I can't rank it reasonably any higher. Coming in at 205 is the episode Lunch Break, and this episode had so much more potential. The episode opens with Mordecai and Rigby ordering the number 86, the biggest fucking sandwich you could ever order, and Benson's reaction after thinking it's going to be normal sized and paying for it while he's dragging it out of the car while maniacally laughing is really funny. But I feel like all of the eating challenges that Mordecai and Rigby have to do, because they're told that they have to finish the sandwich in an hour or else they're fired, or by the end of the day or they're fired, and they start telling stories about all the eating challenges they've done. I feel like there was way more potential to tell really good stories with awesome visuals, with awesome like random food, but they just kind of kept it really simple, like eat a big pizza, eat a bunch of boxes of cereal, and then their final story at the end is just a chase scene with a giant sandwich, and it just felt like really lackluster and disappointing. It's not a bad episode by any means, but it truly feels like it could have been so much more. At 204 is the episode Cruisin', and back in the past I really disliked this episode, but it's warmed up to me a little bit the more I've watched it. I think it's okay. It doesn't really deserve to be anything lower on the list. It's definitely just fine for the most part. I like Mordecai and Rigby going around getting a bunch of girls' numbers, and all of the girls just finding them so disgusting, so repulsive. Even when they do get a nice car, it doesn't even work because they're just so unbelievably disgusting. I love the scene in which Mordecai tells Rigby that their problem is confidence and puts on their confidence face going like,
Follow my lead.
you know, just trying to look a little bit more sexy, a little bit more handsome, and then Trash and Skabatha get in their car and they have to run away from Trash and Skabatha's boyfriends, like Manslaughter and Bloodfist or whatever the fuck. The chase scene is fun. I like the flying cars. I think it's fun. It's ultimately just a very fun episode with a really funny concept, and it's good. It's okay. I liked it. 203 is going to be the episode Struck by Lightning, and in this episode, Muscleman and High Five Ghost are like,
You know who else can win in football and dance in the lightning, bro?
and they get struck by lightning, which causes them to forget each other, and High Five Ghost realizes that Muscleman is just a straight up piece of shit, a horrible friend, and doesn't want to be friends with him anymore. So Muscleman, for the majority of the episode, is just kind of being a baby for like, I don't know, 7 minutes, and then the big finale, Muscleman kidnaps High Five Ghost and puts him in the car and tries to crash into the crash pit that he dug up, and this makes them remember their friendship, so they're friends again. And what is it, Muscleman saves High Five Ghost, so it's kind of like a reenactment of New Bro on campus with the situations reversed, making them besties again. It's cool. It's fun for their relationship. It was a cool episode. It's just kind of forgettable for me. If I'm thinking about Muscleman and High Five Ghost and their friendship, I definitely think about New Bro on campus before I think about Struck by Lightning. 202 is the episode Skips in the Saddle, and the biggest downfall of this episode is the fact that it takes place after Skip's story in the same season, which just feels so completely weird. Like, how are you going to give this entire 22-minute special this story about Mona and Skips' love, and then like 5 episodes later, you're gonna have an episode with Skips being like,
Oh, I've seen this before. My boner's getting too strong, fellas. I really need a woman in my life.
you know, it just seems a bit out there, at least to me. I don't know, it just catches me off guard that he immediately is willing to go for another woman after telling the story of the only woman that he ever loved just a few weeks ago. Just seems odd, a little bit out of place, like especially being in season 5. If this happened in season 6 or season 7, I feel like people would like it a lot more. The episode itself is fine. Skips goes on a dating show, uses Rigby as a ventriloquist dummy, and when the other contestants start freaking out, Skips has to save the day and earns the love of the woman with his bulging Skipsy muscles, and they go to Costa Rica with his chica, and she's just a little bit too high maintenance, and I love the montage of the girl almost dying in every situation, and Skips has to save her. It's a fun episode, it's a fine episode, but again, placement in the series really matters, and after telling the story of the woman that he only loves, and then immediately he's like, my boner, it's just a bit odd.
Chica!
Well,
You guys collapsed of heat stroke before you even started.
we don't even need instruments.
At 201 is the episode Return of the Mordecai and the Rigbys, and this episode is just a horrible follow-up to Mordecai and the Rigbys. As a standalone episode, it's really not that bad, but Mordecai and the Rigbys is one of the best episodes that they've ever created, and for this to even remotely come close to the title of that one, it just puts me off a little bit. I don't know. The episode, it's very hot, so they decide to form a band, and they start having a lot of arguments. The scenes in which Benson is like ordering everybody to be better with their instruments is really funny. You gotta blow! I mean, really blow! You know, those are funny scenes, but everything else is just kind of fine, and like the big climax of an episode like this is the song at the end, and it's just not as good as Party Tonight or any other regular show song.
Keeping it cool. Keeping it cool.
Like, it's just not that good. I do kind of like the insinuation that Mordecai and Rigby, they actually had a heat stroke and end up in the hospital and weren't actually like singing the song at all. I think that's funny, but everything else is just kind of whatever. So, fine episode, not the best, but a really good ending. 200 is the episode Park Manager's Lunch, and this one is a very simplistic episode where Benson, he gets invited to a park manager's lunch with Gene, and we know how we feel about that predatory little vending machine. He's a heinous man, and he's out for Benson, okay? Or at least our park guys, they think so, so they slap a bug onto Benson to listen to what's going on, and we get some decent scenes out of that where they're like listening to Benson on his drive, and they hear some strange things, like about Benson's moles or his like cysts or whatever, where they're like, I'm not ready to know Benson like this, oh no. I think that's fun. Eventually he goes to the lunch, and then they get caught, and then Benson gets kidnapped, so they chase him down, hunt him, and free him from the lodge, and it was all just a big test, and Benson manages to get in the park manager's lounge anyway, which is fun. It's a fun episode. I don't really have anything negative to say about it. It's fine. 199 is the episode Mordecai and Rigby Down Under, and this episode is single-handedly the most disappointing episode of regular show that's ever been made. The amount of hype that went into all the promotions when I was a kid for Mordecai and Rigby going to Australia was just insane. They would hype it up like every other commercial was about Mordecai and Rigby are gonna be going down under. What are they gonna be getting up to? What kind of shenanigans? A kangaroo? A koala? What is it gonna be? And then they just walk around for a while, and then they sing a really shitty rap. Didgeridoo or didgeridoo. Maybe we'll get home, or maybe we won't. And then they throw a football at a guy who's gonna punch the prime minister, and that's about it. That's all they do. That just felt like really lackluster. Like I was hoping Mordecai and Rigby would like, I don't know, have like an Australian stereotype. Like there would be a ginormous fucking spider trying to eat them. I don't know. There would be a kangaroo. I don't know. Something more interesting. Like the episode as itself is fine. It's just the amount of hype that went for it that just makes it so disappointing to me. 198 is the episode The Ice Tape. This is a very important episode within Season 8 when it comes to telling the story. In this episode, they are led by a group of travelers who are supposed to protect the Chosen One being Pops. And on this journey, they all just die in horribly atrocious ways when they don't really need to. That's where the main comedy comes from, which I like. Like this one guy, he could clearly make this jump over like a ice, like over this ocean. He's on a drifting ice block. And he can make the jump back to land where it's safe, and then he goes to jump and he just doesn't jump at all and just falls into the water.
I could give it a try.
Oh man, I forgot to jump.
Scenes like that, I think they're fun, and then 2 more people die just like that, and it's fun. That's where the comedy is. And then the big part of the episode is the end, where we get to learn where Pops came from, that Mr. Maillard adopted him and raised him and always knew that there would be a battle between good and evil at the end of the universe. It's really cool. It's fun to learn all of this lore, and we also get introduced to Earl, who is going to train Pops. Just a lot of fun stuff like that. It's ultimately a very important episode, so that's why it's ranking decently high up. 197 is the episode Caveman, and again, this is just a very simplistic episode of regular show. Mordecai and Rigby go camping, find a caveman, name him Greg, and he's a dancing caveman. Benson doesn't like him because for some reason, even though a blue jay, a raccoon, a big Yeti man with bulging titties, a man who's really overweight and just goes,
You know who else? My mom. You know who else? My mom. Oh.
You know, all those people work with him. He sees a caveman and instantly views him as just something wrong, discriminates against him. He's basically racist against cavemen. That's pretty much all I could say. Or ethnically indifferent. I don't know. Benson doesn't like him. He's gonna call the pound if he doesn't get sophisticated. So they sophisticate the caveman, and the caveman's all like, well, now that I'm smart, there's one thing that I need. Something for this day. I need something so desperately for this day. So he goes and freezes his old girlfriend, and his girlfriend doesn't like who he's become, so she releases everybody, and they start wreaking havoc on the park, and so Greg is all like, Diane! And they freeze together, and they're in love forever in the basement, and that's cool, the basement freezer. That's pretty much the entire episode. It's good, it's decent, nothing too special about it. At 196 is the episode Dizzy, and this episode has always just been very mid to me. There's not a whole lot going on. It's the very first Pops episode in the series, and he is just like, Mordecai Rigby, I can't possibly give a speech, oh no! He's very, sad that he has to give a speech, so they start making him spin and imagine Mordecai and Rigby naked, and he stares at their already naked bodies, and he's like, I don't like this!
Naked?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like doing this.
So he starts spinning and starts going, I'm not nervous, I'm not nervous. And he falls into the Dizzy world where he meets Istrom and Ybgir, which are just the inverse of Mordecai and Rigby, and they're very fancy versions of them. I love their designs, by the way. They're so great. They look so, fancy. I like how fancy they look. And Mordecai and Rigby, they have to go into Pops' head, save him, pull him out of Dizzy world, and they run away from Istrom and Ybgir. It's just a good episode of regular show. I like it. And then Pops is able to give a speech because he's not facing anybody. He's just facing away from the crowd. What a wonderful way to do it. Loved it. Great episode. Just fine. 195 is the episode Married and Broke. This is basically just like the Fool Me Twice episode, except with worse characters. You got Muscle Man and Starla, and Starla's all like, Mitch, I want a blimp that rains barbecue sauce at the wedding. Oh! And so they go on Married and Broke to try to compete for their dream wedding. And it's just a bunch of like competition stuff with Muscle Man and Starla not being the best at it, but barely managing to survive. And they go against Canadians at the end, and the Canadians barely managed to beat them, even though Muscle Man and Starla were making out so passionately and proving their love. The Canadians are revealed to actually be American, so they're ostracized and they have to leave because they said USA, eh? You can't have none of them Canadian blokes around here. No. Ho. Can't have any of them around here doing anything like that. That is a very big no, I will definitely say. So, Muscle Man and Starla end up winning their dream wedding. The best part of this episode to me is the side plot where Muscle Man had all of his money invested into ants, specifically ant farms, and there's no real money in that. So all of the ants break loose, and while our park guys are trying to watch Married and Broke, they get attacked by the ants, which is just a fun little side plot that takes up like 30 seconds of the episode, but it's still very enjoyable. I liked it a lot. Overall, a decent episode.
Curse you, Mordecai and Rigby! We'll get you!
194 is the episode Men in Uniform, and when the park doesn't have enough visitors, they try to come up with a bunch of new ways to get people to come to the park, and nothing is working, so they decide that they're clearly just not sexy enough, and they order some really nice uniforms while they're insanely drunk off wings, and they all come and they just look so unbelievably atrocious that it actually attracts a lot of people, not to stare at how sexy they all are, but how ugly they all are. They throw all their uniforms off into a just center in the middle, and it creates a hole that sucks up anything that is ugly. I love the scenes where Muscle Man is like clinging to a tree while nobody else is getting sucked in, and Benson's like, Muscle Man, look more attractive, and he's like, okay, bro, as he's combing his hair. I liked that scene. There's a lot of funny scenes within this episode, especially with the portal, like rich people, rich fancy people who are ugly on the inside getting sucked in, even though they're clearly objectively sexy. And then they eventually plug the hole with Huge Head, a guy who has been plotting revenge on Pops for years and years and years. He plugs the hole. Wonderful, and then he's happy because he's getting attention, because his big old fat noggin is just so interesting because it's just sitting there floating. Overall, decent episode. At 193 is the episode Party Repeat, and Party Pete is never really a villain that I would have wanted to return in the series. It was always odd that they landed on him to do another episode because it's always so, like, sparse when they want to bring back specific villains. So bringing back Party Pete was odd. Benson ends up getting kidnapped in this episode, and they create Party Benson, which leads to them going to the lab and finding out that they're cloning people in order to create the party versions of them. And my favorite part of this episode is when they take out Party Pete, and he's like, oh, my name actually isn't Party Pete, it's Party Hermanwerfer, and I really love playing Sudoku.
It's Party Hermanwerfer. Thank you for saving me. Now I can go back to doing what I really love to do, playing Sudoku.
Like, I love that aspect of the episode. The big shootout at the end against the company who owns all of them is also really cool, where they manage to like use rocket launchers, fight their way out of there, and then the entire building ends up exploding when they once again do the same thing to Party Pete, filling him with the soda. It's again basically just like the Party Pete episode, but less interesting because I basically already seen this entire aspect before, and it's just not as fun even with Benson being kidnapped, but it's still a fun episode nonetheless, definitely better than anything else I've talked about so far. 192 is the episode The Eileen Plan, and I really love all the Rigby and Eileen episodes, romantical wise. I love their romance. I think it's pretty good, and this is a very solid episode. I have absolutely no complaints about it. I just think there's much better Rigby and Eileen episodes, which is why this is ranking so low. It's basically just the start of Rigby's ultimate progression as a character, with him deciding to go back to high school because he realizes that Eileen wants somebody really smart. I love every aspect of it character-wise for Rigby. The journey that he goes on actually trying in high school, going to a cave, and all the like tension between him lying to Eileen just because he's actually doing it for her, and that big climax where Eileen finds out that he's been lying, chases him into a cave, and then Rigby has to actually use what he knows and what he's learned from class to save them, and where he's just staring at her, and she's like, wow, this looks beautiful, and he says that she's gorgeous just by staring at her, and she doesn't even realize. It's just a great moment for his character, and it's crazy to see how far Rigby has come as a person, and I just love this episode. I think it's great, but there are way better Rigby and Eileen episodes, which is why it's ranking so low. At 191 is the episode Maxin' and Relaxin', and I don't know, this episode, I like it, but I wish that CJ and Mordecai's relationship turned out better so that I could look back at this episode and be like, this was the moment where CJ helped Mordecai with his relationship with his mom and helped Mordecai to become a better person, because initially that's what it is, but now I just view it as a blemish because Mordecai was able to learn from his past with his mom to get a better relationship with CJ, and all of it's tarnished because then Mordecai just cheats on her, so that's a little bit odd. But this episode on its own is actually really decent, with Mordecai being an absolute asshole to his mom because he's worried that his mom is going to embarrass him, and he just strictly cannot handle that, so much so that when he goes downstairs, because he's worried about showing a tape of embarrassing moments, he just tries to destroy that tape, tries to break it over his knee, and that causes all of his past embarrassment versions of himself to come and tie him up and show him that he's been a horrible person and ultimately teach him a lesson, and Mordecai learns to be okay with his embarrassment because he's with a good girl who is cool, who doesn't care about his past and just thinks that he's awesome. So there you go. It's a good moment for Mordecai and Mordecai's mom and all that good stuff. It's ultimately a very decent episode. I like it. 190 is the episode Gut Model. In this episode, although Muscle Man is really intolerable in this episode, basically acting like a toddler, which he does throughout the entire series, but here it's just kind of annoying, especially when it's in season 4 where Muscle Man had kind of began to accept Mordecai and Rigby as his friends. He's just kind of awful here, just being like,
Oh no, bro! Nobody can come to my 5-year anniversary at the park because they all have really important things to do, bro! What am I gonna do?
it's just really weird that he isn't just all like, oh, maybe we could reschedule or something. But I will say the aspect of Muscle Man becoming a pregnant gut model is really funny. Watching Muscle Man hold his big old belly as he poses for pregnant photos is really hilarious. And then that end where he crashes out throwing all the stuff in the fryer,
Fry up everything, bro!
is really great. And the ultimate like fry monster where Muscle Man sprints at it, jumps up while there's like classical music in the background and fries Muscle Man is great. I love it. It's a fun episode. Even though Muscle Man is just acting like a complete and utter baby, it's still very entertaining nonetheless. 189 is the episode Jablonski, and really there's no downsides of this episode, it's just there's way better episodes of Regular Show. This episode is one of Rigby's progression episodes, with him being in high school and he's in gym class,
And he has to deal with his old high school bully, Jablonski.
and Jablonski, he is not a fan of Rigby because Rigby is a literal intolerable shit. He's a little piece of shit raccoon, and so Jablonski's bullying him, and then Rigby challenges him to Food Run, a competition where you have to get all the way to the Cheezers across town, get the meal, and bring it back to the school first, and that's how you win. And the entire Food Run aspect, it's a really fun game. I like it. Mordecai and Rigby against Jablonski and his brother just driving around town, driving through the bad parts of town, homeless men attacking them, cats jumping on their cars to lick all the milk, the fight, when they get to Cheezers and the guy that's just like,
It's my first day, I don't know what I'm doing.
all of it is really fun, and it culminates in a very fun episode. Definitely one that I never feel the need to skip over. It's one of the ones that is definitely more positively received in Rigby's arc of changing and growing, and I think it's a very fun way to have Rigby complete one of his classes. At 188 is the episode New Beds, and this is the episode I usually point to as being the episode that I actually kind of like, that it doesn't really relate to the like season 8 space nonsense. I just like the aspect of all of our characters going to a space IKEA and getting new beds. Sue me. I like it. I think it's fun, with Skips' bed getting destroyed. How did this happen? Apparently Sure Shot fired off a laser and it bounced around the entire dome and only his Skips' bed. That's just really funny. And then they go to IKEA, they're all trying beds out for size, and then a space bounty hunter shows up trying to kill Pops, and they hide inside of a cabinet who is in some relation stuck in an infinite IKEA, but is also knowing about Pops and the Chosen One and tells them where to go. How weird is that? How does that even make sense? I don't know, but either way, I'm all for it. And they beat the bounty hunter by locking him in this like chair that is a ass that just smacks him. That's fun. I like it. It's cool. I think it's definitely one of the better like shenanigan space episodes. 187 is the episode Access Denied, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby are trying to get into the box, because Mordecai really needs that Margaret Ussy, you know, he's all about it, he wants to dance with her on her birthday, and they try to get into this super high-end club, and they just can't. They eventually wear some garbage, and they're able to get in, and this woman who is wearing the same clothes as Mordecai just becomes infatuated with him, and Mordecai's like, I don't want any of your stinky, rich, hoe ass. I want none of it. You're a vile bitch. And this causes the woman to freak out and almost murder them all. And Mordecai and Rigby barely manage to get out of there. They manage to escape the box, and it's just decent. Eventually, they learn that Margaret was actually in the club right next to them called The Box. And yeah, Mordecai dances with Margaret. It's wholesome. It's fun. I actually enjoy it. It's a great progression episode for Mordecai and Margaret's relationship. It's just fun, down to earth. I like it. At 186 is the episode Ace Balthazar Lives, and I just really like the idea of this episode. A man named Ace Balthazar who really likes to crash. You know, that's just this entire thing. It's just basically crashing out, just destroying things nonstop. He dies in a car crash, and they find this guy that looks like him who's a knight in the park, and they decide that it just must be him. They just pick this random guy out. This is the equivalent of if you, I don't know, kind of looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and somebody just believed it so much that they kidnapped you, and all of a sudden we're just staring at you like, what is this? An onion ring? I thought I ordered fries. You know, they're just sitting there staring at you like that, and that's all they say to you for like 12 hours. That's basically what they do to this guy. So much so that he has a hallucination that he literally is Ace Balthazar. He believes it, and he's gonna play a concert, but then the real Ace Balthazar shows up and is very angry, but says that it's okay. He could be the Balthazar after some chaos ensues, and he really sucks. So Ace Balthazar plays one final concert for Mordecai and Rigby, and that's the entire episode. It's fun. It's cool. Nothing else to say about it. I just like that they pick a random homeless guy who is from a alternate dimension and force him to be something he's not. I think that's a really funny concept. At 185, I have the episode Appreciation Day, which is a lot of fun. Usually I tend to skip over this episode upon rewatching, but going back and actually taking a look at it, it is pretty gosh dang good. In this episode, Benson has a book of park records, and he decides that he is going to write Mordecai and Rigby that they are certified slackers, lazy, and they do absolutely nothing for the park. Can you believe that that guy has the audacity to say that about Mordecai and Rigby, the hardest workers you could ever know? How dare he? So Mordecai and Rigby, they steal that book and say that they're incredible workers, and also that Snowball the Ice Monster comes to life. Yeah, so maybe that's spelling a little bit of doom, but for the most part, watching Mordecai and Rigby just get immense praise from Benson is really awesome, where just a bunch of chores are done that they wouldn't have normally done, but Benson's like, you know I appreciate that! Yeah! Just going crazy for that. I think it's a lot of fun, and then when Snowballs the Ice Monster comes out, it's also a pretty cool, like, monster design, just a giant amalgamation of snow with red eyes combining thanks to power lines and breathing fire. It's pretty cool in the ultimate final battle where they have to like race to get the book from Snowballs and like close it and barely manage to kill him. Is a lot of fun. I like it. Overall, very tense episode. Has a lot of like kind of a roll switch vibe to it, and it's a good time. 184 is Rigby in the Sky with a Burrito, and this episode is basically exactly what it sounds like. Rigby gets invited to his high school reunion, realizes that he is a certified fuck-up. I mean, I don't even know how you get invited to your reunion when you didn't even graduate high school. You would think maybe they would gloss over you, thinking that maybe, just maybe, you're either an extremely rich entrepreneur who has no time for that, or you're a heroin addict. There's really no difference. So, Rigby, he has to eat a burrito in the sky to prove that he's super awesome to everybody. So he goes through great lengths to do this. And I like all the step-ups that they do. Like they go to a skydiving school. Rigby tries to eat a burrito there and ends up spewing it into the fan and getting it all over the guy who's trying to teach him, which is pretty funny. And then they eventually find like this hick guy who could take him up into the air. And Rigby is jumping out of the fucking plane with his burrito and his parachute rips, but then he uses the burrito to save himself and he lands in his high school reunion, and it turns out it's a reunion for Pops. It's a fun episode, it's grounded, and it's definitely one of the better season 5 episodes, a season that tends to be a little bit more on the rinse and repeat side of things, where it's a bunch of stories where we've basically seen that exact plot before, but they're just redoing it with a different gloss. It is different from that, which is why it's going a little bit higher, but it does tend to be a little bit of a slower episode. It's kind of just but it's still entertaining. 183 is the episode Temp Check, and this is a very fun episode in which Rigby hires his own temp to work for him because he's too lazy to do the job, and slowly but surely, his temp, Doug, he starts turning into Rigby, legitimately getting his eyes, getting his tail, and eventually becoming the amalgamation of Rigby and literally turning into them. And then we get that cliche like, oh man, let's ask this guy a bunch of questions to find out who's the real Rigby, and that's kind of where the episode drops off for me. All the questions they ask him are really just like point blank, not very interesting, not very fun. It could have been an interesting chance to learn a little bit more about Rigby. All we really learn here is that he's afraid of amusement park mascots. And eventually, Mordecai goes to hug Doug, and Doug, not knowing that Rigby and Mordecai would never hug each other, well, Doug fails, and that's Rigby, and Mordecai apparently knew the entire time. That's pretty much it. Again, it's a fine episode. It's fun. It's just kind of a cliche ending that never really interests me by the time I get there, but I do like everything that happens before with Doug slowly becoming Rigby. I think that's a lot of fun because Rigby's reactions to everything are very entertaining. So it's overall a fine episode. It's just that ending that's holding it back from getting any higher. 182 is the episode Party Pete, and Party Pete is a certified molester, a certified unconsensual doer, and technically he's a clone, so really should we put Herman Werfel, or if you want to call him Party Pete, on trial? I don't know. At the party, I guess all the girls like it, so it's not that weird, but watching Party Pete be the life of the party and then go around and start humping a bunch of women was a little bit weird, like aggressively humping, like speed dating, but you just go around dry humping people. It's a little bit odd, but either way, Mordecai and Rigby, they want to host a party, and nobody believes that they can have a good party, especially Muscle Man.
There's no way you can have a good party, bro.
There's just no way that they could do it, and initially, they definitely can't. I love the scene in which Rigby is trying to start up the party, and he puts in a song and just starts going, yeah, you know, just getting real silly with it. That scene's great, and eventually they call Party Pete, who is just too much party to handle. They keep giving him soda from the 1980s, and he becomes a partying monster, so much so that they have to kill him. They just have to fucking kill this guy, and they fill his belly with so much soda that he becomes extremely obese, just getting a lot of cortisol, heart disease, and exploding. And yeah, that's the end of Party Pete, and everybody helps clean up the party, and Mordecai and Rigby get off scot-free. It's ultimately a really fun episode. I think Party Pete was an interesting one-off villain. It's surprising that they decided to bring him back, because his character was very one-dimensional, but I like that they turned him into Herman Werfel. But either way, it's a fun episode. It gets the job done, and it has a good amount of comedic moments, so that's why it's ranking decently high. At 181 is the episode Diary, and in this episode, Margaret asks Mordecai to come to her house and water her plants, and while he's there, he accidentally breaks her diary. He wasn't reading it, but he doesn't want her to think he was reading it. So, he has to find a way to repair it, and they end up setting it on fire, throwing it into the toilet, and it's destroyed, so Skips has to come over and help them fix it, and they end up doing this ritual where they could repair the diary and transfer it to a new book, but Rigby, being the fuck up, even though he's told a million times to just keep his eyes closed, is all he has to do, he decides he's going to take a little peek at this magical ritual, and he releases the Guardian of Secrets, who is going to come and kill them if they don't reveal a secret of their own. And it's fun. It's a decent episode. It doesn't really have a whole lot going for it. It's just mainly those first 8 minutes of trying to repair the book. The ritual is fun, especially visually. I did like that. And then the Guardian of Secrets is actually a really cool concept. I just think Skips and Mordecai's secrets were kind of whatever. Mordecai has been stacking both of his beds like a douchebag instead of just giving Rigby his own bed, which is insanely fucked up. Skips reveals that the reason is Skips is because he lost the only woman he ever loved. Okay, I kind of take back their answers being dumb. I actually like their answers. And then Rigby says, I think Eileen is hot without her glasses on. And the funny part is Eileen was in the room right across and heard that, so she eventually comes out, well, just, you know, bare-eyed, looking like a sexy beast, and hits the table, and it was a very fun way to end the episode. The Guardian of Secrets was a lot of fun. I like that you have to tell a secret to do that, and it was ultimately intimidating. Seeing just a giant version of Margaret in Gladiator Warrior outfit, I thought Mordecai would be drooling at that point, but he was a little bit more terrified than I could have ever predicted. Either way, very fun episode, definitely deserves to be higher up on the list. At 180 is a Pops-related episode. You know our main man be having a jolly good show when he gets to go on Win That Prize. Oh, he's going on a game show and he's very excited about it. But when he gets to the studio, when he gets to the set lot, he can't find Win That Prize, and he ends up getting promoted over and over and over and over again until he gets all the way to the top of the company. And all the shenanigans that happen there is fine. It's not the most interesting thing ever. The main thing that you have to focus on is the fact that Pops likes the bacon. And he likes the bacon. He's like, oh, the bacon is the good part of this show. And then a woman looks at him and is like, the bacon, and starts passionately kissing him, giving him smooches all over. And then he gets promoted, becoming a big exec. And the only way out of this company is to literally die. So Pops has to devise a plan to escape. And it's a well thought out plan. He makes a outfit of this makeup artist. and he wears the makeup artist, and the makeup artist also makes a dummy version of Pops, so everybody thinks Pops is dead, but he's actually just a fake, and well, Pops escapes as a makeup artist, getting time to go on win that prize, and escaping. Good show, very good show, and it's a fine episode. It's cool to see some Pops episodes actually be good. I mean, there's a lot of good Pops episodes out there, but none of them really hit, so it's nice that this one is good, and I can rank it decently high. Obviously, 180 isn't the best spot, but it's still pretty gosh dang decent for a Pops episode. I like it. At 179 is the best VHS in the world, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby, they can't find the best VHS in the world, and it's going to cost them a lot of money if they can't find it. So they're looking all over, they're cleaning the room, and the trash just keeps on coming back, and it turns out that it's Button McButtonwillow, and he loves the best VHS in the world. It is my favorite movie. And he just keeps watching it, and he like lives in the vents like a dirty, stinky rat floating around. So Mordecai and Rigby, they follow him, chase him to this cave, and it turns out that he's just a pathetic, like, dwarf man. That's pretty much all he does. He's like a dwarf little gremlin guy, and he really loves this movie. Mordecai and Rigby say the movie is absolutely dog shit, and they take him to the VHS store where he can get a brand new movie, and he ends up just renting the best VHS in the world once again. I think he's a fun villain nonetheless. It's more on the whimsical side of Regular Show. It's just good fun, you know? Like, it's got a little bit of a mystery-esque to it because you're wondering why this room keeps getting more and more full, and you keep hearing Benson talk about rat traps throughout the episode, and then you see this stinky man come out of the closet and say, "Are you talking about the best VHS in the world? That's my favorite movie," and then start running away. I think it's fun. I think he's a fun character, and he adds a lot to the episode, so overall, pretty dang enjoyable. 178 is the episode Gamers Never Say Die, and this episode is really fun for the Benson, Mordecai, and Rigby dynamic, where Benson is just constantly chasing after Mordecai and Rigby because Mordecai and Rigby, they finish this game and they get a Game Badges map to Torio Morimoto's awesome golden game badge, so they steal Benson's car battery, which is great because Benson's reaction when he just goes to start up his car and just opens it and it's just "I owe you one car battery" is very valid.
Mordecai and Rigby!
I would also be pretty angry if I had to go and do something with my day and my car battery was fucking gone. But either way, it's great. Benson chases them and we get a lot of great scenes out of that while Mordecai and Rigby are just following this basically puzzle, and they eventually go to this underground mall, which looks like one of the most amazing hangout places you could ever have, and they eventually find the golden game badges. Benson literally just smashes through a fucking wall, takes every single badge for himself, and the entire place starts shaking violently and they barely manage to escape with their lives. And then Mordecai and Rigby are like,
"You know, Benson, if you just wanted to hang out with us, you could have just said so."
and Benson starts blushing, and he was like, "Oh my god,
I'm gonna kill you.
You know, it's just great fun. I really like the dynamic between Benson, Mordecai, and Rigby when it's very clear that it's not necessarily a hostile boss and employee dynamic or even friend dynamic. It's just Benson wants to do something with his life that's a little bit interesting, but he can only showcase that in anger, and it leads to situations like this, episodes like this, and the Mordecai and Rigby Benson episodes are some of my favorite in the series, so this was bound to be a decent episode, but there are way better Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson's episodes in the series. 177 is the episode Picking Up Margaret. Now, this episode could honestly go in the top 50 if they just had a little bit more breathing time, because it has so much potential. It has everything. It has romance being blossomed. It has really cool villains, but the villains just don't get a lot of screen time for their actual threatening, like, part of the episode. In this episode, Mordecai has to take Margaret to the airport, and he goes to borrow Benson's car, and he goes in the wrong neighborhood, where we get a Warriors reference, yes, the movie, with these guys called the Wickets. They're running the neighborhoods, and they don't like their cell phones. They're not about them at all, and they just keep saying, "Mordecai, put your phone away," and they're very particular about this. They do not fuck with cell phones, and Mordecai has been told. He goes to the shop, and he calls Margaret, and that is when they attack. And I really like them as villains. I think that they're kind of funny, just saying, "Mordecai, put your phone away," as they get more and more angry. Mordecai eventually does drive away, picks up Margaret, and that is when the Wickets start start their chase scene and start destroying the car and chasing them really good. They're really only in the episode though, like actually causing physical harm for like 1 minute. And I know it's an 11-minute episode, you can only do so much with the time you have for them, but if we got like an extra minute with them with that chase scene, it would be a much better episode and it would feel like a classic to me. I don't know, it just didn't have that much time to breathe and they were defeated really easily, just driving off the highway, just going on the wrong turn and exploding. So that was it. At the end of the episode, Mordecai does kiss Margaret, but it's just a goodbye kiss. But watching Mordecai celebrate to "We are the champions" is great. It's fun, it's wholesome, and it was a good way to end the episode. So overall, really decent, but it could have been a lot better. 176 is Benson Be Gone, and this episode is really great to show a different side of Benson early on, because we don't really get to see the cool version of Benson until season 3 in the episode Stick Hockey, but here it's kind of like situational, but we do get to see what Benson can be like when he is cool. All it took was him getting replaced by Susan and him becoming a lower level worker at the park, and he becomes friends with Mordecai and Rigby, slacking off with them, having a good time with them, so much so that he eventually becomes too okay with it and decides he's done and quits his job, living his life, meeting homeless people who are going bald named Utopia, and Benson realizes that maybe he should get his job back because he doesn't want to end up like a dirty homeless man who has the sun bathing on his oiled up scalp, you know? It's maybe not the thing that he would want in his life. So Benson goes back to get his job, and Susan has turned everybody into Susans, and Benson has to counteract this by making everybody slack off, and Susan just starts going, you know, that's my best demon noise I could possibly make. So Susan starts making those demon noises, flips her head around and becomes a giant, colossal, just titan monster, and thanks to Leon, Utopia, Benson was going to sacrifice himself, but Leon jumps into the limo, sacrifices himself, taking out Susan, and she falls back into the depths of hell, and Benson gets his job back. Overall, a really fun episode, and I could definitely rank this one higher on a different day. It's just we're really getting into that realm of really good regular show episodes, so it's kind of hard for me to place this one, but this does have everything you could possibly need. If you wanted to show this episode to somebody who is getting into regular show, this would be a great example of an episode that would for sure make them love the show. It's still very good, even though it's so low on the list. 175 is the episode Bet to Be Blonde, and the only reason I'm ranking this episode a little bit low is I don't really like the cliche of characters struggling to say I'm sorry or I cheated on the bet. It's just really annoying, and in this case, that's what Rigby does. He beats Mordecai in this video game, which causes Mordecai to have to go blonde. Except Rigby, he unplugged the controller and he cheated on the bet. So we get a bunch of different scenes, some are better than others. I really like when Rigby talks to Skips and he's looking for advice, and Skips is all like,
You should tell him the truth. What else are you gonna do? He needs to know.
and Rigby's like, oh, of course, I should not tell him anything. I should just
Tell him that the bet's off and that he can move back in with me.
And that doesn't work at all, and eventually Mordecai kidnaps Rigby and puts him in a cult of blondes where he's going to literally murder him because he has to become initiated into this cult, and then it's revealed that Mordecai never actually dyed his hair blonde, it was just a wig this entire time, and they have to escape the cult of blondes. I really like the ending sequence where they're running away from them and using the laser rings. That's a lot of fun, and they blow up the entire building. It's a great episode with a really silly concept. Overall, I just really don't like some of the scenes where Rigby is struggling to say I cheated, but it's definitely not a bad episode by any means. At 174 is the episode Kill 'Em With Kindness, and this episode is very important to Season 8 as a whole. It's definitely one of the ones that if you're going to watch Season 8, you should not skip over. In this episode, Pops wants to meet up with Anti-Pops to resolve their issues peacefully. So they go to this arcade, Pops comes alone, and that is when Anti-Pops snaps and literally almost erases Pops from existence. It's a very tense moment, and we get this awesome POV shot of Pops getting dragged away slowly while we hear his heartbeat, and it's so unbelievably cool and also sickening at the same time to see Anti-Pops' powers in just full view as he's erasing the arcade as everybody's trying their best to fight him. Earl, Pops' mentor, steps in and tries to hold him off, and we get to watch him as he falls to the floor and gets erased from existence. It is a great showcase of Anti-Pops as a whole, his powers as a whole, and gets him to feel like a threatening presence as we head towards the finale. That's why I think I really like this episode. It's so well thought out in terms of displaying Anti-Pops as a true threat and actually giving him some characterization pretty late into Season 8. At 173 is the episode The Dream Warrior, and this is a really badass Season 8 episode where Pops is having nightmares and there's an evil alien constantly invading his dreams. He tries a bunch of different things to counteract this and try to make it all feel better, but nothing is really working, and eventually at the end of this episode they all decide that they're going to get in a circle and enter into Pops' mind. And that's where I think we get one of the most badass fights in the entire series, everybody versus the Dream Nightmare Alien. And all of it is very cool with the Nightmare Alien like just roundhouse kicking everybody, like Liu Kang step up kicking everybody, snapping necks, fighting Skips. Skips is the only one who stands a chance, but it's really badass. And then Pops eventually learns to take control of the situation. It's his world, it's his dream, and he starts beating the absolute fuck out of the Dream Warrior and reveals where he lives. But that's all the information that the Nightmare Alien needed, and now Anti-Pops knows where Pops lives. It's a very cool episode, and I mainly rank it so high just for how well that entire fight scene was choreographed. They made it so badass, and it was literally only like 45 seconds. It was so cool. It is a very good space episode. At 172 is the episode Ugly Moons. This is basically just like the episode Prankless if it was done a lot worse, and even though I'm saying a lot worse, this is still a very solid episode, especially in the space season, because in the space season we're very limited with what characters are shown and what characters get a lot of screen time. It's pretty awesome that Muscle Man did get one last episode that was centered pretty much all around him. In this episode, the space tree keeps getting violently pranked by the space bush, so Muscle Man is the only one who could truly prank the space bush good enough to stop them, and we get this big old like heist sequence where they have to break into the facility and they keep on doing things to try to like slime the space bush, and eventually the man, Tanner himself, the leader of the space bush, he catches them, stops them, and takes their giant celebratory champagne bottle to himself, and they're all ostracized. Muscle Man is just believed to be a phony, a faker, the worst in the galaxy, until the champagne bottle is revealed to be the giant slime bomb. The entire space bush is slimed, and really, what brings this episode up for me, what makes it all the better, is Muscle Man's voluptuous twerking of his ass at the end of the episode. He just shakes immense ass in everybody's face violently, vigorously, and it is truly a triumphant moment of ass twerking. So yeah, that's why it goes up so high. At 171 is the episode Tent Trouble, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby, they're really sleepy, and they end up destroying CJ's tent for camping on accident, so they have to find a way to get money really quickly, so they end up signing for a wrestling tournament where they have to get beat by Starla and Starla's sister, and that's pretty much all it is. It's just Mordecai and Rigby in a ring getting beat by two really big green women, and, you know, there's somebody in the audience, somebody who watched this episode like,
Please, they're so big, bro. Please do it to me. I need them to beat me now.
like somebody definitely wanted those big green women to do something dirty to them. It was not me, but overall it's pretty entertaining. The only fault of this episode is being forgettable. I just don't tend to think about it ever, and there's not really any quotable moments, but it's a solid episode for what it is. At 170 is the episode Go Viral, and this episode does have a lot of good things about it. It's a competition between Mordecai and Rigby, and Muscle Man and High Five goes to see who could get the most hits on a website with the best viral video, and I really like the montage at the beginning where it's Mordecai and Rigby just keep trying to do things, and Muscle Man just keeps doing it better, specifically when he breaks the watermelons with his big old fat belly. That was really fun. And then when they decide to do some trampoline stuff, they send Pops all the way up into the sky, into viral video prison, and they have to go up there and try to get him back. It's just a great sequence of things, and it just definitely feels like a classic regular show episode, at least to me. Everything they do when they're hopping between viral video to viral video, running away from the viral video warden, is really cool, and I really like that just a random guy, Wedgie Ninja, sacrifices his entire life so that they're able to escape. And that final sequence where Muscle Man is like,
What the heck, bro? What have you guys been doing?
when a bunch of people fall out of the sky, and then a really fat obese bear falls on top of Muscle Man and just rips stinky ass on him. What's not to love about that? I think it's a very solid episode and definitely is just, you know, middle of the road for me. At 169 is the episode Chili Cook-Off, and regular show doesn't tend to miss when it comes to the food episodes, at least not usually, and here it's a Benson-centered food episode where he's trying to make the best chili possible, and we get a lot of shenanigans with Benson here, like breaking into Gene's house, using chicken wings in his chili, and I really like the judge, Ben Pimento. I think he's a lot of fun, and I really like that he's just drawn to Gene until he tastes Benson's delicious chili made with the finest wings. And then even though He eats a bone in his chili. If a fucking bone was in my chili while I'm judging a contest and I bite into it expecting nothing but the delectable texture of chili, you're getting the hell out of here. Why the hell would there be a bone in my bowl? But hey, it was just that unbelievably good that Benson ends up winning, and it's really nice to see Benson actually get a win in something and just have an episode that's wholesome and fun for Benson to win. I like it. I love it. Give me more of it. So very solid episode. 168 is the episode First Day, which is actually the pilot for the series, and this episode is very dull, but it just has a lot of memorable moments, at least for me, like Mordecai and Rigby waking up, milk, cereal, combine, and when Mordecai is just fucking pouring it down Rigby's esophagus. That's very fun. I like that scene a lot.
Hey! Please don't eat up on the table like that.
And then you have them playing rock, paper, scissors over Pops' chair that he doesn't want anymore. Oh, everyone come quick! Quartz parchment shears! I think that's a lot of fun. I really enjoy Pops saying quartz parchment shears and making it like the biggest deal ever.
The most amazing game of quartz parchment shears is happening right now.
Getting to 100 ties in rock, paper, scissors and having to fight the rock, paper, scissors demon, which is just a portal, which actually turns out to be kind of lame, but either way, keeps the tension up and it's a very good pilot. I can't imagine any studio watching this pilot and being like, I don't really want this as a show, because it's just a banger. It's a really good episode. There's definitely better episodes for it, but it's a very good start for regular show. At 167 is the episode Yes Dude Yes, and although I used to dislike this episode a lot, I can't deny it has a lot of really good memorable moments. Mordecai, he sees Margaret getting proposed to and he's like, no! I have to chud now, I have to do nothing with my life because the girl I was too much of a bitch to ask out is getting married, no! What do I do? So he's just very sad, so Rigby signs him up for a bunch of dates and he goes on a bunch. He doesn't like the women until he meets CJ and they form an actual connection, and although it's just his friends, you can immediately tell that there should be something between them, and CJ is much more of a character than Margaret. Mordecai doesn't see it like that though, because he sees Margaret once again, probably took a look at her little bird ass and was like, oh, no, and gets sad again. And I really love this scene where Benson is giving him a real talk, just looking at him and being like, you never even had the gall to tell Margaret how you felt. You don't have a right to be sad. And although the scene is played for laughs with Mordecai just thanking Skips for that, I do like this moment from Benson. It's one of the earliest instances of Benson being a really good, nice character, and it's when you could tell that he actually does care for Mordecai. I love that sequence, and it turns out that Mordecai does go to ask out Margaret, but CJ shows up, CJ blows up, gets very angry, and Mordecai has to confess that he didn't mean to invite them both, and that's pretty much the episode. He ends up going with neither of them and goes with the dude that he thought Margaret was getting engaged to, but it was actually just her cousin. So yeah, overall, a really decent episode. I disliked it because I was just so biased with my hatred of the romance episodes because I thought they took away from really good regular show episodes, but when I'm ranking the show as a whole, it is pretty decent. 166 is the episode Fortune Cookie, and this is just basically a Benson torture episode. Rigby switches fortunes with Benson, and he just keeps getting beat by a lot of people. He gets mugged, he loses his apartment, he just keeps on suffering over and over and over again. The woman that he's interested sees him butt-ass naked, his dispenser is hanging out, just enlarged even. It's just not a good situation for Benson, and Benson becomes, you know, addicted to gambling, and he bets the park, and he loses, and a giant warlock shows up, starts sucking up the park, and Rigby has to switch fortunes back with him in order to save the park. And I think this episode is really fun. It's a classic regular show episode. The only downside is watching Benson needlessly suffer for so long when he didn't do anything wrong. He was just trying to enjoy his life. He was on a luck streak, everything was going good, and just watching Rigby not even remotely care even when the park is in danger and Benson is going to die is just kind of rubbing you the wrong way. But overall, it's a very entertaining episode, so I can't complain too much. 165 is the episode Cool Cubed, and this is actually one of the only Thomas-centered episodes in the series, at least before they realized that Thomas was going to be a Russian spy, which is very odd, at least to me. I don't know why they would choose this random episode that is just kind of a clone of caffeinated concert tickets, but much worse. But either way, I'm okay with it. In this episode, Thomas takes a big ol' sip of the Cool Cubed slushy so that he can make a really funny brain freeze face, and he ends up freezing his entire body, and just everything that happens actually is really funny, where they like throw him in the heated shower, that doesn't work, and then they eventually have to squeeze into his brain. I guess my only dislike of this episode is it feels weird to bring back a iconic iconic regular show villain in season 5 and just do it kind of worse. Like, I don't know. I don't really feel like people had that much nostalgia in season 5 of regular show for season 1. I mean, it only had been going on for 3 or 4 years at that point, so it kind of feels weird because I love regular show villains. I think they're iconic and I love how they're all different. So to bring back the coffee bean in the translator, but instead it's a slushy that's very cold going, freeze, freeze! I just think it's a little bit lazy, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's entertaining. They chase him down, the Cool Cube can fire giant lasers, they're inside of Thomas's head, they're running, and they barely manage to kill the Cool Cube and save Thomas, and they have to run out of there before they grow rapidly and literally explode Thomas's brain. It's a fun, action-packed episode, and although I complain about the villain, he's still very entertaining. I would have just rather had a really cool, well-thought-out ice villain instead. I don't know, maybe that's just me. 164 is the episode Benson's Car, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby accidentally throw a car remote through Benson's windshield and have to steal his car to get it fixed in time before Benson sees, and it's pretty decent. Benson hires a bounty hunter to track them down, while Mordecai and Rigby meet with a shady guy who will fix the glass for real cheap, and he manages to do it. The guy hunts them down. Benson doesn't want the guy to kill them anymore, and he fires a rocket and destroys Benson's car. Benson gets very angry. You know, what else do you really need? You got an angry Benson, you got Mordecai and Rigby doing it together, doing it for the boys, and it's just very entertaining overall. It's basically exactly like the episode Paint Job in terms of Benson's car getting destroyed in a very silly way, except instead of Rigby being a little piece of shit, it's just Mordecai and Rigby going on a silly shenanigan adventure, and I think the bounty hunter is very cool, and Benson is also very good in this episode. He's really funny, so overall, a lot of fun. 163 is the episode Cool Bikes, and this episode really only has a couple of moments at the beginning that are making me list it so high. I still think it's very entertaining. I just find the ending to be a little bit boring compared to the rest of the episode. In the episode, Mordecai and Rigby really like doing stunt and carting, just taking the golf cart and abusing that hoe to impress all of the ladies with their imaginative and beautiful tricks with the cart. Benson takes it away and gives them bicycles, which makes them not look cool, and we get this thrilling moment where Rigby's all like, and then we'll get all cool, and you'll be all like, whoa! And then Benson will be all like, and I'll be all like, and then he pulls out a gun and shoots them in the face. He doesn't actually do that, but I kind of wish he did. It's just a great interaction between Benson and Rigby. It's iconic. A lot of people think about it. It's wonderful. And so Mordecai and Rigby, they start dressing cool, and they get a montage of them wearing a bunch of different clothes that make them more and more cool. Admit it now, Benson. Put on some J's. What about now, Benson? Just trying to look more and more cool, so cool that they eventually have to go to Cool Court for being too cool, and they have to stand trial, and a bunch of people admit that Mordecai and Rigby are even really cool. Even Benson eventually admits that they are, in fact, cool. And then Benson has to save them, saving their lives, exploding the Cool Court. It's a decent episode. I just think the entire core scene is a little bit of a slowdown process, especially when it happens in the episode. But overall, really good, really decent, a lot of fun. 162 is the episode Take the Cake, and I think the beginning of this episode is genuinely one of the best openings to a regular show episode ever, where Mordecai and Rigby are tasked with picking up the cake for Maylord's ultimate surprise birthday party. And they go to the cake store, everything's going good, except there's a Karen there who's struggling to read and is like, excuse me, you just cut the line! Even though there's a line that clearly says for prepaid receipts, and everybody cuts her in line, and Mordecai and Rigby get free cake pastries, and they get their cake, and then the woman decides that they must fucking die today. So she starts ramming the car into them. She has a cake cutter and starts going, line cutters gonna get cut. And I think she's a very fun villain. I wish she was in the episode a lot more or somehow returned, but she genuinely can't read and crashes her car into a construction site because she can't read.
Wait, what does that say? I wish I could read!
That was really fun, but Mordecai and Rigby end up dropping the cake. It gets destroyed, so they have to get the help from Eileen and CJ to make a brand new cake, and it's just fun. And eventually, they find out that the cake they made is too goddamn big to get outside of the house, so they end up teleporting everything using a teleporter. They teleport everybody in the house, Benson, everyone, and they end up falling onto Mr. Maylord, which gives him a literal heart attack. But because they had a heart attack, he was so unbelievably surprised, he actually loved his birthday because nobody had ever surprised him just like that. And I think that's just the fun of regular show right there. A great opening that made me laugh, and then a tense situation of baking a cake, and then giving an old man a heart attack. What else could you possibly need? I really like this episode. 161 is the episode Tants, and in this episode, Pops decides to give Mordecai and Rigby a very generous gift for Parkiversary, a pair of pants that is also a table. Tants! I'm wearing Tants! Jolly good show! He's wearing Tants, guys. He's wearing Tants, and they don't look very good, so Mordecai and Rigby don't like them, so he gives them to Muscleman and Starla, and you know how Muscleman and Starla are. Oh, Starla, please, put on these Tants and let's have a nasty, freaky spaghetti dinner, babe. Oh, Mitch! And they absolutely ravage those Tants, destroy them. So Mordecai and Rigby, they have to make a new one with the help of Eileen. It's always great when Eileen is added to an episode and she just makes brand new Tants, but they take the logo off the original ones, and that's when the Tants Corporation, they don't like that. So they come and they start fighting with Mordecai and Rigby, but because they are so enthralled with friendship, he has a change of heart, even though he kind of sounds like Richard Nixon, you know? He sounds like him. He has a change of heart. He looks them dead in the eyes, destroys their Tants, but gives them brand new ones. How wonderful. It's a great episode, and I'm glad that Mordecai, Rigby, and Pops had a great Tants lunch. It's overall very fun. I don't really have any complaints about it. I think it's well-paced. I really like that Mordecai and Rigby are willing to do a lot for Pops, even though they just threw his fucking gift away right away, but it's still pretty wholesome. 160 is the episode Operation Hear No Evil, and this is another slice of life episode within season 8, but I think it's done very well. Mordecai and Rigby, they watch a show that they didn't know was very good, so they decide to binge it all, and they want to watch the series finale, but Benson says that they have to vacuum and clean the house before they get to watch that finale. Mordecai and Rigby, they cannot complete vacuuming, it's just too fucking hard, so they decide to bail anyway. Benson does not like this, and Benson just basically hunts them down the entire episode, and it's really funny as they're trying to do everything they possibly can to avoid hearing spoilers for the finale from Benson. It's a lot of fun with them going in like air vents, just running away from him in a golf cart, all that good stuff. It's a lot of fun. And then you eventually get to this one specific part in the episode, which I think is just brilliant, with them about to watch the finale, and Benson emerges from a bed in the room wearing a pillow and wearing a mattress and rips it all off and is like, better luck next time, fellas. You failed.
Pack it up, guys. You failed.
And I absolutely adore that scene, because how the hell did he even do that? It genuinely shocked me when I was watching it, but it's so funny. And then they get in a stalemate because Mordecai and Rigby, they could spoil one of Benson's shows, so Benson could spoil their shows, and then Shershaw ends up spoiling both shows for them. So overall, it was for nothing, but it's still a very fun episode, very regular show-esque, and I ultimately think it's one of Season 8's best. At 159 is the episode Christmas in Space, and this is basically just like a Terror Tales in the Park episode, a bunch of short stories compiled in horror format, but this time it's all about Christmas, and I actually think these are pretty entertaining for the most part. I really like the one where Mordecai and Rigby go to this fourth dimensional mall to get a typewriter for Pops, and as they're going up the elevator, you get to see them like in 3D, and then they have to try to buy this typewriter, and they get to see all the different outcomes in 4D if they went to go and play this video game, if they went to go do this, and they have to try to stay on task without giving in to the fun. I like that aspect of the episode a lot. And then there's also one with Krampus where Benson puts a lot of emphasis on the importance of handbells within an episode, just ringing and dinging to defeat Krampus. I think it's fun, I think it's silly, and it's a decent send-off for Christmas and regular show. I just kind of wish they would have done like one super ultimate Christmas special, like one that they did in season 4 for season 8, that would have felt more special than just a bunch of short stories, but I'm still glad we got one more Christmas episode in regular show, and it's decent. 158 is the episode House Rules, and Mordecai and Rigby are sick of living with all of Benson's rules. They are absolutely done living in this atrocious nightmare. They cannot handle it anymore, so they try to live outside of the house, and I absolutely love this scene where they're like camping in a tent thinking they have it easy, and then Muscle Man, he's just like, ew, and just starts destroying the tent, and he is following the rules that there is no camping. I don't know why you wouldn't ask them to leave first. I think it's a little bit overboard to destroy the tent, but it was absolutely hilarious. So Mordecai and Rigby, they eventually go in this alley, and they find a guy who could show them a place with no rules. They go there, and everybody's just living their own life. They could fly, they could do whatever, they could play video games, they could do anything. And eventually the guy mugs Mordecai, steals his wallet, so they start coming up with a bunch of different rules, which kills everybody there, and then they threaten to blind the no rules guy. So he tells them how to get out of there and gives back the wallet and whatnot. It's a pretty decent episode. I thought it was fun. I don't know, I feel like this one is a little bit overhyped. A lot of people view this as a classic. I think there's way better episodes out there. 157 is the episode Portable Toilet, and I actually think this is a really solid episode in developing Mordecai and CJ's relationship. Is it a little bit fast to immediately be developing Mordecai in a brand new relationship, even though the past 4 seasons were all about Mordecai and Margaret? Yeah, it is, but at least they're slowly building it and making them act a lot more like friends first, with Mordecai, Rigby, CJ, and Eileen all hanging out and just, you know, chilling. And CJ's all like, "Hey Mordecai, what if you ate a sandwich in a portable toilet? Would you do that?" So of course he's willing to do it. He's gonna take the dare. He goes in there, and Rigby was apparently eating a meatball sub inside of the portable toilet. Yeah, because why not? And it turns out that the door gets stuck because of all the meatball grease, and Rigby starts panicking, doing all this, and they're stuck in the portable toilet, and they end up getting sent to a military base because Muscle Man can't stand the fact that this toilet is broken. He can't handle it. He doesn't like it. He sees it knocked over because Mordecai and Rigby got in a fight. So they go to a military base, and CJ and Eileen have to go there and save them because portable toilets get destroyed at military bases by a giant space laser, because why not? Mordecai and Rigby barely manage to survive, and Mordecai realizes that CJ is very cool. It's overall a decent way to progress Mordecai and CJ's relationship, while also still having a classic feeling regular show episode that is funny, that is interesting, and some great characterization for more Eileen and CJ stuff within the series. I like it. 156 is the episode A Skips in Time, and in this episode, Skips from the past goes through the Time-nado and meets Skips from the present, and he's like,
"I've seen this before. You're nothing but a dried up hag. An old man, I don't want to become you. I can't imagine a world where I become like you."
So Skips is very hurt. He's got chest pains, baby. He's struggling and he's dying now because Skips from the past should not be here. And the main reason I like this episode is because we get more Tecmo, which we do not get enough of in the series. And he shows up, has a panini maker as an arm, and helps them to get back to the Time-nado to put Skips from the past back in his own time. It's pretty badass. It's a lot of fun. Skips from the past steals Mordecai and Rigby's pizza pouches, which is also fun. And Skips does some badass shit. Skips from the past learns about Skips' stories and whatnot, and learns that he actually is extremely cool, so he does want to become him. It's very wholesome, it's very fun, it's overall just a fun episode. It doesn't do a whole lot for me, like story-wise, plot-wise. It's just cool to see Skips from the past, see Skips from the future. It's just a very cool concept and a lot of fun. It's overall just decent. At 155 is Terror Tales in the Park 4, the worst Terror Tales in my personal opinion. I don't know, I just think some of the stories are a little bit bland. Like the first story with them all feeding something to a hole, I get that it's a reference, but they throw pops in there and it just suffocates the hole and then it dies and they all have a lovely fun time together, and it was just a hallucinogenic nightmare and they didn't need any of that. I don't know, that story was just a little bit boring to me. And then you have the story where Benson tries to fire Mordecai and Rigby pass away, and then they just keep on scaring Benson over and over again, which is also a little bit lackluster. I mean, the Mordecai and Rigby as ghost designs are really cool, especially when they're trying to scare him, but it's mainly just Benson going around going, "Ah, so scary, ah!" And then there's a twist at the end that Benson was actually the one who died. It's just weird and wonky. And then you have the final episode, or the final story, which I actually do really like, Ball Lightning, where Mordecai, CJ, Eileen, and Rigby all go inside of this VHS tape, which is 3 different genres of horror film combined into one, which I think is really funny. They make fun of a lot of cliches, like people just being so willing to die in horror movies. I enjoyed it the majority of the time, but I don't know, the rest of the stories were just lackluster, just not my favorite, and I ultimately think that there's a lot better Terror Tale stories, so this is going to be the bottom one, but it's still a Terror Tale, so it still ranks decently high on the list. 154 is the episode Free Cake! Free cake! No cake! No cake! I like this episode because it highlights beautifully how fucking poor Mordecai and Rigby are, that they can't afford a $1.50 cake, and I think that's hilarious. They really want chocolate cake and they're willing to go to great lengths just to get a nibble of it. So much so that they want to throw a birthday party for Skips, and although I find Rigby completely and utterly insufferable in this episode, I can't lie, it is unbelievably hilarious. They eventually get a chocolate cake from this snack bar after tricking Benson into thinking Skips wants a birthday party. Mordecai and Rigby fight over this cake in the forest for a very long time before eventually stumbling upon Skips, and I have to highlight the beauty of the comedy of cutting back to Benson at this moment where it's 8 p.m. and Benson's like, quick, hit the lights, and Muscle Man's just like,
Skips is gonna be so surprised when he comes in and sees us totally naked.
it's not that kind of party, Muscle Man.
Don't turn on the lights.
Woo! Skips is gonna be so surprised when he comes in and sees us totally naked.
It's not that kind of party, Muscle Man.
God, it's so funny. Like, why? Like, why would you think that it's gonna be a naked party? Who told you that? How many parties do you go to where you're just stripped down, just balls a hanging, and everybody wants a little bit of a taste? I don't know, it's your coworker's birthday. But either way, Mordecai and Rigby find Skips. He's doing this ritual in the forest. Rigby interrupts it because, again, insufferable piece of shit. They have to go up to the Guardians of Youth, the Guardians of Babies, who are going to kill Skips for not completing his ritual. They start killing him, and I hate how Rigby acts in this episode genuinely, where Skips is dying. You can see his nipples disintegrating, and Rigby literally stares at this and is still hesitant to give up his cake. The babies are only willing to spare Skips if they give up the cake. And they give up the cake after Mordecai convinces Rigby, which is a stupid thing to say out loud because Skips is on the floor dying. But either way, the babies start rubbing it all over their bodies, as babies tend to do. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They save Skips. Skips gets to go and have a birthday. It's fun. I like it. It has some good Skips lore throughout. It has some great comedic moments. It's everything you can need in a regular show episode, really. 153 is the episode's starter pack, once again one of the only Thomas episodes in the series. And in this episode, Thomas is getting hazed on his first day working at the park. And I think the beginning of it with all the pranks where everybody's faking like losing a hand, giving him a little bit of a stash from a drink, pulling his underwear, doing all that nonsense, I think it's a lot of fun and it's a great introduction to Thomas as a character. And then throughout the entire episode, watching Muscle Man just continuously prank him over and over again with things like drive-by atomic wedgie is also a lot of fun. And I like that Thomas is just sitting there taking it like a champ. And the finale where we get to see Muscle Man rage out when Mordecai and Rigby try to stand up for Thomas, dumping trash all over him, saying that it was Thomas, and then him going into a blind rage trying to murder Thomas, only to end up faking it all, throwing a car or a fucking building at Thomas's car, thinking that Thomas is dead, but Thomas was in on the prank, and they were actually pranking Mordecai and Rigby. It's silly, it's convoluted, it doesn't make sense how the fuck Thomas could have possibly gotten out of that car, but ultimately, it's a great time, and it was a great introduction to Thomas. I wish that they kept the ball rolling with his character. I mean, I know they only did the Russian spy stuff because they did absolutely nothing with him, but it's not like the voice actor wasn't there. He was always there. He voices characters in almost every single episode. They could have made Thomas way more interesting, like episodes just like this, making him like maybe an underdog of the group of some sorts. I guess Rigby's kind of that, but either way, it's still a fun episode. I just wish we got more episodes with Thomas just like this. 152 is Marvolo the Wizard, and this episode is a lot of fun. I think Pops was the perfect character to thrust back in time, but it's through a Ren fair, so everybody knows that they're just in character and not actually in the 1600s. But Pops, he thinks otherwise. He thinks he is literally in the hell of a fucking Renaissance, and he's going around like, I don't know, everybody's gonna murder him or try to tickle him or try to molest him or something. Like, that's just the vibe he's getting. Bad show! Very bad show! Oh, Mordecai, Rignatius, who are you? The Mad King? Who is that? And eventually Pops gets so crazy and so silly that he knocks himself out, and he wakes up in a costume looking like Marvolo the Wizard, and he starts freaking out, hallucinating that he's talking to Marvolo, but he is Marvolo, and he fights a dragon at the end that is robotic, and it just like wreaks chaos because the dragon goes out of control and a giant tower collapses, killing the dragon, and Pops wakes up and everybody is just like normal again, and it turns out the park broke even when it comes to the Ren Fair, but it's still a very fun episode. There's a lot that I left out, mainly the scenes with Benson where he's like, no refunds, no refunds. I will be impressed by the Marvolo the Wizard battle. Do I hear ye asking for a refund? I think it's a lot of fun. Every character within this episode is just at their perfect perfection, especially when they're all scared of getting fired because they're not staying in character. It's a really good episode. 151 is the episode Snow Tubing, and this is by far one of my favorite Rigby and Eileen episodes. It's just so wholesome, everything that happens throughout the entire episode. It has that classic regular show feel, with Mordecai, Margaret, Eileen, and Rigby all going snow tubing. Eileen, though, she has a massive fear of snow tubing. She hates it, she does not want to do it, but she tries to just stall them the best she can, like ordering a 64-ounce drink at a gas station with her tiny little mole beaver body, just drinking it all in like 30 seconds, so that she has to take a massive leak every 5 minutes to try to avoid this. They do eventually get all the way to the mountain though, and Eileen just keeps on stalling, and she eventually has to confide into Rigby about her fears, and they end up getting stuck on the top of the mountain, even though Rigby was perfectly okay with them not having to do it. And the only way down is to do a double black diamond, and this entire sequence of them going down the mountain, dodging grizzly bears, going through ice tunnels, dodging axes, it's all so unbelievably cool. It's incredibly animated, it's a lot of fun, and it has that regular show feel of turning something as simple as snow tubing into something completely and utterly chaotic. Eileen ends up loving snow tubing, and she wants to go again, and she goes on a normal course and finds it lame as fuck because it's not that double black diamond thrill. Either way, it's a really fun episode. I think Eileen's flashback with her dad, where she gets the scar that she's afraid, and it's just like the tiniest scar ever, and she keeps showing people it, and they're just like, what am I looking at? What is that thing? I like that aspect of the episode a lot too. I just think it's overall very fun, and I really like the Eileen and Rigby episodes. At 150 is the episode Video 101, and I think this is a really solid Eileen episode. In this episode, Eileen wants a automatic A, and so she enlists the help from Mordecai, Rigby, and CJ to make a video just from the heart. It can be about anything, and she decides on a dance video. Mordecai and Rigby, they take over it though, just kind of being dicks, kind of being assholes, and producing the worst thing imaginable, focusing on things like genuine zebra head. And it's always so weird in shows like this where there are anthropomorphic animals, but they eat other animals, and yet they could carry a giant zebra head and not view that as weird, unless he's just saying it's a zebra head because it's a zebra head. I don't know, I guess they never really focus on their characteristics of being animals unless you're Rigby. I don't know how weird it is. But either way, they make a really shitty video, which leads to Eileen having to take over at the end of the episode, and we get a really sick dance montage where they're just dancing in space, dancing on a mountain, dancing on a volcano, dancing in the sea, dancing on the beach. It's really fun, and it's nice to see Eileen get the win at the end and get the automatic A. I will say the only fault of this episode is, to most people, I could definitely see it being a little bit boring, a little bit simple, but I still think it's a lot of fun. I think it's wholesome. I think it's great that they're all helping Eileen and trying their best. I think it's just a fun episode of regular show. At 149 is yet another Terror Tales at the Park. This time we got Terror Tales at the Park 2. And I feel like two of the stories in it are absolute bangers, and one story I always just kind of hated. That story is the party bus story. I just find it to be really boring every time I watch it. They go on the bus, that being Mordecai, Margaret, Rigby, and Eileen, and they start going on the bus, and then they get really old. They realize that they don't want to be old. They put the bus in reverse and start getting really young, and then just disintegrate. It's just kind of whatever. I find it to be very boring. But the second story is a lot of fun, with Mordecai's uncle dying in a fucking bowling accident, but he owes Mordecai $5, so he starts harassing him, following him around like a big old fat chunky uncle would, saying, Morty, Morty, chasing him, and then eventually just giving him his $5 and just crawling back into his grave. I find that one to be funny and subverts my expectations, so it's worthwhile. And then that final episode, or final story, is also really good, with Jan the Wallpaper Man being a giant spider and kidnapping everybody with wallpaper goo spewing out of his asshole. Now I wonder, in his human form, does it also come out of his buttocks, or does it come out of his hands? Because a spider spews their illustrious silk webbing out of their ass. Does Jan also, when he is in human form, perspirated out of his asshole? These are the important questions, people. Questions that nobody really thinks about. So, Mordecai and Rigby eventually have to confront him in his giant spider form to save everybody, and they grab a box of replica grenades, and they end up blowing themselves up with the spider, and that's pretty much the entire episode. I think it's fun. I like the story. I like two of the stories. That party bus story just always kind of rubs me the wrong way, but I think the other two stories make up for it, and it overall is a fun episode.
Pretzel while the others do what I want. See? That's why pretzels are the perfect food. They got handles.
148 is the episode Bad Portrait, and this episode tackles Mordecai's insecurities as an artist very well. I wish they actually focused on that a lot more, because it does play a pivotal role in Mordecai's ending in the series, and they don't really do a whole lot with it, except in this one episode. They decide to do episodes where Mordecai thinks about being a pilot, which was just kind of weird. I wish that that was another painting episode like this one. Either way, Rigby, he's eating a pretzel and gets it all over Benson's portrait, which is for his induction into the Park Hall of Fame, and Mordecai is the only one capable of fixing it, and he just can't do it. He eventually has to fight a bunch of Benson paint monsters who say he isn't good enough, and with the help of Bob Ross, he's able to Street Fighter fight all of the Benson paintings, and it's actually pretty sick, pretty badass, using like fireballs, Charlukins, all of that good stuff to defeat the paint monsters, and he ends up painting while he's fighting them, and makes a really well, made portrait of Benson, I guess. It's very colorful, to say the least, and Benson ends up loving it, and I think it's a great episode to tackle some of Mordecai's more important insecurities instead of constantly focusing on his love life. 157 is the episode Playdate, and this is Mordecai and CJ's very first date, also a Thomas episode. Now, I haven't talked about the first Thomas episode, but Thomas, he's just a little baby guy who likes to get angry. He's Death and Death's wife's son, and he's actually 300 years old, and it's very odd, it's very weird, and he just starts being a little cretin. They go down to hell, to the underworld playground, and he takes one look at this sexy praying mantis who is clearly voluptuously pregnant. She's got a big old pot belly, and he's like,
Mordecai, why are you hitting on this praying mantis while your girlfriend's in the bathroom, you buffoon?
So Mordecai, CJ, and Thomas, they have to run away from this big bull man who ends up having one of the most tragic deaths. I mean, the guy just thought that his wife was getting hit on and he was defending her, and then he falls into a pit and fucking dies while they escape on the motorcycle. That was a very odd choice. Either way, they manage to escape. Thomas gets knocked out by a bowling ball. Mordecai and CJ have a passionate kiss. They're feeling great. Smooches, and Mordecai ends up being the best babysitter in the world once again. It's overall a really decent episode, and I like when the romance episodes still have a regular show feel to it without feeling like it's just, oh man, let's have this really boring plot line that the main focus is will they, won't they? Here, it still has that regular show vibe, that regular show tension, running away from giant monsters, but it still isn't boring because it's a romance episode. It does romance right. 156 is the episode The Best Burger in the World. Anyone who doesn't eat one is a chump. Okay, so Mordecai and Rigby, they really want the best burger in the world because it tastes like the Himalayas. Jolly good show.
Oh my, I can taste the Himalayas.
They want it so unbelievably badly, Benson won't let them. We get a montage of them struggling to not get the burgers, and eventually they clone themselves with like glass mirror people, and the glass mirror people come to life and they have to fight Mordecai and Rigby in a classical music sequence where they're throwing rocks at the glass people. It's fun, it's visually pretty entertaining, and Benson ends up eating both of their burgers, and the burger truck goes into a fucking fiery pit, and there's no more burgers ever again. And Mordecai and Rigby don't get to eat them, and Benson, he swallows them up, eats them good.
You know, you guys were right all along. These burgers are outstanding.
And it is probably the most unsatisfying ending in all of regular show, but I can't deny that the episode is fun. They do make the ultimatums, the burgers, look extremely good. The clash between Mordecai and Rigby going up against glass Mordecai and Rigby is really fun. And even though I absolutely hate that Benson ate his burgers, I think it was a great subversion and ultimately a very funny moment, even if it does drive me a little bit bonkers. 155 is the episode Out of Commission, and I think by far this is the most slept on episode in all of regular show. Obviously, coming at 155 isn't really a trophy. If anything, it's a participation award. You don't really get all the medals, you don't get all the glory if you're at number 155, but Out of Commission is still a lot of fun. I like the aspect of the cart coming to life after they pour soda on it, and Mordecai and Rigby, they have to take it to the dump, but because it's now sentient, they give it one final day where, of course, the cart, it wants to have sex. So it has sex with a nice little red car. It goes into a bar and has a bar fight. It literally goes off a giant hill in a blaze of glory with fireworks to commit suicide. How wonderful! Yes! It's a great episode, and I think they made the cart a very interesting character for the one episode. I honestly would have loved if, because Mordecai and Rigby have to go and retrieve the cart at the end, if the cart was somehow still alive and just became kind of a member of the park, just randomly chiming in. I think that could have been really cool. But either way, it's really fun to watch a golf cart have sex, yes, and then also get into a bar fight and have to like use its body in a very weird way to try to fight people. I think it's very interesting and was a fun concept for an episode, but I never see anybody talk about this one, so I think it's very slept on and I really enjoy it. 154 is the episode Space Escape, and this episode is really good for like serialized regular show. It's very hard to rank here because a lot of the episodes are extremely comedic, so this one, you know, it feels a little bit out of place to be talking about in between funny episodes, but I'm mainly ranking it here for its importance to the series, where they have to escape the space tree because Anti-Pops is invading for the very first time, and he's going to potentially kill them all. I really like the scene where Mordecai and Rigby are at the space gas station, and Anti-Pops shows up there and erases the clerk from existence. Just like a minimalist showcase of his power, and then he invades the station. They barely manage to escape with their lives thanks to a sacrifice from Sure Shot, which doesn't even matter because he shows up later because he apparently cloned himself. Oh well, in the meantime, for a character like Sure Shot who literally got no development and was extremely uninteresting, his sacrifice was fine. I think the escape was pretty cool. Overall, a fine, decent episode. It's just not going to rank any higher because there's great like comedy episodes, which is what regular show is all about. 153 is the episode Last Meal, and I don't know, not much to say about it. Muscle Man goes around eating a bunch of food because he has to go on a diet, and him and Starla at the end of the episode, because Muscle Man is gonna die from eating too much, they passionately kiss each other in ways never before seen, literally spinning each other when they kiss. It's just a beautiful sequence. It definitely melts your heart. Anybody watching it, all of a sudden, they need a big green woman or man in their life. It's just how it goes. It's just how the cookie crumbles. What else do I need to say? Big, beautiful people kissing each other. 152 is Under the Hood, and this episode focuses on Park Avenue, a guy who is spray painting and ends up framing Muscle Man. Muscle Man, he was spraying High Five Ghost Scooter orange, and he had buffalo sauce, smell it bro, on his fingers, and because Benson doesn't want to smell his fingers, he ends up firing Muscle Man because Mordecai and Rigby ratted out Muscle Man. And it turns out that it was Park Avenue who was doing all the spray painting, so Mordecai and Rigby, they have to catch him at all costs, and they end up going into his dimension, which is just invisible, and they end up spray painting it, which pisses him off, so he turns himself in and gets arrested. It's a fun episode, and we get to see Muscle Man try stand-up comedy.
You know who else's couch smells like a pile of butts? My mom!
And nobody laughs at him. It's just a really fun episode. I think Park Avenue was a very unique villain. I genuinely was shocked when he was revealed to just be a spray bottle, but in terms of regular show, it makes perfect sense. Overall, a fun episode. 151 is Bald Spot, and this is actually the lowest rated episode in the entire series, which always baffles me because there's definitely worse episodes than this one. There's just a lot of Muscle Man haters out there, but in this episode, Muscle Man gets a bad haircut, so he thinks that he is bald. So we get to see him try to hide it with a hat. We get to see him do a comb over, a spray bottle to try to hide his baldness, and eventually he settles on being shirtless and vigorously shaking his boobs to make sure Starla doesn't see that he is bald and breaks up with him, which I think is just undoubtedly hilarious. And eventually he's shaking it so much that he can't do it anymore, so he starts punching and slapping them, and they turn golden and start shaking even faster and just become the ultimate nipples.
Are you okay?
Don't come in here, bro!
Which put women in a trance, put Starla in a trance, and then Starla almost breaks up with him because all the women want him and all the men want to kill him, and so Muscle Man has to reveal that he's bald, and Starla's all like, "Oh, Mitch, I love you, regardless of your shit fucking haircut." Yes, it's a haircut, and it's a really funny episode. I don't know how people can dislike this unless they're just not okay with Muscle Man's vigorous shaking boobs, but I personally, I'm all for it. I think it's funny. 150 is the episode Birthday Gift, and in this episode, Rigby realizes that he is a horrible, atrocious, no good, very bad gift giver, so he decides he wants to give Mordecai a actual good gift. So he meets Zaxxon, a guy who could make you go inside of a video game world and make your own video game. We get a training sequence before they actually go into the game, which is a lot of fun. Just watching Rigby struggle to do all these basic tasks initially is really funny, like where he has to not eat a cupcake, or he gets shocked and he's just like shoving the cupcake down his esophagus while he's getting shocked. That was really funny. And then Rigby eventually is able to go inside of the game, which is fun. He makes it. He fights a bunch of ants, sprays fire everywhere, and eventually gets all the way to the end and makes the game for Mordecai and gives him a wholesome gift. And the game turns out to be absolute dog shit, but Mordecai is still impressed. Overall, a wholesome episode where Rigby is just trying to do better. What's wrong with that? 149 is the episode TGI Tuesday, and in this episode, Mordecai wants to host a going-away party for Margaret, except he wants to do it on a Tuesday, and they eventually settle on the park's ball side, whatever, ballroom, a big old ballroom, and of course we get that iconic scene where Benson is like, it used to host the biggest balls of its day, Rigby being like, oh, how big were they? Oh, they were huge! You know, gotta have that iconic scene in your life, and then, they start cleaning the ballroom and it keeps re-dirtying itself, and apparently ghosts are there, so they have to have a super awesome dance-off against them, which is a lot of fun. You got Ballroom Blitz playing in the background while Mordecai, Rigby, and Eileen are just hitting a nice jig, and the dance ghosts are ghosting it up, and eventually Mordecai warms their hearts, so they clean the ballroom, and we just get Mordecai and Margaret dancing at the end of the episode. It's wholesome, it's fun, it expands upon their relationship in a good way. It's just a decent episode. I really only rank it this high for the dance battle, because it's a fucking awesome dance battle with Ballroom Blitz playing in the background, and everybody Dirty Dean's gonna turn into a Ballroom Blitz, Ballroom Blitz. 148 is the episode Favorite Shirt, and in this episode, Mordecai, High Five Ghost, and Rigby are messing with Muscle Man. They take off his shirt, they're doing the classic woo, 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 and they throw the shirt into the wood chipper, so they gotta get him a brand new one, and this takes place during the Dome Arc, so they go down into the catacombs, and they take some of the shirt, the fabric, and they throw it into this DNA recreator, but it had some of Muscle Man's hair, so it creates this cloth version of Muscle Man who is just absolutely insane, and he starts going around just being Muscle Man, but even more stupid in a way, and I think he's fun. It's just basically Muscle Man as the Chaos God incarnate and running around, and they eventually kill him by tying a string to an arrow and shooting it, and for some reason it goes, thank you, which is kind of weird. I guess it didn't like being sentient at all. I don't know. It's a fun episode, though. I think it's one of the better Season 7 episodes. 147 is Family BBQ, yet another romance episode that I actually think is really good. In this episode, Mordecai has to meet Frank, Margaret's dad, and he's not willing to give a handshake, so eventually they have a man and ball contest while Mordecai's wearing a thong. You could see his ass cheeks in high def, and they just keep cannonballing and trying to one-up each other with cannonballs over and over and over again. They eventually go up inside of a helicopter and jump all the way down from the heavens and break every bone in their body just to prove a point, but Mordecai, because he was willing to save Frank's life because Frank didn't jump with a parachute, he doesn't care. He's willing to try and save him. He earns the respect of Frank and gives him a nice speech, and he gets that handshake, and it's just really fun. A cannonball contest is fun. It's a very simplistic episode of regular show, but going and doing it from a helicopter and breaking all of their limbs was a really crazy way to take it, and ultimately made it very enjoyable.
Time, but 2 in the morning's where we draw the line.
146 is the episode Saving Time, and this is the iconic episode with "This is the clock song, we're setting all the clocks wrong." Mordecai and Rigby, because they have to turn all the clocks back on daylight savings, they decide to turn it all ahead instead of to the correct time, which just messes with literally everything, causing them to go into a different time zone and for them to float up and start floating towards the ocean to go in their correct time zone. It's a very good episode with a very tense ending with them almost all dying and sinking into the ocean. It has some great comedic moments like them breaking into Benson's apartment, all that good stuff. I love it. It's tense. It's a fun concept that you don't really get to see. It's got a banger song with the clock song, we're setting all the clocks wrong. I like it. I'm a big fan of it.
It's not that bad. Whoa, dude.
Huh? That's not right, man.
145 is the episode Survival Skills, and I just really like the concept and the execution of this episode, where Mordecai and Rigby, they really hurt Benson's feelings because they forgot to get the quesadillas for the big meeting, and so they travel into the supermarket, they grab the tortillas, and they can't find their way back because the car runs out of gas, and they eat tree bark, and they just start tripping absolute fucking sack, just basically going into psychosis. At least that's what I could assume, because for the next 5 hours, they think that they're out in the woods for years, decades even, even, and they're surviving off of all the tortillas, growing facial hair, attacking wildebeests, and it turns out the entire time they're only like 15 feet away from everybody else, and they've just been manic the entire time, and I like to believe that it's because they ate the tree bark and started tripping balls. Visually, it was a lot of fun, especially when they started tripping sack. I just really like this episode, and the way they approach drugs in a kid's cartoon is always walking that line of like, oh man, is this too much for adults? Is this too much? Or too much for kids? Is this too much? And they always manage to make it work in a very interesting and fun way. I love this episode. 144 is the episode Pam I Am, and this is a Benson romance episode. How rare are those things? You gotta enjoy them when they appear. And in this episode, Benson meets Pam, a worker at the Dome, and they immediately hit it off, and Benson wants to go and get her some wings, and Benson's entire time in Wing Kingdom is probably the best portion of this episode, where he can't pick a flavor and a woman behind him tells, "It's just wings, buddy, pick a flavor." And Benson's like, "Just wings? This might determine if I get to end up with the girl of my dreams!" and just starts screaming at a woman and her daughter. I love that. I think it's hilarious. And then you get to watch Benson try to sneak into the Dome, like, laboratories to get all the way down to Pam, and they end up having a really fun date. It's kind of Willy Wonka-esque, where they start floating up and barely manage to survive thanks to burping. It's a lot of fun, and I'm glad that Benson gets some time forming a romance. Even though his relationship with Pam isn't very well developed, I still think it makes for a good and wholesome episode, and yet another somewhat win for Benson. At 143 is Terror Tales in the Park 5, and I'm really only ranking this high because of one specific story, and it's the story where Pops is in court. He goes to use the bathroom and a werewolf goes in there, and they're all like, "Should we really let this werewolf go and hang out with this senile old man? It doesn't seem like the best kind of idea." And everybody's just perfectly fine with it, and even when they hear Pops screaming as he's getting mugged by this giant werewolf, nobody seems to care, and then the werewolf frames Pops, so now Pops is standing trial for the werewolf's crimes, and eventually has to break out and gets on a plane, and they're playing Werewolves of London. I don't know, there's something I really enjoy about that entire story that makes me want to put it all the way up here. I just think it's hilarious, and I like that everybody mentions how wrong it is what they are doing. Even Pops admits that, "It's me, Pops, please, you don't have to do this," and then they just decide to go guilty because it sounds more fun. I really like that short story. All the other ones are fine too. That's the only one I want to talk about though.
A British taxi? Oh, I thought you said a brownish taxi.
But that taxi's yellow.
Yellow? My taxi's no coward.
142 is the episode Hello, Governor, and this is just a certified classic regular show episode. I think it's one of the best that the show has to offer, in which Rigby, he watches a horror movie with Mordecai, and he gets deathly afraid of British taxis. So much so that he sees them everywhere, he dreams about them everywhere, and they just follow him around everywhere. Even when he goes to, like, a cricket game where there's a bunch of British people, they all walk up like, "Hello, how are you? Hello, Governor," and all of a sudden he starts hallucinating that there's like 20 of them all walking up with sharp teeth saying, "Hello, Governor, hello, Governor," and I just really enjoy that because Rigby's just very manic in this episode. Nothing he is experiencing is even remotely real. He's just genuinely hallucinating it all, and that makes it all the more funny. They eventually are gonna go out to the woods with Pops because Pops says, "Oh yes, of course I have a British taxi," and they go and see it, and Mordecai just immediately points out, "I thought you said you had a British taxi," and Pops is like, "A British taxi? Oh no, I thought you said a brownish taxi," and it's a yellow cab, and Mordecai's like, "Pops, that taxi's yellow." And then Pops is like, my taxi is no coward, I assure you of that. That's probably one of my favorite scenes in all of regular show. I think it's just so unbelievably hilarious. They go out into the woods, and they run out of gas, and then this guy who is in a Hello Governor outfit wearing the taxi cab uniform, he starts chasing them down, hunting them, and Rigby just starts beating the ever-living shit out of him in a very funny way to end the episode, where Rigby once again was just going manic, didn't actually beat this guy. I mean, he's a tiny little raccoon, he can't do much, but it turns out it was just the guy from the store who wanted the tape back. That's pretty much it. It is a really fun episode of regular show. I think it's one of Rigby's funniest episodes. There's something about a manic man hallucinating that is just inherently funny. What else can I say? 141 is the episode Country Club. I don't really have a lot to say about this one. It's just a very simple episode of regular show, but it is fun. The car gets stolen by a bunch of Country Club people. They have to break in and try to get it back, and so they have this big old fight at the end of the episode over all their stuff because the Country Club has just been stealing all of their stuff for so long, and the Country Club people, they want to turn it all into toilets. So Mordecai and Rigby, they fight the Country Club head owner, who just has a bunch of plastic surgery like tiger tendons and a face that they can't punch, but they manage to ram him with the cart and send him into it, turning him into the toilet. The main part of the episode that I really like is that big battle at the end with everybody from the park versus the Country Club. Everything else is just pretty classic regular show. Simple, you know, story turned into absolute chaos with a toilet machine. It's fun.
Tried to use your computing device to look up its habitat on the internet, but I got scared.
At 140 is the episode Gold Watch, and in this episode, Benson is celebrating that he is about to have 500 consecutive days being on time for work. He can't believe it. He goes out, he celebrates with a little bit of wings, even though, you know, people tend to do some bad things with a belly full of wings, and he wakes up in the fucking desert, and he has to go through all these shenanigans where he gets arrested. He finds Mordecai and Rigby, strangles Mordecai. Pops comes to save them, but then Pops also gets arrested because the guy who is in charge of keeping them in jail is a corrupt cop, and so they decide that they're going to jump the guy by all hiding on the back of Pops' heads and acting like they all escaped except for Pops. They mug him, and then Benson has to travel back in time using this awesome super jet to travel all the way back. He ends up going too far, but he ends up making it just in time to get his gold watch in the end. It's a very solid episode of regular show. I really have no complaints about it. I will say that it is a little bit forgettable, but maybe that's just because it's a season 5 episode, but anytime I watch it, I'm still thoroughly entertained. 139 is the episode Bank Shot, and this is one of the only episodes where Rigby's brother Don is actually featured in a very good way. It's a very simple episode of regular show. Rigby is playing Bank Shot, a game where you have to get the most bounces off each rim before it gets into the basket to score the most points, and he thinks that he is just the Don, the big man, the best man, until he bets too much and he keeps on losing to this guy named Cash. So Rigby has to find his strength and get some training with Don so that he is able to do it again, and I just love the ending of this episode where Rigby is able to beat Cash, but he doesn't get his trucker hat back. He bet that initially at the start of the episode, until we learn that the first basket he missed in his game with Cash actually was bouncing around the entire globe, and we get to watch the basketball get on a plane, fall in love, do all this great stuff. Like, there's nothing better than watching a basketball meet a fine, nice piece of ass and just bounce along with it, right? Gotta love that. And the basketball returns, does the ultimate bank shot, and Rigby wins in the best way possible, and it's just a very solid episode of regular show. I really do like that Don was called here and used to help Rigby. I wish more episodes had a lot of Don stuff, because Don, even though he's a little brother, he does seem like he truly cares for Rigby, and anytime he's in the show, I feel like he's a really fun character to have around.
And girls. Huh?
138 is the episode Muscle Woman, and I feel like this is one of the most slept on episodes in the entire show. I even initially hated this episode because it's a Starla episode, but going back and rewatching it, it is one of the funniest episodes that regular show has to offer, with one of the best conclusions, at least I feel so. In this episode, Muscle Man is just crying vigorously a lot. He's crying in the shower, crying everywhere. Dude, Muscle Man, are you in the shower so we can't hear you crying?
No, it's just the sound of the water hitting the drain.
It's so funny to watch this guy cry, and they try to help Muscle Man get back on the saddle, but he's just like,
no, this heart yearns for another Starla.
And so Mordecai, Rigby, and High Five Ghost decide to go and find Starla to try to convince her to go back to Muscle Man. And I love Starla's introduction. I think it's hilarious where Rigby bumps into her and just sees this giant, big, fat, green woman, which honestly looks extremely intimidating. And then Mordecai says a couple of words, and because Starla is a dirty lady with a bunch of tramp stamps, she falls for Mordecai right away. So they start dating for a little bit, really to just get Starla to see that she wants to go back to Muscle Man. And Mordecai eventually, after Starla's pungent lips touch his, he decides to break up with her, and Starla just loses her shit and tries to kill them. And all of the scenes where Starla is chasing them down, hunting them down, are just hilarious, especially when they're in the golf cart and Starla's just running at full speed, keeping up with it, and you can see her in the mirror. It's really funny. She throws boulders at helicopters, she destroys buildings, and eventually Muscle Man hears all this and is like,
Starla, I have feelings.
And they start passionately making out nonstop, and they're back together. Good for them. It's a very funny episode of Regular Show. I think Starla is great in a antagonist format. She's not really ever the antagonist of another episode, but I kind of wish there were like random times where Starla was really angry at Mitch. I mean, they wouldn't have as good and glowing relationship, but I think it would still be funny because Starla as a villain is hilarious. It's just like Muscle Man, but Mitch! You know, I'm all for it. 137 is New Bro on campus, and this is the origin story of Muscle Man and High Five Ghost friendship, and I think it's a decent enough story where High Five Ghost came to the high school that Muscle Man was going to and was immediately beating him in nacho eating contests, stealing all the ladies, and taking his parking spot. So they have a big race at the end of the episode. The race is fun, a little bit underwhelming, but not bad, and it's saved by the big climactic ending where they create the crash pit and High Five Ghost saves Muscle Man's life, thus them becoming besties for the resties. You know, it's just pretty great. It's a solid origin story, nothing too amazing to say about it, but it's a very solid episode of Regular Show, and I'm glad that we got this lore edition. 136 is the episode The End of Muscle Man, and in this episode, everybody thinks that Muscle Man is literally going to fucking die, so they give him the best day that he could ever ask for, mainly all on Benson's dime. He is paying for every last second of this as they go and do the most fun things ever. The main part of this episode that makes me rank it so high is the ending, where Muscle Man, he's gonna die. He's gonna literally die, so he's on an ice sculpture, he's laying there dead. Starla shows up and is like, Mitch, what did you do? And then the music kicks on, and then Muscle Man starts vigorously dancing, rising like a phoenix from the flame, as Pops would put it, and it's so unbelievably hilarious. The thing that makes this scene so much is all of the characters reacting, especially Benson getting so angry upon seeing Muscle Man twerking on an ice sculpture after he dropped $10,000 on Muscle Man's best day. It was actually all just a ruse, so Muscle Man could propose to Starla. He does that. It's pretty dang snazzy, good for him, and the big thing that makes this episode even better is, again, their reactions at the end there, where Muscle Man is talking and everybody's like, what, I thought you were gonna die. And he's like, no, it was a metaphor. And Benson's like, I leave this world tonight. It's not a metaphor. And Muscle Man's like, oh, I guess I get what you're saying there. It's just a really comedic episode of Regular Show. It's very silly, and that ending is just so much fun, which is why it's ranked so high. 135 is Crazy Fake Plan, and this episode is just really wholesome. I really enjoy the lengths that Rigby is going to try to surprise Eileen. He takes her on the ultimate adventure to throw her off what the surprise could possibly be, going to this destination, this destination, this destination, and eventually getting kidnapped by a bunch of motorcycle bike fellers, and Eileen thinks that she's gonna die, and in reality, Rigby took her to see a giant strawberry. It's just a really fun and sweet, wholesome episode, and is a great example of Rigby's progression as a character and the things he's willing to do for Eileen. I enjoy this one a lot. 134 is the episode The Postcard, and believe it or not, this is the only High Five Ghost-centric episode in the entire series, and it's pretty dang solid. In this episode, High Five Ghost meets Celia, and they fall in love. You know, they go to the aquarium, and they both like aquatic life, and they go, me too, which means they're in love forever, and Celia is leaving the country for 4 years, so they decide in 4 years they're gonna write on this postcard, and if they're both still single, then they'll come and see each other. So Celia sends the postcard in 4 years, but they can't read it at all because it's been changed in the mail so many times, so they have to try to decipher it, and they get some help from these guys at the police office, and they just keep going around to a bunch of different pizza places trying to find Celia, and they're not able to, but happy ending towards the end where High Five Ghost just finds Celia either way at the place where they first met. It's a decent enough episode. It's kind of like underwhelming for High Five Ghost's only centric episode, but it's still fun. It has some wholesome moments between Celia and High Five Ghost. The like tension is there when they're looking for the best pizza oven, and there is some good comedy in there with the side characters and whatnot. It's overall a pretty decent episode.
Oh no, we've become so smart. They're stupid to us.
133 is the episode More Smarter, and because Mordecai is being a absolute dick to Rigby, who did not get his high school diploma, Rigby decides to drink Brain Max, which just makes him extremely smart. Mordecai also starts drinking it, and then we get a battle of the brains as they keep trying to prove who is more dumb, and it's a decently fun episode. The main part that really gets me is towards the end where they become so unbelievably smart that everybody else is stupid to them, and we get to see, like, you know, caveman really fucking stupid versions of Benson skips, Muscle Man and High Five Ghost and Pops. It's just really funny to see those characters just look like absolute slop and be going like, it's really funny. I enjoy it a lot. Eventually they have to drink Rigby's concoction Rig Juice to become stupid again, but it overall is a very fun episode, and it's also a good episode for Mordecai character-wise to try to understand Rigby a little bit more and be a better friend, even though Mordecai never changes. He just does shit in episodes and becomes a stagnant character no matter what. It's still fun, and watching them become really smart is also interesting. There's also some good visuals in this one.
Oh, jeez!
132 is the episode Dead at 8, and in this episode, Muscleman gets driven to do his water slide that he has been building early because Muscleman and Rigby think that he will never do it. He goes on it, it breaks, and one of the funniest scenes of regular show, Muscleman literally dies. He's just flung off of this ramp, he hits a tree, he hits everything, and he crashes into a car and dies. So Mordecai and Rigby have to babysit Thomas, Death's son, in order to get Muscleman back to life. So it's pretty fun. I think Thomas is a really fun character. He's just a very grumpy baby who's also 300 years old, and Mordecai and Rigby, they try the best to babysit him, but he also just wants Death incarnate and eventually releases this giant death worm, and they have to outsmart it by putting it back in the book by using Muscleman's soul as bait. It's a really interesting episode. It's a fun concept, and Thomas was a really interesting character, especially when at the end of the episode he's like, I'm going to tell mommy and daddy what you did, oh, and then a chandelier falls and just collapses onto him. It's a great sequence of events. I think the worm was good for tension and really fun. I think Muscleman being stuck in a soul jar was also really funny. It's just a great combination of everything you would need in a regular show episode. 131 is the episode Party Horse, and this episode is just the certified antithesis of what a regular show episode is supposed to be, especially when they're just helping Party Horse get ready for a US history test. He's taking the test and Benson walks in and they say, Benson, I know we usually don't have a good excuse for what we do, but if that horse doesn't pass that US history test, the entire earth is going to explode. Isn't that just the most regular show sentence you could ever hear? I just absolutely love that, and this entire concept of the episode is really funny, just helping a horse from outer space try to learn US history to pass a test, and then that ending where he just runs away is also really fun after just calling his principal a jerk horse and getting him to not want to blow up the earth or promising you wouldn't blow up the earth. It's a really fun episode. I actually like Party Horse. I just wish that they didn't tarnish his legacy by making him come back for a second episode, but it's a pretty solid episode for what it is. At 130 is the episode Benson's Pig, and I mainly like this one so much because the pig acts like he's just a normal piggy, you know, mild intelligence, and then all of a sudden it gets real spicy with him going into a donut shop, causing havoc with the sole purpose of getting arrested, going to the police station, getting released, but he set a tripwire and released his buddy, his criminal buddy, and then they have to try to stop him from breaking stuff in Benson's apartment, only to get attacked by police who are shooting beanbags at them and destroying Benson's apartment, and then the pig and the criminal man, they go their separate ways because Pig wants to live a normal, nice life, quiet life. It's a really funny episode. I really enjoy it. It really subverts your expectations with what this little pig is going to be. Benson has a sentient criminal pig now as his pet. I wish they did more with applesauce, I guess. I don't know. I really like this one, though. I think it's funny, mainly because of Pig. At 129 is the episode No Train, No Gain, and this is a training episode in Season 8, and I actually think it's one of the best episodes that Season 8 has to offer, where Pops is training to the music. Mordecai and Rigby, they're tired of hearing the same song, so they decide to put on the song Through the Fire and the Flame, and it's actually so awesome to watch Pops train at the speed of light with rock music in the background. It's just so enticing to watch him do all of his training activities, and it just gets more visually impressive as the episode goes on, with him smashing through stuff, floating up to the sky, making rain, shooting fireballs. It's all really fucking awesome, and it's the best kind of regular show way to do a training episode, and I think it was just really well done, which is why it's ranking so high on the list. 128 is the episode The Space Race, and this is another Season 8 episode that is just really good. It is exactly what I would have wanted if regular show was to go in space. Take something like Mordecai and Rigby playing an arcade machine, which turns out to be a actual space race simulator, and they have to become the racing guys for the space tree, and we just get a awesome, visually impressive space race that is tense, that is good. The villains are these German guys who are like, oh, you'll never beat our score, oh no, and so they start racing against each other. It's really fun, a really good villain, a really tense intense amount of scenes and a really fun race. It's just a solid regular show episode, but doesn't let the fact that it's in space hinder it in any way. It just amplifies it. That's why I really like this one.
Roxy? Hey, Roxy!
Earth to Roxy.
127 is the episode Fries Night, and there's something really funny about watching Benson get broken up with, him wanting some fries to feel better, so he goes outside of the space tree, goes out, gets hit by a food truck in space, and then it falls in love with a rock. Well, the rock falls in love with him, and then they have to go to a bunch of different planets to make fries because Roxy, the rock that's in love with him, is all out of stuff to make the fries with, and we just get to see Benson seen in a brand new light, a sensual light, a sexy light, where Benson's like cutting fries or covered in oil, and you can just see his raging abs and biceps as Roxy wants to climb inside of that organic body. It's a very interesting take on a romance episode, especially for Benson, and I think it's really funny. It has a pretty wholesome ending where Benson confides into Roxy that he just got out of a relationship, he's not ready for that, and they can just be friends for now. It's a very solid episode that I also think is hilarious, one of the best this season 8 has to offer.
Ah! Dude, gross. Why do you still have those teeth in your mouth?
You're kind of growing on me.
126 is the episode D's Keys, and for everything that happens in the dome, it's usually a hit or miss. This one is definitely a hit, where Mordecai and Rigby, they're swinging Benson's keys around, and they accidentally get it stuck in the dome labs. They need the help from the dome people to go and get it back, and we get to watch them as they infiltrate the dome and try their best to get through all of the obstacles, all of the traps and whatnot. What one scene that I absolutely love so much is where Rigby has to wear dentures in order to get past this one trap, dentures of somebody that works there, and then he's like in the elevator and he's still wearing them. He doesn't take them out. He's like, I look cool now. They're never coming out, which I think is really funny. All of the other traps are fun as well. Mordecai and Rigby eventually get the keys back. It's all it's all good fun. It's all in good fun. It's a very silly episode of regular show, but I think they take the entire idea of being in a dome and there being dome labs and people working there and actually do it right compared to a lot of other episodes where it just doesn't add a whole lot and it feels like they're trying way too hard with the dome thing. So overall, a very solid episode. 125 is the episode Daddy Issues, and in this episode it tackles CJ's problems with her father, and Mordecai going out of his way to actually help CJ become a better person, repair a relationship with her dad through mini golfing. CJ's really good at mini golf, so is her dad. Her dad abused her entire life through mini golfing, and so they have this ultimate competition at the end where CJ is about to win, but there's these giant gophers who invade and almost attack CJ, and CJ's dad barely saves her, blasting a golf ball into a giant gopher's balls and blowing up his head. It's wonderful. They realize they love each other again, and this is one of those episodes that I usually like to highlight when I'm talking about how good of a couple CJ and Mordecai could have been, you know, helping mend some trauma with the parents, making their relationships better, and ultimately becoming better people because of it. It had a lot of potential to just be a really solid episode for Mordecai and CJ's relationship developments, but then Mordecai cheats on her in like 5 episodes after this. But either way, as a standalone episode, I think it's a lot of fun. Rigby and Eileen are also side characters in this episode that are really funny, all of their reactions, because Rigby really wants CJ to win the contest, and when she does, she just throws the reward in the lava, and Rigby fucking hates that. He despises that. There's just a lot to like about this episode. I think it's very solid. 124 is the episode Bachelor Party Zingo! And in this episode, Quips is getting married. He asks Skips to be his best man, and Skips, he tries to find wings for Quips, because if Quips doesn't get some wings, his marriage will literally fail. So Skips tries to get wings all over town, and all fails, and eventually they have to go to the backwoods to Hick Country to do this ultimate wing challenge just to get Quips some wings. And I think the finale of this episode is a lot of fun, with Skips eating the spiciest wings on the planet, just downing them all, and eventually hallucinating and fighting a bunch of different wings in this like wing world. I think it's really cool. It's a really fun concept. It feels regular show, and I think this episode completely redeemed Quips in my eyes as a character, because if he was just left to this annoying character, I'd probably hate him a lot more. But here he was fun, he was toned down, just casually cracking jokes when it mattered a little bit. I liked it a lot more. The finale with the wings was also really good, visually stunning. I had a great time. This is a very solid episode of regular show.
But there's no way he got past us. Plus, his head is too big to fit through the window.
123 is the episode Catching the Wave, and in this episode, Pops goes out to the forest and he's like, "Oh, I love you, nature! Oh, I love you so much!" And then he gets brutally attacked by a bunch of turtles and bees and everything in life, so he decides that he's disconnected with nature, so he has to become a surfer, and he gets bullied into oblivion because he can't stand up on his board because of his giant Mondo Cabezzo head, and so he gets his own wave machine at the park, almost dies again, but he is unwavering, and he is going to try to do it again. I really like this one scene where Mordecai and Rigby, they're supposed to be guarding his door to make sure Pops doesn't escape, because if he goes and tries to surfboard again, he'll die. And then they realize they fell asleep. They open the door. There's just a giant Pop-sized hole in the fucking wall out the window so that Pops can go and surf. I think it's hilarious. And then eventually he's riding the ultimate giant wave. A bunch of surfers come and they have to battle against all the surfers, which is fun. Eventually that wave is cranked all the way up to 100, and Pops is the only one who is able to surf it, thus connecting with nature and having his beautiful moment to top off that episode. It's really fun. I think it's definitely one of the better Pops episodes, and it's pretty memorable, at least for me. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, mate, can I borrow your pen?
122 is the episode Guitar of Rock, and in this episode, Benson gets just a little bit too silly with a guitar that belongs to Mr. Maillard, so he has to travel all the way to Rockstar Underworld with Mordecai and Rigby to try to get that guitar back and re-signed by Bruce Rock. It is the only way to fix the situation, and I just think it's a fun episode. It's a Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson episode, and I just think those three working as a trio, Benson always kind of being condescending and really worrisome, just clashes really well with Mordecai and Rigby being like a nonchalant, chill energy about everything because they always do this. It just works really well, and the fact that they have to escape from the giant bouncer at the end, and we get, "Oi mate, can I borrow a pen?" as that guy is just thrust into oblivion in this episode, makes it really solid and fun. I just think anytime Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson have an episode, it's usually going to be heat. I just think they just work so well as characters together.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna do it! I think he's...
Easy.
At 121 is the episode Power Tower. I mainly like this episode because Muscle Man gets bullied, so we get to learn a little bit more about his past, about how he was shredded, about how he was ripped, and he used to be just this big amalgamation of bodybuilding madness because he was so jacked and got jacked as a kid. It's just really cool to see what Muscle Man used to be, and then watching Muscle Man have to compete in a bodybuilding competition against a really buff man, while Muscle Man is significantly overweight, but he has good technique, is very silly, and Muscle Man doing the shredder at the end where he just contorts his body and literally shreds the competition is a really cool visual, but also really funny because, again, Muscle Man is absurdly fat, but it's really funny. It's a really regular show, and I'm glad we got to see a little bit of lore on why Muscle Man is actually called Muscle Man, because he used to be, you know, actually jacked, actually ripped. Everybody just kind of thought that it was just a little bit of a joke because he is so unbelievably fat, but either way, I love it. 120 is the episode The Real Thomas, and in this episode we get to learn that Thomas is actually a Russian spy, and it's a fun episode. Don't get me wrong, I really like the reveal that Thomas is a Russian spy, where they're gonna blow up the park, and then Thomas has a moment of weakness where he learns that being friends is more important than the motherland. It truly is. So he saves the park and saves all of his friends. I think the build-up of it is nice. I think the special is nice. I think it's fun to watch. I just think that this is kind of a cop-out for wasting Thomas as a character. Does it work? And does it feel like a regular show situation? Of course it does. I just kind of wish that they expanded upon this a little bit more. If we're gonna make Thomas a Russian spy, why does it mean that he has to leave the show? His voice actor never left the show. I would have much more liked if Thomas was like always lurking in the shadows, always hiding in the darkness, and sometimes randomly, like during a battle or something, Thomas would appear, like take out one guy, do a quick one-liner and leave or something, because his character just got so cool, and this is how they basically write him out of the show. It just always seemed a little bit odd of a choice to me to just get rid of a character that had lots of potential. But either way, the special itself is a lot of fun. I'm not going to take that away. I just think there's way better 22-minute specials, which is why it's ranking a little bit low. I still think it's a very solid episode of regular show.
Ugh, I hate it when old guys do that.
Don't worry.
119 is the episode Guys Night 2, and I feel like the biggest fault of this one is that it has to live up to the beauty and magic of the first Guys Night episode, but I still think this one is a lot of fun. It's really good to see Thomas again after a few seasons of him being gone, and them going out of their way to make Thomas have a really good night. Eventually, we get that awesome chase scene where Thomas is driving and they're all running away from the people hunting down Thomas, and Thomas has to get to the rendezvous point, fakes his death, and actually there's a submarine down there that he gets on, and he's able to escape and finally be free from America and Russia hunting him down. It's just a really solid episode, and honestly, even though I wish we got more Thomas, it is a solid goodbye to his character, and I'm glad we got to see him one more time. A very solid episode of Regular Show.
Wanna buy a video game?
Video zombies eating video brains.
Zombies strutting, chopping dudes like muffins.
And 118 is the episode Silver Dude, and I mainly like this one for all of Mordecai and Rigby's rhymes and freestyling. I think it's a lot of fun. They decide to do street performing and have to compete with a Silver Dude because they're trying to get money to buy a video game, and they just, you know, keep wrapping up pretty much the entire episode, and I think it's a lot of fun. I think all their freestyles are honestly bangers and really fun to listen to. Silver Dude is a extremely underwhelming villain, but I mean, he exists for a purpose, and it's literally just to get shit on by Mordecai and Rigby. I think the ending where they literally float up to this guy because their rapping is so good and genuinely destroy him in his boombox, and then he has to go to street performing hell is really cool. I like it. I liked all the aspects. I really just like this episode a lot for the raps. That's pretty much all I have to say about it. 117 is the episode The Power, the very first episode of Regular Show, and I just think there's too many iconic moments for me to not rank this episode decently high. The episode opens with Mordecai and Rigby just, you know, pretending that they're wrestling. You want me to put the hurt on him? I think he wants you to put the hurt on him. And they make a hole in the wall, and so they have to find a way to fix it. They get the Power, a keyboard that basically lets them do whatever they want, and they con Pops out of some butterscotch Ripple, they con Benson out of $20, and they start going around and just using their powers, and eventually they're just like, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, 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 beep, beep, boo. It's time for you to go to your room. Yes, it's time for you to go to the moon. And they send Skips to the moon. They have to go to the moon and get Skips back while fighting this giant moon monster. It is a very solid episode of Regular Show, and if it was the first episode that you ever watched, it could definitely hook you on what the show is going to be about. It shows pretty much all the characters except for Muscle Man and High Five Ghost in their light, what they're going to be, what their purpose is pretty much going to be, and it just gives you that same vibe of something so simple turning into absolute chaos. It was a great start for Regular Show and is overall a very great episode. 116 is the episode Carter and Briggs, and this episode is all about spinning donuts. Muscle Man has to teach Mordecai and Rigby how to spin the best donuts to enter a donut spinning competition, and it's just a lot of fun. I think the competition is fun where they're just spinning donuts to see who could last longer and eventually have that ultimate final battle against the two Carter and Briggs impersonators, just so that they could all get on the show. I think the final battle is visually impressive when they start spinning in a vortex and whatnot, and Mordecai and Rigby literally just killing those guys, sending them into the abyss was absolutely insane, but it still makes for a very good episode of Regular Show, very solid. It's just very simplistic. It's exactly what it needed to be, and it works very well for me. 115 is the episode One Pull-Up, and in this episode, Rigby fails to do a pull-up on a big exam, so he's going to get fired if he can't do one pull-up by the end of the week. So he has to get training from Eileen, and I really like the progression of Eileen and Rigby's relationship in this episode. I think it's just great that Eileen was the one to help him, and they also make Eileen look like a badass in this episode as well, because she's able to just nicely do like 17 pull-ups in a row and teach Rigby how to do it. Rigby, he gets close, but he's not able to do it, so he goes and buys the Russian, which makes him giant, just bulging a absolute unit, and he is giant, but he literally can't move because he's so unbelievably jacked, so unbelievably ripped. And with the help of Eileen again, he gets motivated to literally walk using his big old raccoon arms all the way to the pull-up bar. He's able to visualize it, and he's able to do the one pull-up and keep his job. It is just a great episode for Rigby and Eileen's progression, as well as just a really funny concept of seeing Rigby get jacked and just try to do something as simple as one pull-up. 114 is the episode Format Wars 2, and I really do like the addition of Benson into the crew for this episode. It follows the episode Last Laserdisc Player, where they were going against VHS and all the other formats to make Last Laserdisc the ultimate format, and here it's just a continuation, except the villains are the internet and DVD, brand new formats that they have to go against, and I just think it's a lot of fun. The final battle is fun, where they're trying to use the universal remote to turn everything off, and they eventually turn off the big cell tower, which destroys the internet. It's just a fun episode with some random really good moments like the Laserdisc Guardian and DVD being father and son, and the Laserdisc Guardian literally dies and the DVD is all of a sudden a great character and on their side just right away after zero progression. It's 11 minutes. What are you gonna do? You can't make an entire villain go through an entire story arc that quick, but that just makes it all the more funny. I liked it a lot. I think it's a great episode. It just doesn't really live up to that same hype that the last Laserdisc had, but it's a good follow-up nonetheless. 113 is the episode Benson's Suit, and in this episode, a really nice suit is being made for a rich man, but the rich man won't pay the right price, so the rich guy kills the tailor and the suit runs away, finding Benson, giving him confidence, giving him a nice, plump, round ass. Yes, it genuinely inflates Benson's ass, and so Benson has confidence with it. Everybody's giving him respect, and then that rich guy shows up, and we get just a awesome brawl to cap off that episode, with Benson jumping up, destroying helicopters, fighting off armies, and just lifting up a tank and throwing it across town. It's all really cool, and it's all the suit, but it makes Benson look absolutely badass, and nobody knows that it was just the suit, so Benson earns some big ol' thumbs up from everybody else in the park. It's just a really cool episode with a really badass fight. That's what they were doing mainly in the entirety of season 4, having a really simple problem and with the most insane battle, but I'm not going to complain about it. It's still epic, and it's still really great to watch, especially on rewatch, so really decent episode. Episode 112 is the episode Muscle Mentor, and this one just has a great concept with Rigby being potentially fired, and the only way that he could keep his job is for him to get in a baby carrier and be carried around by Muscle Man, and Muscle Man just basically puts him through hell for an entire day, and then Rigby can't do it anymore, so he wants to quit. He pulls the cord, and then he doesn't want to quit all of a sudden, so he decides to ride Muscle Man like a literal horse, which again is a great, really hilarious visual with Muscle Man just squealing and crawling around on all fours trying to get Rigby off of him. It's great. They eventually end up in a lake, and Rigby has to save his life by carrying Muscle Man, proving that he can never quit and earning his job back. It's just a very solid episode with a really funny concept. Rigby gets a little bit of development, being willing to work to stay at the park and being willing to do things on his own, and it just is a great episode for Rigby and Muscle Man's friendship, as well as just really hilarious visuals of Muscle Man being a horse. What else could you need? At 111 is the episode The Dome Experiment, and although I think this is kind of a weak special compared to a lot of the other ones, I think Benson absolutely carries this special in its entirety. Benson, he goes around just getting a little bit manic because he got the date wrong, the dome is put onto the park, and they all have to survive in there for 30 days. Benson goes out into the woods by himself and slowly figures out what's actually going on, breaking into the dome labs, getting a hair back, using arrows, just being a absolute badass, and eventually he is kidnapped and they try to use hallucinogenics to make him think he's talking to just the park guys to figure out what he knows. He manages to escape that again and helps everybody else to escape from the dome, ultimately blowing it up. It's just all really badass, and it's a very solid episode for Benson and just makes him look so unbelievably cool. That's probably why I like it so much. Also, I guess it does have implications for the end of the story, not necessarily, not fully, but it's cool, and Dr. Dome is a decent enough villain for the special as well. It's just overall a fun time. At 110 is the episode Blind Trust, and in this episode, Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson are added again. You know, the trio that can make a really decent episode, and in this case, Benson doesn't trust them to do anything, so they have to do a bunch of trust exercises in the woods, which leads to a lot of really comedic scenes, like Benson not trusting them with a simple trust fall, and eventually, Benson loses his sight, Rigby loses his voice, and Mordecai loses his ability to use his arms, so they all have to tie each other together and get out of the woods together in a really epic scene where they're doing things that they shouldn't be able to do when they're all tied into a trio like this, but hey, I'm all for it. It was really cool watching Benson do backflips while also carrying Mordecai and Rigby swinging like an orangutan through the trees. It's really cool. They managed to barely escape with their lives, and they trust each other just a little bit more. It's really good. At 109 is the episode Trailer Trash, and in this episode, Frank Jones, the park inspector, comes to the park and he views Muscle Man's trailer as not up to code and he wants it to be destroyed at all costs. So everybody buckles together and helps Muscle Man to clean his trailer, even though it's just a pigsty. They get it going, and then Frank Jones tries to destroy it because Frank Jones was actually a guy that lost in a hot dog eating contest to Muscle Man about 5 years ago for that trailer and thinks he has a right to it because he thinks Muscle Man cheated. So the entire ending of this episode, we get this Mad Max like big ending where they're all like wearing junkyard equipment, using like really old vehicles like put together, and it's honestly really cool. Regular Show loves to do its chase scenes, and this is one of the more memorable ones just because it is a Mad Max parody, and I think it's a lot of fun with Muscle Man eventually luring Frank Jones into the truck that he's using to transport his trailer, except the trailer is not actually in the truck and he just sends Frank Jones to his death. It's a cool episode with some awesome visuals, and I really like the Mad Max vibe. It's just a good episode overall. At 108 is the episode The Heart of a Stuntman, and in this episode it's all about Timmy. Come on, Timmy! A little kid who has been coming to the park every single year for his birthday the past 10 years, so they want to get their stuntman licenses when the stuntman cancels, and it's pretty fun. I really like Johnny Crasher, the guy who's giving them the lesson for how they're going to get their stuntman license, and they have to do this big obstacle course towards the end of the episode where basically High Five Ghost dies getting smashed through a brick wall, Mordecai falls off a helicopter, and it's up to Muscle Man and Rigby to finish the course, and they barely manage to do it. It's tense, it's good, it's visually a lot of fun. I really like watching Muscle Man and Rigby just fly using a wingsuit all the way down and barely surviving, and then that ending where they're just bandaged and broken and barely manage to do the actual stunt, literally falling onto Timmy's birthday cake and destroying it, but because Timmy is just so unbelievably awesome, he still loves the stunt and he still had a great time. It's just a really fun episode, not too much to say about it. 107 is the episode Every Meat Burritos, and this episode has the unbelievable sequence in which we get to watch Muscle Man barefoot massaging his car's gas pedal as he tries to get it to go because they need a car in order to get Every Meat Burritos. So watching Muscle Man's just sensual, sexy toe just massage that gas pedal was unbelievably great. I absolutely adored that. And then they just keep on failing to get these burritos, so they have to get a car from the police impound, which actually has a guy named Barry in it, and so Barry steals their burritos and they have to chase him into the shag carpet of the car, and they have to fight against Barry in a really comedic sequence. I enjoy this episode a lot, mainly for the final battle in which they punch Barry and he like 1980 movie style slow motions takes every hit, but it's not actually in slow motion, he's just fucking stupid, and it makes for a really funny scene. I really enjoyed that aspect, and Barry was a really fun villain. So overall, not the best, but a really decent episode. At 106 is the episode Trucker Hall of Fame, and in this episode, Muscle Man's father sadly dies, so with the help of Mordecai and Rigby, Muscle Man wants to go and spread his ashes at the Trucker Hall of Fame, and we get a lot of really good characterization for Muscle Man here, getting to see a deeper insight into his character, getting to see him sad, emotional, all of that good stuff, and forming a better bond with Mordecai and Rigby. That's why I adore this episode. It's also just a really fun episode in general, with Muscle Man learning the truth about his father, that his father was a dirty, stinky forklift driver, the scum of the earth, but he's still being willing to want to do his dad's final wish, going all the way up to that mountain in a pretty tense scene where they're going against ghosts, other truckers. They get all the way to the top, they manage to spread the ashes, and Muscle Man's dad comes back to life as a ghost to have one final chat with him and explain himself, and it's honestly really wholesome. I can enjoy every single aspect of it, and then Muscle Man gives a big speech to Mordecai and Rigby at the end of this episode, saying that he views them as true friends, and even though Mordecai and Rigby are asleep, I still look at this as a prime example of Muscle Man slowly becoming a better character, just slowly and steadily over time. It is a great episode for Muscle Man. 105 is the episode Live With Your Back, and I really just like the aspect of Rigby quitting his job because Mordecai's a piece of shit and wouldn't say that Rigby's useful, even though Rigby's been covering for him day in and day out. So Rigby goes and get his own job at this back company where he has to literally lift with his back and it's just tearing him apart, and at the end of this episode he has to prove that he could do it all on his own. With a little bit of encouragement from Eileen, he's able to move that entire truck, literally becoming just a back monster, getting absolutely shredded on his back, getting abs on his back, a big old pectoral muscles on his back, and he's able to lift this entire truck all by himself, proving Mordecai wrong, proving that he can get a paycheck on his own, and it's just really solid. I really like Rigby going out and doing things on his own. Just another solid episode for Rigby progressing as a character. 104 is the episode California King, and in this episode, Rigby finally gets a bed of his own, a big old California King, and gets rid of his trampoline. The only problem is he can't sleep in it, so he realizes his mistake and decides to try to get it back, but it's already been taken to the dump. So Mordecai and Rigby have to go to the dump and try to get trampoline back, and they just do a bunch of trials that aren't even really trials because they get through everything extremely easily, and then Rigby has a big final battle with Ziggy, which is a Ziggy Stardust David Bowie parody, which I did really enjoy, and so they have this big final battle where Rigby Rigby is just a absolute battle beast. He's able to jump on the trampoline, jump over fire, and he's able to get Trampy back in a very awesome win for Rigby. It's a solid episode, not much else to say. 103 is the episode Big Winner, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby prank Muscle Man by giving him a fake $1 million lottery ticket, so Muscle Man thinks he's absolutely rich and starts just spending money non-stop. Mordecai and Rigby are terrified to tell him the truth because they think that Muscle Man is going to brutally slaughter them, and judging by the end of this episode, that wouldn't be too far-fetched. Watching Muscle Man try to cash in his lottery ticket, getting angry that it's not working, and then brutally murdering people with absolutely no consequence is absurd, but it's why I love Regular Show so much. This guy was literally taking people's heads off, throwing people into machines, exploding people, fighting an entire army, and only lost because Mordecai and Rigby admitted to what they did. But it is just such a crazy spectacle to watch Muscle Man murder all of these people with genuinely no consequence in this world. Either way, it was a lot of fun. I really love the entire fight scene, and just watching Muscle Man go apeshit makes for a really good time. 102 is the episode Eileen Flat Screen, and this is a very simple yet really wholesome episode with Rigby and Eileen, with Rigby going out of his way to set up a flat screen TV for Eileen that Eileen just won in a competition, and it's just a lot of fun with a montage of them trying to build the TV and set it up on a wall. They make something like that actually very sweet and wholesome and interesting, and then eventually Joanne, Eileen's roommate, finds out they're making this TV, steals it, and they have to chase down Joanne and barely manage to save the TV, and then they go back home, and Eileen and Rigby have this great moment where Mordecai's all like, it was all Rigby's idea. Rigby's blushing, Eileen is blushing. It's just really fun. It's a very sweet, wholesome episode. A lot of people might not rank this one very high, but I personally love it. At 101 is the episode The Night Owl, and I really like the competition aspect of this, with them competing in the Night Owl's competition to win a Dodge Challenger sitting on top of a billboard, and I love the montage of them getting rid of the other competitors. I think that's a lot of fun, and then they eventually get frozen, because that's the Night Owl's plan to become rich and famous. They go into the future, we get this awesome escape scene where they're running. The only thing I don't like is the Night Owl sitting there and taking it like a good boy, just being like, "You shall not pass!" As Mordecai, Rigby, Muscle Man, and High Five Ghost just run him over with a car, and he just dies like a good boy. I didn't like that aspect, but overall, I can't lie, it is a very fun episode. I think the first 5 minutes is really what makes me rank it this high. I think it's just a vibe and it's very enjoyable, but overall, just the entire episode is very decent. Definitely deserves to be this high up.
I kissed Margaret.
Whoa. I owe Muscle Man so much money.
At 100 is the episode Bad Kiss, and in this episode, Mordecai finally gets to taste that sweet, succulent Margaret. Except he's got stanky, rancid breath, so he rightfully gets pushed away, because who the fuck wants to kiss a guy with stank-ass breath? Nobody. So Mordecai decides he needs to use a time-traveling machine to travel back into the past and try to force himself to, I don't know, brush his teeth, which is just a logical fallacy. It's impossible. It can't possibly happen. He goes into the past, and no matter what he does, he cannot get himself to just make his mouth freshen up a little bit. So we get this scene where he ends up kidnapping a former version of himself, taking himself into the past, and we get this awesome sequence, this montage where they just keep going into different places they've been before. It's a lot of fun. It's a really cool sequence. It has awesome, like, retro, like, chiptune music going on with it. And eventually, one of the Mordecais is gonna try to steal the kiss, and they kidnap him once again, and Mordecai ends up just not kissing Margaret. That is the only solution to him just having rancid fucking breath. I can't believe that. I can't believe that you couldn't just be like, "Hey bro, we're gonna kiss Margaret tonight. You wanna brush your teeth? Want to brush your teeth a little bit? You eat a chili dog off the ground and it's really disgusting. Maybe you should brush your teeth and not be a fucking pig." But either way, it's a really fun episode and I like it. Definitely one of the better romance episodes. At 99 is the episode Death Punchies, and this is the episode where we get introduced to Death Kwon Do because Rigby is sad that he doesn't get to be player 1, so he literally enslaves the park, a very valid reaction, punching Muscle Man into oblivion, Pops into oblivion, just hurting everybody, and eventually wanting to hurt Mordecai at all costs. Mordecai gets wind of this, so he learns the death block, and is able to block all of Rigby's punches, so Rigby can't do nothing, but Mordecai, after having a moment of weakness and realizing that he just brutally assaults Rigby every single day, he decides to give in and let Rigby be player 1, making everything go back to the status quo. My biggest gripe with this episode is the fact that in an episode where Rigby is enslaving the park and just beating and molesting people, why isn't Benson there? Benson definitely should have been in this episode. It's really weird that he isn't, because there could have been a great interaction between Rigby and Benson in this episode, but oh well, it's still a pretty solid episode. I really like Death Kwon Do, and that gets introduced here, so overall, very solid. Yay! At 98 is the episode Sleep Cycle, and even though season 7 is mainly Rigby focused and some of the episodes can tend to be a little bit boring, I think this is a fantastic episode of Regular Show that feels classic to me, with Mordecai and Rigby pulling 3 all-nighters so their sleep schedule is just completely fucked, so they have to go to the Citadel of Sleep with Skips in order to fix their sleep schedule, competing in this ultimate like sleep race where they have to race the sun or catch it in order to fix their sleep schedule. It's a lot of fun. I like it. It kind of feels like a Mario Kart-esque type race, and it's just good. I mean, we see a lot of races just like this in Regular Show, but I think they did it very unique, and this one just feels like a classic Regular Show episode to me, so what's not to like?
Where's my car? It's the most important thing to me!
At 97 is the episode Rigby Goes to Prom, and I think this episode is wholesome and great for Rigby's character, where Rigby is taking Eileen to prom for the very first time because Eileen never got to go. It's great for his character because, one, he steals his father's car, and so, you know, his dad is all like, "Where's Rigby? I love him more than my car!" He starts freaking out, which is just completely and utterly hilarious, but it also paints him as one of the biggest fucking assholes in the entire show, so a lot of people are not vibing with Rigby's father, but either way, eventually, Rigby's father does find Rigby, and we get this scene where he's yelling at them, and then he drives off a cliff because he was too angry to focus on the road, so it's up to Rigby to save the day, and although it's kind of rushed, it's kind of forced, Rigby's dad does end up liking this, and he realizes that Rigby is a great son, and realizes that he does care about him, even though all it took was, you know, his life on the line. It's a bit odd, especially pacing-wise, but I think in terms of Rigby fixing the relationship with his dad, becoming a better man, becoming a better character, and giving Eileen a great wholesome prom night, it is just a great episode in general for all of those factors. At 96 is the episode Garage Door, and this episode kind of has a Lord of the Rings-esque vibe to it. At least I feel like it does. It's all about the journey. In this episode, Mordecai and Rigby decide to paint the garage door to look like the garage, so Pops is all like, "Coming through!" and just crashes into it, almost dying. So, Pops, being the reasonable man, he decides to tag along with Mordecai and Rigby as they go to get a new garage door, and they have to go to basically, I don't know, Infinite Home Depot, Infinite IKEA, whatever you want to call it, where they just keep on having to go through trial after trial after tribulation after tribulation to get all the way to the garage door section, and I think it's fun. It's just like I don't know, it's just watching them go through all these trials. There's really nothing else to say. They all have kind of like a medieval vibe to it, and I think it's fun. They eventually get to the garage doors, and the garage door salesman almost dies. They save him using the jaws of life, and so they get a brand new garage door. I think it's a great episode, and the dynamic here between Mordecai, Rigby, and Pops is a lot of fun to watch. At 95, I have the episode Kill It Radio, and this one is obviously going to rank higher for
I used to be a loser, hanging with my loser friends. But the first time that we made out made my neck hair stand on end. Oh, Starla.
Yeah, Muscle Man's song in this episode is unbelievably hilarious, where he's writing a song for Starla, and he wants to put it on the radio, and the only way to do this is through Kill It Radio, which has been taken over by an AI. Kind of has some real-world today implications, doesn't it? So with the help of Donnie G and Mordecai and Rigby, they have to break in, play the song on the radio, and Donnie G gets a fucking discus to the chest, but they manage to play it, Starla hears it, and Muscle Man and Starla have a great 5-year since their first makeout anniversary. It's wonderful, good for them. Overall, a great episode that is definitely elevated by that beautiful Muscle Man song.
Video game competition with them when they know that they would want to be in it.
94 is the episode Video Game Wizards, and in this episode, Mordecai chooses Skips to be his partner to win the Maximum Glove in a gaming competition over Rigby, and so Rigby starts doing stuff like, why do friends not pick their friends to enter a video game competition with them when they know that they would want to be in it? You know, just great stuff like that. That's honestly hilarious. I love his song, and just Rigby being a baby in this entire episode is just peak, like, annoying Rigby when it's used for a good reason, because Mordecai choosing Skips just isn't really that great friendship wise. It's a little bit of a dick move, at least in my opinion. So they eventually do get all the way to this competition. Mordecai and Skips are doing great and just getting all the way through. They get to the finals, but then Mordecai has the realization that he should have wanted to do it with his friend this entire time. So him and Rigby do it, and because they're using the power of friendship to win, it doesn't matter. They merge together like a giant incest baby. I don't know what else you'd really call it. They just form together like a blue jay and raccoon monster, and they're able to win the competition. They get the Maximum Glove. It's great, and the Maximum Glove sucks, which just adds to the comedy at the end of the episode there. I think it's a really fun episode, just mainly carried by Rigby. 93 is the episode That's My Television. This episode is mainly just all action, with Mordecai and Rigby helping the television RGB2 to go and see the Pine Mountains because he just has to do that before he potentially dies and lives his entire life as a television. We just get a lot of action where they're running away from people here, fighting against an army of television producers. It's a lot of fun. There's not really a whole lot to say about it. It's just mainly all action, but it doesn't take away from how interesting it is. I really like the subversion at the end of the episode, though, when they finally get away from everybody hunting them, and RGB2 says that he wants to see it with his real eyes, and they open up his case, and it's just a tiny little hobgoblin naked man who has been inside of RGB2, the TV, this entire time. That was genuinely shocking to me. But either way, I absolutely loved it. I thought it was hilarious, so it's a pretty solid episode, just mainly all action, but sometimes action is all you need. And 92 is the episode VIP members only, and this episode does what Every Meat Burrito really tried to do, but it does it right by making the finale and the food they're eating actually taste amazing and feel worth it for watching them suffer through all of this nonsense. Mordecai, Rigby, Muscleman, and High Five Ghost, the ultimate double duo, the foursome. Oh, you know, they be getting down and dirty. They want to eat the pork picnic sandwich, which is for VIP members only at Cheezers. So they have to do all these cleaning tasks for a while, and then they eventually go in this gladiatorial pit where they have to fight a giant monster. And they manage to defeat it by shooting an American flag at this grate, which falls on the monster's head. They beat the monster, very awesome. They're VIP members. It's really cool. And then they eat the pork picnic sandwich, and they absolutely love it. They get a scene of them just all like moaning aggressively while eating the sandwich, and that makes it feel worthwhile. The fact that the Every Meat Burrito, they struggled to get that, and then they were just like, oh, it tastes like chicken. Or in the Best Burgers of the World, where Benson ate both the sandwiches, and we never got to see Mordecai and Rigby's reactions, that kind of ruined it a little bit for me. But the fact that all four of the characters, it was so unbelievably worth it, and they absolutely adored and loved that sandwich, that makes it all the better and all the more worth it and entertaining, at least for me. 91 is the episode Really Real Wrestling, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby just dominate Pops and break his spine when they try to wrestle him because they decide to tag team him. And so Pops has a broken spine, but he still wants to go to Wrestle Frazzle. He wants to go to it so unbelievably badly, so he flies there, literally almost kills a man by landing his car on him, and then we get just a awesome sequence of wrestling where Mordecai and Rigby say it's fake, so the wrestlers just start beating the shit out of them, and then it's up to Pops, who fixes his spine and is able to just destroy them, doing suplexes, headlocks, everything. I absolutely love this episode for watching Pops just dominate everybody. Jolly good show! My turn now! I'm going to be the champion! Oh! It's just thrilling to watch Pops dominate all of these guys who look like they could genuinely bench press his giant, unbelievably heavy head. I really enjoy it. I really like it. And I'm glad that Pops, Mordecai, and Rigby won at the end and they became champions. It was just great. 90 is the episode Sleep Fighter, and this is one of the best opening sequences in all of Regular Show, where Mordecai and Rigby are just sound asleep, the door creaks open, and then Muscleman just starts beating the shit out of them in a sleep psychosis nightmare. It is so unbelievably hilarious to watch this big man who is asleep, unaware of his senses, beating Mordecai senseless. I think it's hilarious. And so Muscleman has been beating up everybody in the park, so they have to find a way to stop this, and they eventually have this big night where they like try to harness his dreams, and they eventually learn about Huxtable dolls, so they have to use dream catchers and have to go inside of his head to expel all of the Huxtable dolls, and we get this big fight scene against all of them using dream catcher weapons, which is just so unique. It's such a fun concept to see all these weapons, but like have dream catchers at the end of it to suck them in there. I think it's really cool. And then they have to fight the giant Huxtable doll where the U skips his van, which has a dream catcher on the bottom of it to just boom, just scoop him up. I think it's a lot of fun. It's a great fight scene. Again, a mainly action episode, but this one has a lot more comedy in it, which is why it's ranking a little bit higher than some other ones. 89 is the episode Think Positive, and usually people really don't like this episode because Benson is being tortured the entire time, but I think it's unbelievably hilarious. Everything they do for him to expel this torture, this nightmare, this rage. He is not allowed to yell at Mordecai and Rigby, and Mordecai and Rigby, they're just at their absolute worst in this episode, so they just keep egging Benson on, which leads to a lot of rage, but it's just so comedic that I can't not like it. The scene where Benson is sitting in his apartment just trying to calm down, and he thinks about his relationship with his father, so he takes off his headset and just starts drop kicking his TV, throwing his furniture out of his apartment is unbelievably hilarious. And then Benson literally becoming the sun at the end of the episode after trying to say Om, so he just goes up to the sky and becomes a big ball of light and then has to unleash all of his rage on Mordecai and Rigby in just one big yell. And even with that yell, even though he's angry, he's still trying to teach them a positive lesson to make them better people, which just is just great for Benson's character. I think that speaks volume to the writing that the writers were trying to put into to make Benson seem like a good guy, a good character. And I feel like when you look back at every episode that has Benson progression, you could clearly see that Benson was always just trying to look out for Mordecai and Rigby, even when he is unbelievably pissed at them. It is great. It is an awesome episode, and I honestly hate that a lot of people rank this so low because I think it's just so comedic and so well written for Benson. The only problem is definitely Mordecai and Rigby just being at their absolute worst times 100. It's just a bit odd, but I mean, we get a lot of great scenes out of it, so I'm all for it. At 88 is Terror Tales in the Park 6, and I think for the final Terror Tales we ever got, they went out with a bang, with Fear Planet, Benson getting attacked by land sharks, Skips getting beat by freestyling disc golf guys. It was odd, but it was funny. Eileen gets her first and last only story within this episode when it comes to Terror Tales, which I also thought was really solid. It was really entertaining with the vampire story, and then Benson tells a story about Shannon, the evil alien roommate who just overstays her welcome, and then Muscle Man has to sacrifice his life to kill Shannon in the end. It was very solid, it was told well, and I think these are some of the 3 best Terror Tales in the entire series. There's a couple of Terror Tales that are better than this one, but for this being the last one, I can't lie, it was pretty solid, and it's one that I could always rewatch. At 87 is Terror Tales in the Park number 3, and this one literally could have been the best Terror Tales if the first Terror Tales didn't have a story that triumphs over every single other Terror Tale story by like 10. Either way, all 3 stories in this Terror Tale are extremely good. We get one with Johnny Allen Wrench, who becomes a bed, who attacks Rigby and has one of the saddest deaths I've ever seen in any show, where Benson offers to give him a brand new good life and then they all chop him down with an axe. That was absolutely absurd. We get the Smashing Pumpkin story, which is actually very terrifying, where they look at this pumpkin guy's wife and they decide that they're gonna smash her up real good, gonna smash that wife, and so they break her down like the scarecrow she is, smash her really good, and the guy pumpkin comes to life and turns them all into pumpkins in some pretty horrifying scenes that honestly could make for a really good horror movie about a scarecrow who comes to life and turns people into pumpkins. It's a lot of fun, and then that final story is really what elevates it all the way up to number 88, and that is just unbelievable character that is Jebediah Townhouse, about to hit you with a roundhouse, a dude who was pop locking in the 1600s but came back in our year to kill all of our park guys. I think he's a really hilarious character, and watching Mordecai, Rigby, Muscle Man, and High Five Ghost try to survive Jebediah Townhouse was a lot of fun, ultimately all succumbing to him and dying. It is just a very solid Terror Tale from beginning to end and has so many good stories. It's definitely one of my favorite episodes in all of Regular Show.
Skips! We tried it the nice way, now we do it the Skips way.
At 86 is one of my favorite episodes in the entire series, Rigby's Body. It feels kind of weird saying that all the way at number 86 on the list, but we're genuinely getting into the territory where every single episode is unbelievably good, just unmatched in every way, and it's very hard to rank them. Rigby's Body is hilarious. Rigby, he eats way too much junk food, his body rejects him, and literally leaves him, so he becomes a pile of sludge, while his body is out running, doing its own thing, probably really wanting a nice juicy salad. We get a lot of great scenes in this episode where the bodybuilder guy, he wants to steal Rigby's body. He gets in it and makes Rigby wear weightlifting singlets, and then Skips walks over and he's like, we tried this the nice way, now we do it the Skips way, and just uses his bulging pecs and whatnot, and they chase him, which ends up with Rigby's body getting hit by a car. Rigby has to get back in his body and just screams violently. It is just good from beginning to end. It has so many great comedic moments, a great concept, and it just feels like that Regular Show vibe that I need in my life. I love this episode. At 85 is another Rigby and Eileen episode. We have the episode I See Turtles, and I absolutely love this episode for Eileen as a character, just showing her side of really caring for the environment and caring for turtles, and also it's just extremely comedic. They go to see a baby turtle hatching festival because a bunch of baby turtles are about to be all like, yes, it is time to be born, oh yes, and so they go to see this and they find out about this spa that is using baby turtles because they are just the key to infinite youth and can help you refresh all your pores powers and regenerate everything and just stay youthful, so they're abusing turtles essentially. Eileen eventually gives them a big speech and the turtles go on a rampage, murdering everybody, literally slapping them all out of existence and killing everybody, and it is just such a good sequence of an episode. We get so much developments for Eileen as a character, we get developments for CJ as a character in this episode. It's just a great moment, and it's the first like insinuations that you could be all like, are Rigby and Eileen dating? There's just so much about this episode that can keep you enthralled, keep you interested, and it has that classic regular show feel with the turtles just going on a rampage at the end. It is just crazy, but it's great. It's one of the best episodes in season 6.
Ah! Rigby!
84 is the episode Jinx, and in this episode, Mordecai is once again abusing his pal Rigby, jinxing him and just genuinely hitting him as hard as he possibly can anytime Rigby says one word. Watching Rigby go around trying to get unjinxed is always hilarious, especially his interaction with Benson, where he just continuously throws trash at him, and Benson just loses his fucking mind and just starts throwing garbage everywhere, kicking a trash can and screaming. It's really hilarious. Eventually, Rigby has to take matters into his own hands, goes into the bathroom, writes Yib Gear on a bathroom mirror, which summons a monster from the depths that'll scratch you and turn you into a werewolf. So they have to run away from this guy and they have to find a way to get him back into the mirror. It's tense, it's great. I really like the design of Yib Gear a lot. He's genuinely a terrifying threat, a terrifying villain, and the fact that he just keeps transforming people is also really cool. So I thoroughly enjoy this episode. They do manage to get him back in the mirror, and Rigby is unjinxed. It just, again, I know I keep saying that classic regular show feel, but something as simple as getting jinxed being turned into a monster that goes around and attacks everybody and turns them into werewolves is just so much fun. I absolutely adore this episode. 83 is the episode Trash Boat, and it is just inherently so funny that Rigby looked around the house when thinking of a really cool name and saw a boat and a trash can and decided to call himself fucking Trash Boat. Everybody's reactions to this is really what makes this episode special, with Mordecai like forcing it out of him to find it out, him going around telling everybody and everybody just making fun of him for the entire episode is hilarious. And then the Urge at the end, which was a guy that was outshined by Rigby because his name was so unbelievably fucking stupid, that the Urge becomes the villain and is just a really obese rock star who runs around going and just breaking down things and using lasers, and I think he's a great villain. And the entire shootout at the end where everybody like uses lasers on each other and they're all rock stars from the future who have been outshined is a lot of fun. It's visually cool, and I think the Urge was a really fun villain for this oh so silly episode. I think it's great.
But that requires a signature on our lifetime contract.
All right!
82 is the episode Peeps, and I really like Benson's slow descent into madness in this episode, where Benson, he is so sick of Mordecai and Rigby having staring contests that he decides he's going to put a camera in front of them to make sure they do their job, and Mordecai and Rigby just keep finding ways out of it over and over and over again. Even when they're wearing a camera on their body, they put dishwashing championship like 9,000 on the screen and just go away to do staring contests anyway. It's really funny. It has that vibe of Mordecai and Rigby being a slacker, which I really enjoy. And then eventually, Benson, he can't take it anymore when Mordecai and Rigby sabotage him again, and he calls for Peeps Double XL Infinity, which is a giant eyeball that watches them all, and the montage of Peeps watching them in the shower, watching them do anything to their car, watching them go to the bathroom is really unsettling, but also hilarious. And then the big finale, the staring contest between Mordecai and Peeps at the end is so awesome, where Peeps, he's about to lose and then he just summons a bunch of eyeballs and Rigby starts using a laser to destroy all of his eyes so that Mordecai can defeat Peeps and they can keep all of their eyeballs and they could go back to a normal way of living. I really enjoy it. I think the staring contest was such a unique way to end the episode, and it's honestly pretty gosh dang thrilling for a fucking staring contest, so I was all about it. I really enjoyed this episode.
Doing.
81 is the episode World's Best Boss, and not only do I like this episode because it shows a greater appreciation for Benson, which I am always all for, because Benson genuinely is one of the best bosses in all of cinematic history. I'm all for Benson appreciation, but we also get a pretty decent fight out of it. In this episode, they try to get a World's Best Boss mug for Benson, and they just continuously struggle. They eventually find one online, they order it, and genuinely the World's Best Boss shows up out of a box, punches Pops in the face, and orders his minions to attack everybody at the park. And what I love love so much about the sequence is that everybody is getting their ass kicked, and it's only thanks to the guidance of Benson showing up that they're able to defeat the army, which really does go to show how good of a boss Benson is. Like the scene in which Muscle Man is flying and doesn't even like compel to the ways of gravity at all. He's just flying and just like belly bumps this guy, his head into cement, probably brutally fucking killing that guy. Like that guy had to die. He could only do that because of the guidance of Benson, and I just like that everybody went so much out of their way to give Benson a great and awesome gift to show their appreciation for him. It is a very wholesome and awesome episode at the same time. 80 is the episode The Last Laserdisc Player, and this episode revolves around Mordecai, Rigby, Muscleman, and High Five Ghost wanting to watch something on Laserdisc. They go to the library to try to find a Laserdisc player, and it does not exist. This causes the format wars to once again begin, and the VHS people, they want to kill Mordecai, Rigby, Muscleman, and High Five Ghost for even daring to do this, and the main reason I rank this episode so high is because of the final battle, where they're fighting against the VHS monsters, the tape recorder and whatnot, and the VHS Guardian has to come to life, and so does the Laserdisc Guardian has to come to life and have this awesome battle. It's just so fucking cool to watch this thing like scream and blow up a bunch of heads, use like zaps of lightning to kill a bunch of people. It's very action-packed and it's really cool, and I like that they go through all of this just because they wanted to watch a Laserdisc. It's very entertaining. 79 is the episode Firework Run, and this is a very interesting one because it kind of deals with like the cartel and drug situations, but in a minor way, because instead of drugs, it's chili rellenos and fireworks. Oh yes, at the beginning of this episode, Muscle Man destroys all of the fireworks for the big 4th of July special, so they have to go and find Hector, and Hector is a man who knows his way around some fireworks, and the only way they could do this is if they deliver a drug package, which I think just had gunpowder in it or whatever, to another guy, and they actually get discovered, so they end up getting chained up and Hector is going to kill them, but they barely manage to escape, running away, and they steal El Diablo, a firework that is destined to kill Hector if it was ever lit. And Hector, he accidentally lights it himself when he's going to shoot at Muscle Man, and it misses and lights El Diablo, and this just this entire sequence where El Diablo is just this giant chili firework in the sky, showing everything up, just using its guns in magical ways, and then killing Hector is beautiful, with Hector running away and then dying, being blasted into a sign and exploding. What a wonderful way to Hector to go, and what a wonderful way to make a memorable episode.
Thought we were slacking off.
We don't have time for this.
You know who else doesn't have time for this? You know who else says my mom!
78 is the episode My Mom, and there is just something so unbelievably thrilling about Muscle Man's introduction into the series. He is just so unbelievably funny, and the older I get, the more I love this episode, with them being forced to hang out with Muscle Man, so Muscle Man can show them the ropes, and they're just tired of his My Mom jokes.
We don't have time for this. You know who else doesn't have time for this? You know who else says, my mom?
And just all of the scenes are so hilarious, and they just get better and better the more I watch this episode. And they eventually realize that Muscle Man is a cool guy, but they start roasting Muscle Man for his My Mom jokes, which makes him summon his brother, and they force him to eat a picture of his own ass cheeks, thinking that it's Muscle Man's mom, but in reality he just photoshopped a picture of his ass and, you know, made them eat it, which is a very odd and specific prank. Like, you have to willingly, before this even happens, be like, I'm going to sit on a photocopy machine, print lots of pictures of my asshole, and then make somebody eat it in the future, or just use that and keep it in my back pocket. So was he just walking around with a picture of his own cheeks in his pocket, just waiting for the day? That's very interesting, but I'm all for it. I think this episode is hilarious and is definitely one of my favorites. 77 is the episode Skips vs. Technology, and this might be somebody's genuine favorite episode, and I can completely understand why. We're just getting in that territory where it's very hard for me to rank these episodes, so if it's your favorite, don't feel too butthurt. All of these, I could definitely switch them out on any specific day, but Skips vs. Technology is really good. We get some lore on Skips about how he's able to fix everything except when it comes to computers, he just can't do it, and I really like how Skips is willing to try to learn. He goes to the library and tries to read a book, but he just makes everything worse. So they eventually have to call Tecmo, and Tecmo is just such a unbelievably badass one. He just has such a good introduction into the show with the Elevate keyboard scene where he's fighting the Doomageddon virus, just going at it nonstop. That Tecmo music in the background is so cool, it's badass, and he eventually jacks into the computer, and it is revealed that it is a virus that is literally going to try and kill him. It overtakes Tecmo's body, and Skips has to fight it with a sledgehammer. It's so cool, eventually throwing the sledgehammer at the computer. I love it. It's such a great battle. The Doomageddon virus is such a cool villain. Tecmo is such a cool character, and I really like how I really like the wholesome feeling at the end of the episode where Mordecai and Rigby, the entire reason they were trying to use the computer in the first place was just to make a thank you letter for Skips, to thank him for everything he does around the park. And if that's not just a wholesome ending that hits you in the feels, what else could it possibly be? Skips vs. Technology is one of a regular show classic. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of talking. This is a lot of talking, a lot more talking than usual.
I'm sorry, Rigby.
76 is the episode Over the Top, and this episode is unbelievably good. It's basically just Rigby rage baiting Skips for 8 minutes, thinking that Rigby is stronger than Skips because he's using Playco Arm Boy to beat Skips in arm wrestling, and watching Skips just crash out the majority of the episode is hilarious because it's not something you usually see him do. It's kind of like a fish out of water type scenario that I really do admire. And then you have Rigby just being a little piece of shit, trying his luck for too long, Skips figuring it out thanks to Mordecai, and Skips literally fucking killing Rigby, picking him up, slamming him through the table, and killing him. Rigby dies, and then you get one of the hardest and most awesome scenes in all of regular show, Skips versus Death in a arm wrestling match for Rigby's soul, and if Skips loses, he dies. The visuals of this awesome arm wrestling match are so cool, with them in a vortex with souls just spinning around them as Skips is about to lose, and he uses Playco Arm Boy to cheat Death and just slam him on the table. It's so unbelievably cool. Death is such a good villain, especially when he's in a, like, you know, villain role where he seems like impossible to beat. I really like him in those aspects. I wish we got more Death kind of like in this episode, but either way, it doesn't take away from it. So cool, such a hilarious and badass episode at the same time. One of my favorites. 75 is Terror Tales at the Park #1, and I'm really only going to be talking about one story for this section because it's the only story in Terror Tales that genuinely matters, and that is the story of Rigby egging a man's house, and he eggs it really good, and so the Grand Wizard, who does not like this, decides to torment Rigby by turning him into a fucking house. How stupid is that? But it works so well in regular show where Rigby slowly like gets a doorknob on his chest, a little like address stamp, and eventually turns into a giant house. It's so hilarious. And then watching the wizard genuinely do things that shouldn't be okay for a kid's cartoon, like skinning Muscle Man alive and having Muscle Man knock on the door and being like, "See? I told you I was ripped." That's absolutely insane, and then proceeds to kill everybody else, all so that he could drop a giant egg onto Rigby as a house, is just unbelievably thrilling and so hilarious. It is by far my favorite Terror Tale in the entire series, and definitely deserves to be the best Terror Tale on this list. At 74 is the episode A Bunch of Baby Ducks, and this episode is a classic with Mordecai and Rigby taking in a bunch of baby ducks, trying to get rid of them by taking them to the pet store and then brutally murdering a snake, you know, casual baby duck stuff, and then eventually they get kidnapped by this guy who threatens their mother, so they pump their fists and turn into a giant buff duck man who's also wearing jeans for some reason, so they have powers and they could also summon jeans. That's kind of weird. Like, why specifically jeans? Especially because they're ducks, and especially because Mordecai and Rigby are naked, so were the jeans necessary? I don't know. Personally, I think so. Either way, they are a giant duck and they tell this guy to step off and then slice him in half. So that was pretty thrilling. That was pretty exciting. The only reason that this one ranks a little bit lower than a couple of other episodes is because there is a entirely better version of this episode with a cooler villain, a cooler concept, and cooler fights, which is why this one is ranking a little bit lower, even though it is a classic. 73 is the episode Pie Contest, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby are given the task to judge the pie contest, and they realize that this is very hard because they don't want to be mean to anybody. So they meet Promise Pie, a little bit of pie that could talk like this. "I could help you. I could help you judge the competition. I could do really good." And so they eventually, reluctantly, give the idea to let Promise Pie judge the competition, and they're told to not listen to anything, but they hear people screaming and dying, and Promise Pie is eating all of them. So the only way to defeat Promise Pie is to be honest and judge their pies truthfully, and Mordecai and Rigby do this and brutally murder Promise Pie. I think it's a very fun yet simple episode about a pie contest. I really like Promise Pie as a villain, and I love the ending where they're telling the truth to everybody and just telling everybody how either amazing or how shit their pies were. It's just very thrilling to me. I enjoy it a lot.
Coming out! I got this!
72 is the episode Donut Factory Holiday, and in this episode, they're all really addicted to this really awful movie called Donut Factory Holiday, and so they eventually have to bring it back to the video store, and they go to take it out, and it doesn't work because Rigby's hand gets stuck in the VCR tape, and this leads to a lot of really funny moments, like them flinging Rigby around, ragdolling him, and just abusing him, which is hilarious, and then they go to see Eileen to try to get some help, and Eileen is initially very worried, like, oh my god, what happened to him? And then sees the fucking VCR tape just stuck to him, and just like, oh, okay. And so they keep on trying to help them. They eventually have to go and meet with a guy who is addicted to Mordecai's mom. He's just like, so Mordecai, how's your mother doing? Is she still married? Just freaking out a little bit. I don't like that guy one bit, but they can't get it off, and they're eventually being hunted by the Tape Hunter, a guy who is designed to get tapes back for the video store, and that guy, he dies in a pretty brutal way where he's eventually flung into this trash can and then explodes for no reason, but they do eventually get Rigby off of the VCR tape, and so they get it back. It's covered in butter, but the people waiting for it, they like butter a lot, so it's all okay. I think this episode is unbelievably hilarious, and it's genuinely one of the best that Season 7 has to offer, and one of the best episodes in regular show. I feel like nobody talks about this one because Season 7 is kind of overlooked, especially because this episode is so late into the season, but if you haven't seen this one, I definitely recommend it. It is hilarious. 71 is the episode Prankless, and this episode is almost Muscle Man's magnum opus in the series. I think Muscle Man has one better episode within the series, but either way, this one is very solid. The episode opens with Muscle Man being like,
dude, Mordecai is gonna be so surprised when he sees his bed taped up on the ceiling, bro.
And then Pops walks in and he's like, I got you this time, balloon. Ah! And he hits it, and then the bed falls on him. And, you know, say I'm a sinner, say I'm a bad person, but Pops getting his spine crushed is unbelievably hilarious. I loved that. So Pops goes away, and Muscle Man vows to never prank again, which leads to the prank wars being started again between the rival park, East Pines and Gene. And so the park guys just start getting slaughtered and pranked into oblivion, and Muscle Man eventually has to come back when they prank Pops, but it actually was Pops pranking himself to get Muscle Man back in the game, and Muscle Man uses smoke and mirrors to scare Gene into ending the prank war once and for all, in a very cool sequence where he makes Gene think that he's flying up to the sun. I really like that scene a lot, and Muscle Man is just a master prankster. Lots of fun, a very fun and cool episode. Genuinely one of Muscle Man's best. I genuinely think he only has one episode that really tops this, at least for me.
You bet our souls for a ball?
But it had souls in it.
70 is the episode Skip Strikes, and this is a phenomenal bowling episode. Everything they do with bowling is really entertaining, but it's also a great episode for Skips' lore and getting to learn a little bit more about his character, and also has some great comedic moments. In this episode, Skips is taking them all the way to the championship bowling match against the Magical Elements, but because Death knows something about Skips' past, Skips backs out, and it just so happens to be right after Rigby decides to bet their souls on a ball. You bet our souls on a ball? It had souls in it! God, I love Rigby. I think he's hilarious. And so everybody thinks they're going to die, but Skips returns at the last minute to help them win in the final bowling match. It's tense, it's great, and we learn that Skips' name is actually Walks, and he manages to bowl the final strike in a awesome moment. Gotta love this episode. I just wish that this was exactly like how the dodgeball episode turned out. I'm still upset about that, but this just goes to show what they could do with a simple concept like bowling. 69 is the episode Fists of Justice, and this is yet again another really good episode for Skips' lore. I absolutely love everything they do with it, with Mordecai and Rigby having to take on the task of doing all of Skips' chores, except they can't move Pops' harpsichord, his piano, outside of the house, and they struggle, so they need to get Skips' help, and they end up breaking all of Skips' fingers. So when a mysterious man named Gary shows up to take Skips away, they go to the Guardians of Youth, and Skips is unable to fight Chlorgmane and is getting his ass kicked, so Mordecai and Rigby have to tag in using the Fist of Justice to absolutely kick Chlorgmane's ass, and it's honestly really cool, like the way they do like this wombo combo on Chlorgmane, just nailing him and then ultimately uppercutting him into space, is a really cool visual, a very solid fight, one of the better fights in regular show. It makes for a really good episode that gives a lot more lore to Skips, not the full amount of lore, but we're slowly learning more and more about him, so I can admire that, and I like that a lot.
Hey, Rigby. Happy birthday, bro.
I told you to stay in the basement.
68 is the episode Dawn, and this is by far one of my favorite episodes in the series, solely because it has brotherly love in it, while also a really funny and comedic aspect of the episode. It has so many quotable and rememberable moments where the park is going to be, you know, struggling and having an audit going on, so they need somebody to help. Can anybody help us? Anybody at all?
I know someone who can help.
If you say your mom, you're fired.
My mom, it was worth it.
And yeah, I love that scene so much. Dawn eventually shows up and Rigby absolutely hates him, with scenes like his past where Dawn wanted to come up from the basement and Rigby's like, who told you you could come up from the basement? He like locked him down there on his birthday because he hates Dawn so much. But then Rigby refuses to give Dawn sugar. Go give him some sugar! And they actually have to come together and resolve their problems, with Dawn realizing that he has always been, you know, overtaking Rigby in popularity and Rigby always feeling like the loser, even though he's the older brother. They come together and they get some sugar, they hug it out, and they got brotherly love, and Dawn stops the audit. It is just a great episode, especially for season 1, for it to actually have like emotional beats with brotherly love, all those good concepts, and still being as comedic as it was. It works so well, and it's definitely one of my favorites from season 1.
It's lunch and dinner. I've never felt better. Oh, my stomach!
67 is the episode Death Kwon Do Livery, and in this episode, they go to get a Death Kwon Do sandwich from Sensei, and Sensei, he goes to take a bite of his delicious sandwich of life, and he's like, oh no, my stomach! He collapses to the floor, so they have to get him a brand new stomach, and they go with his apprentice, Sensei Jerry, and they go and they fight their way through this hospital to get the stomach, and Jerry betrays them and is going to use the stomach on himself. So they go back to the hospital, they have one final ultimate battle with Jerry where they beat him to a bloody pulp, and Sensei ends up getting his stomach anyway. It's mainly just an action episode using Death Kwon Do, but that's why it ranks so high. Death Kwon Do is really cool, leads to really good fight scenes, especially for regular show, and is just ultimately an awesome premise. Jerry was a fun enough villain for the episode, so yeah, pretty good, ranks decently high.
You're still making the same mistakes as back home. Do you really want to have flown halfway around the world only to find out you're always going to be the same no matter where you go?
At 47, yes, 47 is the episode Hello China. I know this is going to be a little bit confusing, but I just recounted and I'm apparently on 47, not 66, which doesn't even make sense because I counted all of these episodes before I started, and I'm pretty sure I didn't mess up going down in order, so I don't know how there's only 47 episodes left. Maybe I just started too high, I guess? I don't know what the hell happened. Either way, Hello China is a absolute banger. It's a great episode for Benson, it's a great episode for Rigby, with Benson traveling all the way to China to teach English to some Chinese kids. And Rigby, he needs to pass a language, so he decides to also go to China and just kind of ruins it for Benson, constantly taking over, teaching the kids slang, and Benson is struggling, and I really love this scene where they're sitting in the restaurant, and Benson, he's just saying, I can't believe I'm the same person all the way across the world. Is this really what I want? To always be the same? And Rigby realizes that he messed up a little bit, so he decides to put together something that'll help Benson pass as a teacher, and they just have this awesome rap at the end. Dear Benson, here's a letter in which we bust out. It's a very good song, and it's a very wholesome moment. I really like Rigby putting in all of this effort with all of the Chinese students to pass this ultimate final exam for Benson and make Benson seem really awesome. I just love it. It's one of my favorite episodes for Rigby's progression and arc in season 7, and I think it's a great episode for Rigby and Benson.
Way. Microwave wings, microwave wings. This is...
At 46 is the episode The Lunch Club, and I mainly like this episode for the progression of Rigby and Benson's characters. Even in season 7, Benson was still going through changes, and it's still great to see his character grow and evolve over time. Rigby was in his ultimate metamorphosis in this episode, and they become better friends, and it has some really comedic moments also thrown in, like the beginning of the episode where Rigby destroys a $1 million sheet cake, which almost gets him and Benson fired, and they get locked in a room together and they have to figure out their differences. They sneak out of the room, Benson makes microwave wings, in some really comedic scenes, and then they eventually form a bond, talk about their anxieties, have fun, and you just get to know both of their characters in a much deeper way. And as a longtime fan of the series, this episode means a lot to me, so it's definitely one of my favorites.
This is your sandwich, huh? Then how come it says Benson on the bag? Huh?
It's supposed to say Rigby, but they misspelled my name wrong.
Stop lying!
45 is the episode Real Date, and I genuinely think it is the best romance episode in the series. It manages to tackle the romantic aspects of the show, which they seem to just love to want to do, and also tackle that aspect of also feeling like a regular show episode. The beginning of it is just wholesome fun with Mordecai and CJ going on a real date, a fancy date, and trying to surprise each other with unique gifts. Well, this couple corral guy is really upset that Mordecai left his sight, so he's just following them around the entire time, and then eventually he almost kills Mordecai at the end of the episode. CJ turns into a giant cloud, a monster, a raging beast, and brutally murders that guy, one of the only times her powers are actually valid in the series, and I really enjoy this episode from beginning to end. You get great progressions for Mordecai and CJ. It sucks that Mordecai just decides to cheat a couple episodes later, because this was moving in the right direction as to what romance and regular show could be when it's not just about Rigby and Eileen. 44 is the episode Thomas Fights Back, and this is by far my favorite Thomas episode in the entire series. It is just so enjoyable to watch Thomas actually do something meaningful, going over to East Pines, infiltrating their ranks in order to steal a statue back and proving his worth to the park. I just like all the scenes. It's basically like a heist episode, but I like Thomas a lot within this episode, which is why I'm ranking it so high. I just think he's very enjoyable, and learning like his entire plot, his plan, and seeing what he's able to do is a lot of fun, even though it's just setting up for the real Thomas special reveal. I still like this episode a lot. 43 is the episode Expert or Liar, and this is one of my favorite Rigby episodes in the series. There's just something so nice about watching Rigby get humiliated on TV and go on this journey of self-discovery to find Bert Coleman and hunt him down, and I like that he's just harassing people on the streets. Like, he jumps on an old man and starts mugging his face, trying to rip off his skin, looking for Bert Coleman, who should be in disguise, and I like that Benson is the one who decides to buckle down and actually help Rigby, because Benson was also embarrassed on national television. Dear Lord, poor Benny Boo. And so Rigby, he eventually does find Bert Coleman at a video game thing, and we just get this awesome finale segment where it's like Donkey Kong and Rigby has to answer questions about video games in order to progress, and it's very interesting. It's visually a lot of fun, and ultimately I love that Rigby gets some sweet satisfaction at the end of the episode, punching Bert Coleman and brutally murdering him. What else could you need?
Bert Coleman!
42 is the episode The Thanksgiving Day Special. This is one of the only Thanksgiving specials that I've seen that actually captures the true meaning of Thanksgiving, with Mordecai and Rigby basically ruining Thanksgiving, ultimately going on this journey to sing a song and win a turducken to try to redeem themselves, and actually capturing the true meaning. It's not about stuffing or gravy. All the food is just bonus, now don't you see? It's actually about spending quality time with your family, and I feel like there's really no other animated show that really tries to capture that feeling, and I think regular show did it perfectly. It also helps, you know, boost the episode a little bit that Mordecai and Rigby end up having a fist fight with Donald Trump himself. I know he's not called that in the episode, but really, who else is this fat motherfucker gonna be? Oh, I need the turducken. I need it now. It's going to be so good. It's going to grant me wishes. Everyone will praise me. Oh, it will. It's just really funny. I like it a lot. I like that Mordecai and Rigby have a battle with him, and it's a pretty thrilling episode. The side character nonsense is also a lot of fun. It's just a great Thanksgiving Day special. 41 is going to be the episode Prank Callers, and this episode is just so unbelievably funny. I love the beginning of it where Mordecai and Rigby are just doing some harmless prank calls, and Benson takes it very seriously and literally destroys the house phone. Ring, ring, hello, what's that? Mordecai and Rigby are banned from using the house phones, and just obliterates it. I think it's hilarious. They eventually try to prank call the master prank caller, and that goes wrong. They get sent back to the 1980s, which is also hilarious. They go back in time and they gotta run away from the master prank caller who's trying to kill them. They eventually run over Pops, they do all these shenanigans, and they eventually manage to trick the master prank caller into getting pranked himself, so they all jump him and turn him off and literally kill him, but it turns out he's just a nice guy. It is just everything I want in a regular show episode. It has some great action sequences with like Skips destroying a limo. It has great comedy. It is just one of my favorites. I think it's a classic.
A house phone? Okay.
40 is the episode Skips Stress, and in this episode, Skips is just taking on a pretty hefty workload, so much so that it's kind of terrifying. His body literally has a black amalgamation of stress literally coursing through his veins and spreading up to his heart. He is just so unbelievably stressed, and we actually get some great moments leading up to the finale where Skips has like a terrifying nightmare that spreads his stress even more, and they eventually have to go all the way to Asia to ring this bell on top of a mountain to expel all of Skips' stress in a awesome battle. Rigby, of course, because Rigby's just doing doing what Rigby's gotta do, doesn't cover his ears, and everybody stops covering their ears because they try to stop Rigby, and all of their stresses form into this amalgamation monster, and they have to fight it. It's badass. They just use a bunch of medieval weapons against this giant ewy gooey monster, and I really like the fight scene. I think it's tense, I think it's great, and it always is one of my favorite episodes, especially for the action. It's by far my favorite Skips episode. At 39 is the episode Rigby's Graduation Day Special, and I just really like this one because it's the culmination of Rigby's journey as a character. The only downside is that Mordecai is a certified piece of shit in this episode.
What? My friend is graduating from high school? The thing I literally did 7 years ago, and then I decided to do absolutely fucking nothing with my life, and it's kind of my fault even though Rigby held me back with that whole rejection letter fiasco. Ah, God, I had 7 years to do something else and to quit my job and pursue other things, but my friend's graduating from fucking high school? Oh, I'm gonna be so angry. Yeah, Mordecai sucks in this episode, but I really like everything for Rigby having to give a speech to America. His speech is actually very heartfelt, and you could actually take a lot of the things that he says into your own life and use them to better yourself. It's just great to see how far Rigby has come, and this video helps a lot to see that when I talked about all of his season 1 shenanigans leading up to this moment, where Rigby has truly become such a better person, and you got to watch him grow over so many seasons. It is truly one of the best arcs the show has to offer. 38 is the episode Meet Your Maker, and this is just a classic from season 1. I think it's so hilarious. We get so many memorable moments, like Rigby telling Mordecai he could grill the hot dogs. They were not allowed to grill the hot dogs, and he just lights them all ablaze. And then Mordecai says the iconic line that made every single kid under 10 watching regular show go, "Can I be watching this? What's happening? No!" He goes, "You pissed me off."
Too late.
Come on, dude, don't.
It's already in motion.
Well, put it out of motion.
You pissed me off.
Yep, pretty fucking dastardly if you ask me. That is a line that you would not see in a modern cartoon, dear lord. Oh, all the mothers shielding their children from the descent of madness thrusted upon them. So they eventually go into the freezer to try to find other hot dogs, which also doesn't work out very well. Like, Rigby tries to stop it from getting cold, and he just grabs a drumstick and just beats the thermostat in.
What are you doing with that drumstick?
And, you know, that just makes it even colder, so they're dying. We have Rig Boner coming into full fruition here. He just emerges in Mordecai's hallucinogenic nightmare where he's imagining himself with Margaret, and yes, that is a nightmare. And then all of a sudden, Margaret gets a raging, thrusting boner.
Oh, Mordecai.
Oh, Margaret.
So, yeah, that's something to point out, and it's actually just Rigby doing his Rigby thing. And then all the hot dogs that he finds are sentient, they come to life and just start brutally attacking everybody, and I still think it's completely hilarious. And the fact that all the hot dogs eat themselves because they just taste so good was a great way to end that episode, and it's definitely one of the best regular show has to offer. 37 is the episode Limousine Lunchtime, and Mordecai and Rigby, they decide to eat meatball subs in Mr. Maylord's limo, and Rigby drops it all over, just having the ultimate worst, I don't know, clumsy attack you could ever imagine, and they absolutely destroy the limo, so they have to enter the limo demolition derby, which is just a lot of fun. It's action-packed. They make being confined to just a limo it's just so unbelievably interesting with all the weapons and whatnot, and the fact that they have to fight a giant dinosaur made of limos at the end of the episode and blast its head off with a rocket is just unbelievably awesome and definitely makes it a very memorable episode. 36 is the episode Sandwich of Death, and when Benson eats Mordecai and Rigby's sandwich, he starts dying because he didn't know it was the death sandwich. And I really like this episode mainly all for the action. I think it's one of regular show's best action-related episodes. They have to go and climb this temple, and they just fight so many different warriors with so many different weapons using Death Kwon Do, eventually getting all the way to the Grand Master and get their ass kicked, but he dies after eating the double-decker sandwich of death. It's just all so badass. It has so many really cool fight scenes, and that's really all there is to say about it. That's all, like, I need to talk about. That's basically all this episode is. It's just 8 minutes of some of the most badass fighting the regular show has to offer, and it earns a spot this high. 35 is the episode 150-piece kit, and in this episode, Benson does the 150-piece drum solo, which just makes him look so unbelievably badass. Nobody believes in him, nobody thinks he could do it, nobody even believes that he was in the band when he was doing that, and he literally proves them all wrong, does the drum solo, which sounds pretty goddamn fire, and his skeleton literally catches on fire with how fast he is drumming, and it's so unbelievably badass, and I'm so happy that Benson was able to do it. They just go so hard when showing you that Benson is actually a badass, compared to where he was in like season 1 or season 2. They make him look so cool as the story progresses, and I absolutely love it. 34 is the episode Sugar Rush, and this episode is pretty iconic. It's the episode with the double glazed apple fritters, man. They aren't safe for human consumption. Mordecai and Rigby get some double glazed apple fritters. Pops eats them and goes, "Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow," and just travels to another dimension. So Mordecai, Rigby, and Skips have to follow him there and find out a way to get back. They eventually stumble upon wheat donuts, the opposite of sugar, being the way to get back, and they have to make a race against town to get back in time before Benson's meeting. It's hilarious, it's iconic, it's a really fun concept, and I just adore the ending as well with Muscle Man, you know, just going,
You know who else likes to eat his boss's donuts? My mom, my mommy,
as he also transports into the other realm. It's just a lot of fun, and it makes for a very memorable episode. 33 is the episode Death Bear, and this is mostly a romance episode, but I think it's paced really well. Like, the first 8 minutes are mainly focused on Mordecai and Margaret actually talking, actually forming a bond. It's when Death Bear shows up that shit turns up. I never thought I would see a little goofy bear in a cape, in a hat, who runs around, and then Animal Control shows up and literally roundhouse kicks people. It's so badass. Death Bear is just so unbelievably cool, and Mordecai literally shoves a 600-pound, probably more than that, bear through a wall to save Eileen. Badass, okay. And then he runs up the stairs and just shoots a bunch of tranks as the bear gets closer and closer, and Mordecai is the hero of the day. This episode is just so unbelievably memorable. I love Death Bear, and I think it's one of my favorite episodes, especially for its pacing and storytelling. I think it's great. 32 is the episode Gary Synthesizer, and this episode is unbelievably good. Being the only Gary episode, it genuinely makes me wish that we had so many more Gary episodes, because this is just so badass. Gary gets destroyed, deleted from existence, so they have to go back to his homeworld to bring him back, and that's when they meet King David, and it's Gary versus David when Gary is brought back. Gary wants to free his people, and we just get this battle of synth music, and it's so beautiful with David's keyboard, Gary's synthesizer, just clashing together but making the perfect harmony that just sounds like sex in my ears. It genuinely introduced a lot of people to a brand new wave of music because it was that good. I guarantee you there's a lot of people who watched this episode and then immediately tried to find music just like this because it's so damn good. Gary versus David is one of my favorite battles in the series, and it definitely deserves to be this high up on the list. At 31 is the episode Guys Night, and Guys Night is just by far such a fun episode. I absolutely love the vibe of it. I love the opening where they're all just getting super hyped up for Guys Night, and then we just get to watch them enjoy themselves for like a solid 2 minutes, and then Pop's just like chanting, 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 and he wants to be one of the guys, and the only way to do that is to do the milk challenge, something that should be theoretically impossible. I don't know, I'm gonna have to do that soon when I hit 50k as a cosplay in Pops, so we'll see how impossible that really is. So Pops, he has to drink a lot of milk, and he drinks a lot of milk, and he keeps on failing over and over again, but he mans up, he drinks it all, and he's sent to the milk dimension, which is a place that I want to go. I want to go where the dairy is. In fact, I need the dairy. I would love the dairy, but I don't get to go there, so it's a little bit sad and a little bit depressing. But either way, Pops helps all the guys who also did the milk challenge get out of there when it's revealed that all the milk people there are monsters that want to eat them and turn them into milk people. They escape, and Pops completes the challenge and proves that he is one of the guys. It is a classic regular show episode. I absolutely love the vibe of it, and it is a great moment for Pops as well. I love it. 30 is the episode Camping Can Be Cool, and this is also a really good romance episode, but it just kind of combines everything that I like about regular show while also just slightly having a bit of a romance at the front between Mordecai and Margaret. There's some hints, they hang out a lot in the episode. We also get some developments for Eileen and Rigby. The main thing I love about this episode is the ending with the deer man emerging. He's half deer, half man, and he wants to brutally murder them so they have to run away, and in deer fashion, he gets hit by a car, but everything leading up to that was a lot of fun. All the camping shenanigans were very good, and it had that classic regular show ending with the deer showing up trying to murder them all. It's just everything you could need in 11 minutes, and it does a Margaret and Mordecai episode very well, which is why it's ranking so high. 29 is the episode Fool Me Rigby twice! And this episode is a game show episode. It's a Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson episode, and they execute it so well with Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson being taken all the way to Japan to compete on a Japanese game show with Shine Hara, the game show host who really likes to punch faces, and they have to compete in the Baka Blitz, and it's honestly very comedic watching Mordecai and Rigby just suffer while Benson is doing really good. I got so many laughs while watching this episode. It's definitely one of my favorites. They eventually get all the way to the end, and Shine Hara, he starts just freaking out. His fist grows like 8 times the size, like a heroin addict who's just praying for his next fill up. He's like, oh, it's gone too long without punching a face. So Benson has to fool him one more time, and his fist turns on him and kills himself. Yeah, pretty wild. And then he's dead, and they manage to get all the way to the end of the Baka Blitz, get the prize, and then this little robot guy just kills himself as well. Pretty wild. They end up going to space camp as their reward. It's pretty fun. It's a really fun episode. Great Rigby, Benson, and Mordecai dynamic. It is just one of my favorites in the series. 28 is the episode Skunked, and in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby think they have a bingo! Let's go! And they try to pick up this skunk because they're playing roadkill bingo. Turns out the guy's alive, sprays Rigby, and Rigby is now becoming a were-skunk. And I really like the slow progression of Rigby turning into a were-skunk, where he's really mean to people, because it leads to a lot of really interesting scenes, like Rigby just dominating Skips, not in a sexual manner, in a physical power manner. It's just a very interesting power dynamic switch where Rigby is able to overpower him and gets very angry, and then at the same time when Rigby is about to hurt Eileen and he stares at her and he stops for 1 second and has to run away, and then that final battle at the end of the episode where they're fighting over the can of tomato paste is really cool. Mordecai crashing into the house to save Rigby, Rigby smashing the can of tomato paste with a sledgehammer and turning himself back into normal. It just is so great. It's built so well, and it turns something like roadkill bingo, which sounds like something somebody who needs a good meal off the road needs, is into something absolutely crazy with Rigby potentially becoming a were-skunk. It's a lot of fun.
I'd like to thank all of you guys, not just for being the best staff I've worked with, but also being the best friends I could ask for. Because of you, every day I come into work, I feel like a true winner.
27 is the episode The Parky Awards, and this episode doesn't do anything too interesting. It's just a Benson appreciation episode, and I absolutely love it. They take Benson out for a really fun night stealing Gene's trophy because Benson didn't win and they want to show him a good time. We get a bunch of scenes where a bunch of deceased park managers get to give their speech, but Benson never gets to, and so all the guys at the park, they make a paper mache award for Benson at the end of the day so Benson can truly give his speech, and I just think his speech is one of the most wholesome and greatest moments in the entire park. It could almost bring a tear to your eye with how meaningful it sounds for these imaginary characters who aren't even real, yet Benson is just written so well to where he shows true gratitude and true appreciation for his friends, and I just love this episode. I could always look at it as one of the most wholesome and best episodes in regular show. At 26 is the episode Skip's Story, and I was always watching this growing up, wondering when we were going to finally learn everything about Skips, and the episode that they decided to make for Skips' backstory did not let us down. It was a great backstory for him, where we get to learn about his fight with Clorgbane, his history with the only woman he ever loved, Mona, and Mona is actually a very well-developed character for only appearing in one episode, to the point where Skips and Mona's romance genuinely felt real to me. It felt like they had a real connection, even though I only got to see them bond for 22 minutes. It genuinely felt sad when Skips is fighting Clorgbane after he didn't want to have to make this decision, and Clorgbane ends up killing Mona, and Skips just beats the ever-living shit out of him, tears in his eyes, and that is why Skips is going to be immortal, to fight Clorgbane every time he comes back, and he will skip to the end of eternity for Mona. It is just such a good backstory for such a beloved character, and I was always worried they were going to do him dirty in some kind of way. It wouldn't live up to the hype, but this one definitely lived up to the hype.
On the bag! Huh? It's supposed to say Rigby, but they misspelled my name wrong. Stop lying!
25 is the episode Grilled Cheese Deluxe, and this will always be one of my favorite comedic episodes, especially with the opening, where Rigby steals Benson's sandwich. Benson confronts him and is like, "What are you doing with my sandwich? Your sandwich? How come? It's our sandwich. Oh yeah? How come it says Benson on the bag? They were trying to spell Rigby, but they spelled my name wrong." What the fuck are you on about, dude? That's so crazy. So they have to go and get Benson a brand new sandwich, and they end up just lying about being astronauts, and it leads to them actually going to a astronaut compound, and they have to just keep on lying over and over and over again. And it's just really fun to see how chaotic it could get. Eventually they have to stop a black hole by throwing the sandwiches into it, and I just think it's a fun classic episode of regular show. It's just so comedic, which is why it's ranking so high. 24 is the episode A Bunch of Full-Grown Geese, and not only do we start getting some really epic battles in this episode, and they just keep escalating the further regular show goes with all the duck and geese plots, but here we get a awesome fight, and also the build-up to it is hilarious, with them just like trying to stop the geese initially is really funny, with the geese just being assholes at the beginning without needing a giant mech suit. I just find that beginning of it to be very entertaining. It's a really nice 5 minutes to lead you into this awesome anime battle. They eventually call the baby ducks. The baby ducks show up and they pump their fists, and we get this awesome battle between a 4-headed goose monster, Mordecai Rigby, and the baby ducks. It's so unbelievably fucking awesome. I don't really need anything else in my life. Of course, the fight is a little bit fast because, again, it's only an 11-minute episode, but it keeps you entertained for all of those 11 minutes, making it one of the best episodes in regular show. 23 is the episode Fancy Restaurant, and this is by far my favorite Muscle Man episode in the entire series. I just think it's so good. It's always really a toss-up between Prankless and Fancy Restaurant, but I think Fancy Restaurant is the excellent of Muscle Man episodes, if that makes sense. It has a really good opening with Muscle Man trying to learn to be fancy for Starla, and he just can't do it, so Mordecai and Rigby, they have to be inside of his head with a little bit of a radio and tell him what to do on his fancy date. It's all going well until the Redcoats, the literal British, they cannot handle the fact that Muscle Man doesn't know what spoon to use for dessert, so we get one of the most fun brawls in the entire series. Everybody, Mordecai, Rigby, Muscle Man, Starla's parents, and Starla versus the Redcoats. That's just such a funny sentence to say. They all have really fun weapons, and the battle's really cool, and then we get the death of Mater D, where Muscle Man trips him out of a window, and they just show his carcass, his dead body, which is always so weird for a show like this. Like, there was definitely a kid that was very young that just saw this guy's corpse. Like, there's no denying this guy just fucking fell 3 stories and died. But either way, loved it. Very funny. My favorite Muscle Man episode, 100%.
That your actions have consequences. Consequences that affect other people. Like me.
22 is the episode Busted Cart, and I consider this to be one of the most real episodes of regular show ever written. We get to see an entirely new side of Benson in this episode, a episode that genuinely awakened me as a kid to viewing Benson as a good guy. Obviously, when you're an adult, you realize that Benson has always been a good character throughout the entire show, constantly looking out for Mordecai and Rigby, but as a kid, you look at him as the law, always trying to get in Mordecai and Rigby's way for them having fun. But here in this episode, Mordecai and Rigby just keep messing up over and over again, eventually betraying his trust, and Benson might lose his job, and just his entire speech of saying, when will you two learn that your actions have consequences that affect other people like him? He's about to lose his job, and if he has his job, if he doesn't have his job, he has nothing. It's just such a real moment from Benson. It's such an incredible speech that genuinely like flips a switch in your head that like, wow, this is a real person going through an actual struggle, and it paints Mordecai and Rigby in such a heinous light. Mordecai and Rigby, of course, they redeem themselves by going on a highway and eventually getting the cart to the dealership in time to save it and save Benson's job, but just that one moment, that one speech from Benson that just feels so real, definitely earns it a spot really high on the list. 21 is the episode Grave Sites, and I don't really have a whole lot to say about this one. It's the regular show zombie episode, where zombies come to life and we get to see everybody fight them with sports equipment. I just really like the choreography of this episode. I think it's really well done. Having them fight the zombies while a movie about fighting zombies is going on, and matching what's happening in regular show with the movie that they're watching, I just think it's really well executed and makes the entire sequence really fun and really interesting, and I just like watching them kill zombies. A lot of shows tend to do zombies, and I think regular show did it right. At 20 is the episode Brain Eraser, and I just gotta say, I watch Planet Chaser Starlight Excellent all day, every day. I watch Planet Chaser Starlight Excellent all day, every day. Yep, that's just what we be doing, and this is by far one of the most comedic episodes in all of regular show, with Mordecai seeing Pops' junk mail. He sees his wriggly old biscuits, his naked body, and he just can't get it out of his mind, so eventually they find the I watch Planet Chaser Starlight Excellent all day, every day guy. They borrow his tape, and Mordecai watches it and gets sucked inside of the tape, so Rigby and Skips have to go in there and try to help Mordecai to get out of there, and it's a lot of fun. I really like the concept of being inside of Mordecai's mind and having to try to put a towel on Pops so he could forget his wrinkly old naked body. That just sounds like regular show, doesn't it? It's so hilarious, and it definitely deserves to be this high up on the list. 19 is the episode But I Have a Receipt, and this episode genuinely has everything. The beginning of it is really funny with Mordecai and Rigby trying to get everybody in the park really into this board game called The Realm of Darthon, and I absolutely adore Muscleman's imagination, where he's imagining what to do in this D&DS game, and he's like,
Okay, I bust down the door and a bunch of ladies come at me and they start going, Ooh, Muscleman, stop pinching my butt with your war claw.
Yeah, gotta love those scenes, that's great. And eventually they go back to the game store because they realize the game fucking sucks, and they try to get a refund for a very long time. It doesn't work, so the game store owner eventually sucks them in to the Realm of Darthon, which also leads to a bunch of really fun action scenes, as well as just a really fun concept of using their mind to defeat the guy and eventually stabbing him, and it actually translates to real life where he has a ruler inside of his heart. Poor feller, poor guy. Either way, it's a really fun episode with a really fun and interesting concept. I love their take on a board game.
Holly jolly Christmas.
18 is the episode White Elephant Gift Exchange, and again, one of the most comedic episodes in all of Regular Show. Everybody wants to get back at Muscleman for constantly pranking them, so they form the ultimate White Elephant prank where they rig the entire game, and really this episode just ranks this high for the big ending where they like make this super amalgamation of a present to attack Muscleman, and he basically gets just juiced on, cummed on, whatever you want to talk about. He gets a elf that just beats the ever-living shit out of him. It is just so unbelievably hilarious, and it's one of the best scenes in all of Regular Show, and just that scene alone can elevate it all the way to this high on the list. 17 is the episode Fuzzy Dice, and what if I told you the Regular Show did FNAF, Five Nights at Freddy's, if he did that before Five Nights at Freddy's, because in this episode, we have the Capicola gang. They want to get some fuzzy dice from the Fun Zone for Pops, so they go there, and I really do like the slow build of it, where initially they're just playing arcade machine, playing skee ball to try to win enough tickets. They eventually do, they buy the fuzzy dice, and it turns out that the animatronics are alive, and they put diamonds inside of those dice because they're evil and stole diamonds and whatnot. So we get a chase scene where they chase the Capicola gang, following them all the way to this dock, where we get one of the most crazy shootouts in any cartoon I've ever seen, where they have snipers, guns, guns isn't a very good term, ARs, miniguns, all shooting these animatronics and brutally slaughtering and brutally murdering them. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen in a cartoon, and I always wonder how they greenlit these things. Maybe it's because they're shooting at robots. It's okay. But I really don't know, because Regular Show has guns, and I always feel like guns were not necessarily always okay for cartoons. But hey, what do I know? I thought it was badass, and I loved it, and it is one of the most memorable episodes Regular Show has ever produced. 16 is the episode Stick Hockey, and this was the very first episode that was peeling that shell of Benson as a character and genuinely making him so unbelievably interesting. In this episode, he gets rid of Mordecai and Rigby's stick hockey table, travels around town with them, but they just can't find it, so Mordecai and Rigby go on their own and end up at this like deathmatch stick hockey area, so Benson has to return to save them once again, and it's revealed that he used to be Death Dragon, and at this point in the series, Benson was still kind of like lame park manager guy, so revealing that he is a master of stick hockey who lost one of his best friends in a stick hockey competition. His best friend died, and he has to return to save Mordecai and Rigby is inherently very badass. I was all for it, and Benson makes stick hockey look so fucking cool. I didn't think stick hockey looked this cool. Stick hockey is fun to play, but if I was to sit there watching, I would just be sitting like, I want to play, I want to twiddle some sticks, please let me twiddle them, oh! But Benson, going against this guy, they make it look so badass. Obviously, it has some magic elements to it with the guy he's going against cloning himself, but Benson still is just so unbelievably fast with it that he makes it look so fucking awesome, and Benson looks so awesome within this episode. It is one of my favorite Benson episodes. 15 is the episode Weekend at Benson's, and when Mordecai and Rigby knock out Benson, they gotta take him to a party and try to make him look really good for the girl that wants his gumballs. And so they eventually get in this argument with the Iron, the FE, the Iron Stomach, a guy who could take a lot of heat, and so they just start guzzling Benson's mouth full of spice, and eventually he wakes up and they have to drink the Mississippi Queen to prove how awesome they are. And they drink the Mississippi Queen. It's called Beginner's Luck, 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 as Mississippi Queen chimes in a wonderful song for this entire sequence where Mordecai, Rigby, and Benson get high as fuck and just start going around town, just living that spice high. It is just unbelievable. It's unforgettable, and it's one of my favorite episodes in all of Regular Show. And just to add on, Benson ends up getting the girl's number, so it's just a total win for all the characters. Visually a lot of fun, musically a lot of fun. It's everything you need.
Ow!
14 is the episode This Is My Jam, and what if I told you that summertime loving in the summertime. Aw, snap. Aw snap, come to our macaroni party and we'll take a nap. You just heard two of the most iconic songs of our generation, two songs that defined who we would become as people, and in this episode, both of those songs are featured heavily, with Rigby really liking the song Summertime Lovin'. He realizes that it sucks, and he just can't get it out of his head, so he keeps on singing it, and eventually, it just takes over a mind of its own, and he's like literally being thrusted from his vocal cords. He eventually lodges it out of his head, and it takes an amalgamation in the real world as a giant walking cassette tape, so they have to come up with a song to counteract it, and they come up with Aw Snap, come to our macaroni party and take a nap, and we get to see a awesome battle of the bands where it like has astral projection where the guitar guys are fighting in midair. It's just so unbelievably cool. The songs are great, they're memorable, and it's just a really fun episode. 13 is the Christmas special, and this is by far one of my favorite Christmas episodes in any form of media. It's just so unbelievably good. They had the audacity, the balls, to have Santa get shot by Quilgan at the beginning of this episode. Quilgan is honestly a really good villain, a head elf who had all of his research destroyed, so he wants revenge on Santa by destroying all of Christmas. It's really great, and it's actually really well written, and it just keeps the pacing going so well, with Mordecai and Rigby finding Santa as he's just laying there shot on the ground, and Mordecai and Rigby have to take on the task of taking this box that can give you anything you ever want, but there's dark magic in it, and throwing it into the lava and destroying it. The progression of the episode is really fun when they have to get to this mountain in East Pines, and they have to travel through these caves, and there's all these different trials that they have to get through, eventually having this final battle against Quilgan where they knock him into the lava, and Mordecai and Rigby are fighting him while falling to their deaths, barely managing to escape, and Quilgan dies falling into the lava. It's just so hype, it's so good, it's got that great Christmas vibe to it, and it's ultimately one of my favorite episodes of Regular Show. 12 is the episode Brilliant Century Duck Crisis Special, and this is the greatest fighting episode in all of Regular Show. Is there really anything else to say? In this episode, the baby ducks, Mordecai and Rigby, everybody from the park, and a bunch of others all join forces to fight a metal cassowary, the geese, and Playco, the entire foundation. All of the fights are unbelievably badass. It's genuinely called the Regular Show anime fight episode because there's just so many badass fights going on. It takes up literally the entire episode. It's just them fighting. It's so badass. I'm not gonna go into huge detail, but if you haven't seen this episode, it's genuinely one of the craziest episodes Regular Show has to offer, and I love it. At 11 is Exit 9B, perhaps the most hyped episode in all of Regular Show. I remember when I was a kid, staring at the countdown timer, just shaking my boots for this awesome episode, and it delivered on every single front. Watching this madman erase everybody's minds as Mordecai and Rigby race to the future to try to stop all of this, and eventually having that awesome clash against Gary Bobby Ferguson Jr., Gary Bobby Ferguson, and all of the villains they faced before this. It's so cool, it's tense, and it might be the best 22-minute special in all of Regular Show. I genuinely think it's just so unbelievably fun to watch, and although it's not my favorite episode in the series, I can't deny that they lived up to the hype in every single way and delivered what could be considered the finale of Regular Show if they wanted it to be.
Don't worry, Mordecai and Rigby. I know you're sad, but I promise this is a happy ending. Take care of each other. Goodbye.
At number 10 is a regular epic final battle, and I'm just congesting all three parts into one. I think the final battle between Pops and Anti-Pops was executed very well. Visually, it's stunning. I really like the idea of the entire world collapsing, and how they decide to show that is through storyboards, sticky notes, like the world as they're drawing it is unraveling. I think that was a very cool concept, and the entire idea of Pops sacrificing himself for the universe just adds so much more weight to the series and genuinely makes you appreciate Pops as a character so much more, and I'm so glad that he decided to do it in a way that was just so Pops, sacrificing himself and taking his brother with him, just with a final hug. I absolutely love that aspect of the finale, and I think it was so well done, and not to mention that incredible montage at the end where we get to watch all of our characters grow up, have families, move on to different things in life. It can just always bring a tear to your eye, and I genuinely think for how much hate Season 8 tends to get, that the finale is one of the greatest finales for any cartoon ever. It was just done so perfectly.
Idiots! months. That's the last time I entrust you with something important, like the chairs!
At number 9 is the episode Just Set Up the Chairs, and I genuinely think if I was to show somebody a episode of Regular Show to get them invested in the series, I would pick this episode. It has that classic feel of just setting up for a kid's birthday party, Mordecai and Rigby goofing off with shenanigans, Muscle Man going to get the special entertainment. You know who else likes special entertainment like that? Just going to do all of that fun stuff until Mordecai and Rigby just disobey everything, connecting the red wire to the blue wire and releasing the Destroyer of Worlds, who genuinely is like a 2D Terraria boss come to life. I love his soundtrack, I love his music, I love the way they defeat him by putting all the arcade machines together and having a giant lemon man battle with the Destroyer of Worlds. It's all so cool, it's also iconic, and it is by far one of the best episodes Regular Show has to offer.
Muscle Man, computer rights for a month.
At number 8 is the episode Slam Dunk. It's the basketball episode of Regular Show. It's iconic. It's got Margaret's thick ass riding a bike. Yes, they genuinely just high definition drew Margaret's ass riding a bike. It's genuinely very questionable, but oh well. I'm not complaining, I guess. It's just a little bit odd for a children's show, to say the least. Mordecai and Rigby, they compete against Muscle Man and High Five Ghost in basketball to see who could have internet rights for basically the rest of their lives. Mordecai and Rigby say that basketball sucks. This summons the basketball god to teach them how to play basketball, and ultimately leads to one of the greatest Regular Show games or moments, if you want to call that, with Mordecai, Rigby going up against basketball god and Muscle Man in the ultimate basketball game ever. They fly up into space, we get some awesome music to go along with it as Mordecai dunks it. It is just so great, it's iconic, it's a lot of fun. They make basketball look even more awesome than it tends to, and I love it so much. At number 7 is the episode Excellent, and honestly, a lot of people might say this episode is overrated, or some people might put it as their number 1 on the list. I think it's perfectly rated, and I don't think it's quite the best episode, but I think it's almost there. It's like slim margins here of what is going to be the best. This episode has pretty much everything you can need. It has Mordecai and Rigby trying to complete the Excellent challenge, Rigby going into a coma, so the stakes are there. Mordecai trying this challenge over and over again, his fight with Benson in the hospital, which genuinely feels like such a real Regular Show moment. That awesome moment where it's, I need a hero! That montage where they train Mordecai to complete the challenge, the brawl inside of the diner where they're fighting against the kitchen staff while Mordecai's doing the Excellent challenge. It's all really well executed, and Mordecai picks the trucker hat to save Rigby's life. It's just a perfect Regular Show episode, in and out. There is nothing I would change about it. It's just personally, the next few episodes, I just enjoy them more, but honestly, I wouldn't blame anybody for putting Excellent higher than some of these episodes because it is a perfect episode of Regular Show. Hell, it won them an Emmy.
Ah, cool, a contract. Let's sign it.
Coffee, coffee.
At number 6 is the episode Caffeinated Concert Tickets, and I just got a couple words for you. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Yep, there's a giant coffee bean and a translator because Mordecai and Rigby, they want to go to Fist Pump. Let's do it! So they're doing everything they possibly can to potentially go to Fist Pump, and eventually they just can't stay up anymore. So a giant coffee bean squirts coffee out of his nipples very aggressively into their mouths, and it keeps them up long enough to make enough money to get the concert tickets. And eventually they have to brawl with the coffee bean and the translator because they want the tickets that Mordecai and Rigby have, and it's just iconic. It's a lot of fun. The coffee bean is probably one of my favorite villains in the series, and I just think this is a classic, perfect Regular Show episode in every way.
So now you know who we are. Crew is the crew shining brighter than the quasar for your bazaar.
At number 5, finally the top 5 of this list, we have the episode Wrap It Up. This episode by far is the best voice actors in the entire series, featuring Tyler the Creator, Childish Gambino, and MC Light, all spitting raps that are honestly really good. Crew coming at you, say it twice, don't forget it. You all better catch up to where we at. It's just so unbelievably good to watch these guys spit rhymes against a character like Pops, who is so sweet, so wholesome that sometimes he doesn't even know that it's an insult, but it's still so fun watching Pops use poetry to fight against their rhymes and their schemes and their raps. It's just very entertaining. In that final battle at the end where they're like visually turning everything into what they're rapping about, or Pops is using poetry to switch it into what he's talking about, I think it's so enchanting, so enthralling, and Childish Gambino, Tyler the Creator, and MC Light just smash their roles in this episode and genuinely bring so much passion and care to it that it just, you know, they fit into the world so perfectly, and it's just by far one of the most entertaining episodes of Regular Show I've ever watched. At number 4 is the episode Karaoke Video, and this is just such a perfect episode. You have Mordecai and Rigby getting in a little bit of a pickle because they disrespected everybody in their life, so they gotta try and get this karaoke videotape back. They go to the karaoke bar where Benson, Muscleman, Skips, and High Five Ghost are going to be, and we get this insanely awesome scene where Pops goes up and he's like, "Been working so hard, I'm punching my card. 8 hours for what?" He's singing Footloose, and we get the ultimate karaoke brawl over this videotape. Everybody in the bar starts fighting. It's thrilling, it's awesome. Pops singing Footloose just is enchanting to my ears. I love every aspect of it, and it is one of the most fun sequences in all of Regular Show, earning it the number 4 spot. At number 3 is the episode Mordecai and the Rigbys, the season 1 finale that genuinely got me so hooked on the show. It has everything. It has Benson saying holy crap, yet another moment that just made every kid go, why did he say holy crap? What the fuck? Oh my god. I was probably like 6 years old when I heard that, and it blew my mind. I had to do a double take when I heard Benson go, holy crap, as Mordecai and Rigby start shredding on the guitar, just going, your eyes staring into my eyes. Who am I but a guy with 2 eyes on the prize, and the prize in my... Sorry, I'm losing myself a little bit. Party Tonight is such a good song. Mordecai and Rigby just singing that is one of my favorite scenes in all of Regular Show, and the fact that they were apparently lip syncing, and then Mordecai decides to be a utter badass and be all like, we are lip syncing and we're still cool, just shattering their chances of being rock stars in the future. It is such a good fucking episode. It's so well paced. It has everything: a good song, a good idea, a good concept, a good execution. It is one of my favorite episodes in all of Regular Show. At number 2 is the episode High Score, and this episode has Garrett Bobby Ferguson. Yes, stroke the beard of Garrett Bobby Ferguson. Quite delectable. Yes, it's a very good episode. It's just well known. It literally has real world implications. I love the beginning of this episode where Mordecai and Rigby are trying to get some respect, so they decide to go to the coffee shop and they're playing this arcade game, and they get shit on by a couple of kids. They keep practicing, keep staying at it, and we get the song Hangin' Tough as they're just slaying in this fucking game, just dominating everybody. Sticky tough as they're just destroying everybody. It is thrilling. It is exciting. I love every single minute of it. It is just so much fun to watch Mordecai and Rigby do this, and they eventually get the high score, which causes Garrett Bobby Ferguson to come down from the heavens, and we get Garrett Bobby Ferguson versus Mordecai and Rigby, and Billy Mitchell saw Garrett Bobby Ferguson and was like, that's fucking me, dude, and tried to sue the show after this, which just makes the entire scenario even more hilarious. Mordecai and Rigby, they end up almost defeating him until he starts crying and saying, my wife left me for this game. It turns out that was a lie, so Mordecai and Rigby have to brawl with him. They end up beating his score, and he literally explodes everywhere. It is the most Regular Show episode of Regular Show, and it's really hard to say that there's still one episode that tops this one for me.
Oh no, bro.
And coming in at number 1, the greatest episode of Regular Show, at least in my eyes, is Rage Against the TV. It encapsulates everything that I love about Regular Show in 11 minutes, having something as simple as fighting a video game final boss turn into one of the most interesting and comedic concepts that I've ever seen. Mordecai and Rigby, they're fighting against the final boss, the game stops working so they have to pause it and find a way to switch the game over to a different TV in order to defeat the Hammer. Nobody believes in them, but Muscleman, High Five Ghost, and Skips all come together to try to help them to beat the Hammer. They even go to this hardware store, which gives us one of the funniest scenes ever. Jimmy! Come on, Jimmy! And they get a really shitty white TV that they're going to use, and they eventually all come together to make it work with the video game, and that's when the Hammer literally comes to life. Dudes, it's the Hammer! Take my picture! Slapping Muscleman's boobs into the sky, and the Hammer just starts laying waste to everybody, and I just love the beatdown that the Hammer gives to everybody, breaking planks over people's faces, throwing people into walls. It's so great. Blasting Jimmy with a giant just, wave of energy and making Jimmy die. It's so unbelievably good. And when they start beating his ass with furniture, I was laughing through the entire thing. And I love every single aspect of this episode. This episode has been probably my favorite since I was a kid, since I first saw it. I just think it's everything I love about Regular Show in 11 minutes. It is absolutely my favorite episode. And there you have it. Those are all 244 episodes of Regular Show, ranked from worst to best. This is probably the longest I've ever talked for this channel, the hardest I've ever worked for a video. I did a lot of editing before I got to these final parts, and I've probably been working on this video for, I don't know, like 18, 19 hours at this point, and it's been a very long time, but I think it's going to be worth it. I think you guys are going to like this one, and it's a good send-off for Regular Show on this channel, giving you a over 4-hour video about Regular Show. Please let me know if you made it this far in this video, because I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who would stick around for this long just to see me talk about a show. And overall, Regular Show came out about 16 years ago almost, and it's always had a huge impact on me. Believe it or not, it's not my favorite show, but it was always a show that I could turn on and have a couple of laughs, and it was always a great time. So I truly appreciate and value the show, and I can't wait for Lost Tapes. I really hope that it just keeps the ball rolling and gives a new generation a lot more stuff to laugh at. So thank you guys so much for this video. I really hope you enjoyed. If you did, please make sure to like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.